Young man, you won't suffer a loss if you buy 200 of this stone. Outside the airport terminal in Xi'an, a dirty old man was dragging a young man, as if I wouldn't let it go if you didn't buy it. On his left hand, he was grasping a blood-red stone, just like a bloodstone, but it was definitely not a real bloodstone, because the difference was so big that it was picked up casually on the ground at first glance. The young man dragged by him was named Wang Feng, a college student who had just graduated for a year. At this moment, he looked bitter and looked at the old man who was holding him back. Around, people kept casting strange eyes, making Wang Feng's complexion feverish. A broken stone costs 200, really, when the money is picked up. 1 year after graduation, he only saved a few $1,000s, and he is in a hurry now. Where can he have time to argue with an old man? 20 yuan, I will buy it if you sell it. Wang Feng gritted his teeth and said, Quan should be doing good. No, at least 50. The old man shook his head, still clinging to Wang Feng firmly, looking like he was going to be shameless. Give it up to 25. If you don't sell it, I will really leave. Wang Feng compromised and offered the highest price in his heart. Look at you, you don't look like a poor man in your clothes. You are so stingy. Okay, 25 is 25. It's really cheap for you? Seeing that Wang Feng was really going to leave, the old man had to let go. He bought Wang Feng and sold the stone to Wang Feng for 25 yuan. Okay, goodbye. Putting the stone into his pocket, Wang Feng walked into the airport lobby with a wry smile. Unexpectedly, in broad daylight, people actually went to 25, which made him a little bit dumbfounded. Hey, I think you young man is destined to me, so let me sell you this stone for 100 yuan. After Wang Feng walked into the airport lobby, the old man's voice rang out again, grabbing another person with a bitter face, and causing many people to quickly move away from him like a plague god. After quickly applying for his boarding pass, Wang Feng boarded the plane heading to Zhuhai City. 1 year after graduation, he has been working as a salesman in Xi'an City. With a weak salary, he is really ashamed of his Zhuhai University diploma. After working for a long time, he resigned. He also received the wedding invitation letter from his classmate Ling Heng not long ago, so he was ready to go with a relaxed mind. Because of the reimbursement of travel expenses, he directly bought the first-class cabin of the plane, ready to enjoy the life of the rich. This Ling Heng, but the famous Gao Fushui among his classmates, there is a listed company in his family. It is rare to see such an opportunity. He will naturally slaughter him. Not long after sitting on the plane, suddenly a nice voice came into Wang Feng's ears. This gentleman, your position is mine. Opening his eyes, a beautiful girl with a face of melon seeds appeared in his sight. The appearance of the woman was very beautiful, even surpassing the female stars on TV. He had never seen such a beautiful woman. Looking at her, Wang Feng's head was not working well for a while, and he looked at each other blankly. Mr. When Wang Feng looked at it with this gaze, Bei Yongxiu's face also showed a little coldness, and it seemed a little disgusted. Oh, I'm sorry to sit on the wrong side. I'm really sorry. Looking at the position number on his boarding pass, Wang Feng also quickly responded, dare to be in the wrong position. However, he seemed to have a little impression of the beauty in front of him, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen it. Sitting back in his place, Wang Feng was looking at this beauty carefully. The beauty is wearing a pure black dress, which just covers the roots of her thighs, perfectly presenting a pair of slender and white legs. Xiaoman's waist is wide and full, with the towering twin peaks, the absolute best figure. And at this moment, because Wang Feng is sitting and she is standing, Wang Feng seems to be able to vaguely see the scenery between her legs, looming. Even if Wang Feng's concentration is amazing, he feels his whole body is hot at this moment, and Xiao Wang Feng has a tendency to raise his head. How could such a young youth like me be caught by such a gorgeous temptation? Afraid of being embarrassed by the other party, Wang Feng quickly turned his head to avoid the urge to spray blood. Based on his experience over the past year or so, it is not difficult for him to see that this woman must be from a wealthy family, and the clothes she wears alone might be worth his 1 month's salary. Therefore, for such a beautiful woman, he can only feast his eyes, and does not think there is any intersection with her. Lying on the first-class seat, Wang Feng gradually felt his drowsiness, and fell asleep like this. During the deep sleep, he felt that he had a very strange dream. In the dream, a blood-red world appeared before his eyes. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com, and he stood in this world blankly. Suddenly, 2 red lights struck him, and rushed into his eyes in a thunderous manner. The sharp pain swept through his mind and made him want to scream. But I couldn't make any sound. He felt that his throat seemed to be blocked by something, unspeakably uncomfortable, and at the same time, he also felt that his—
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just 1 step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
His body was about to be burned, unspeakably hot. On the plane, Wang Feng was awakened all of a sudden, but he was already covered in cold sweat. That dream was so real that he was a little scared when he thought of it. Rubbing his eyes, he found that there was no pain, and he could see things. He couldn't help but breathe out. Fortunately, it was just a nightmare. Looking at the time on his watch, he found that it was only 15 minutes before the plane landed. Unexpectedly, his sleep was more than an hour. As soon as he turned around, He saw that the beautiful woman was lying in the seat resting just like him, but in just the next second, he opened his eyes wide, revealing an incredible color. Because, he actually saw the beauty lying naked in front of him at the moment. The towering twin peaks, flat belly, and the dark forest were all seen by Wang Feng. Looking around with a guilty conscience, Wang Feng found that they hadn't noticed the situation here. They didn't seem to have seen it. Swallowing fiercely, Wang Feng's young master also unconvincedly propped up the small tent. Although he has seen a lot of good figures on island films, this is not as exciting as the sight in front of him. The top-quality figure, so close, seemed to be within reach. Wang Feng even felt that he was going to have a nosebleed, too fragrant. While feasting his eyes, Wang Feng was also a little confused. This woman was too bold to lie beside him without a piece of body. Doesn't she know this is playing with fire? That is, there are others here, otherwise, Wang Feng wouldn't doubt whether he had already jumped on it. The bottom rises so much, it seems that the pants are going to be broken, but only for a short while. His eyes are stinging so badly, it feels like being hit hard with a fist. As a last resort, he rubbed his eyes with both hands, and then saw that there was a white body in front of him. The beauty was still wearing that expensive black dress, and there was no fragrance seen at all. Could it be that I was dazzled? Wang Feng shook his head, but smiled bitterly. It seemed that he was poisoned by the island country film, and he had hallucinations. But after a while, he became stunned again, because he actually saw the black dress on this beauty slowly faded, and finally disappeared completely, and he saw the other's best figure again. What's going on? Wang Feng almost yelled out loudly. This time, he could see clearly, and it would never be an illusion again. Suddenly, a low and slightly painful voice came, but this beauty was frowning for no reason. Her hands were put on her stomach, her face was slightly pale. Through her unique ability, Wang Feng was able to see that there was a scar in the place she was covering with her hands, as if it had been stabbed by a knife. She didn't fall asleep, it was more like she had to lie on the seat because of pain. What's the matter with you? Wang Feng patted the other party's fragrant shoulder and asked in a low voice. It's nothing. The beauty opened her eyes and glanced at Wang Feng, then responded with an extremely painful voice. Hearing what she said, how could Wang Feng believe that if she was okay, it was almost the same to fool a 3-year-old. Taking a bottle of mineral water, unscrewing the bottle cap, Wang Feng put the mouth of the bottle to her lips, and said, drink some water, maybe it will relieve your pain. Thank you. Originally, Bei Yongxiu didn't want to drink, but looking at Wang Feng's sincere gaze, she still took a sip without denying his kindness. After almost 5 minutes, her brow slowly unfolded, as if she had gone through the painful process. Thank you. Bei Yongxiu raised her head, pursing her red lips and said. It wasn't until this time that she carefully observed Wang Feng. Wang Feng could not be called the kind of very handsome guy, but he was a good-looking guy, or he was a little handsome. The clean and warm smile, especially the clear eyes, gave people the feeling of a sunny boy. What's wrong? Is there a flower on my face? Wang Feng asked with a touch of surprise as she watched the beauty staring at herself. No. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu only felt that his face was a little feverish, his complexion was flushed, and he quickly lowered his head. It was too shameful to stare at others for so long. By the way, I haven't asked what the beauty is. Why do I feel that you are a little familiar? At this time, Wang Feng asked with some confusion. Puff. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, the beauty chuckled softly with her mouth covered, and said, do you all like to strike up a conversation like this? But she didn't blame Wang Feng, and continued, my name is Bei Yongxiu, I don't know what your name is. Wang Feng's face showed a bit of indifference, and after whispering a few times Bei Yongxiu, he showed a sense of surprise and said, no wonder I think you are so familiar. Have you ever been in Zhuhai? Go to university. Bei Yongxiu was taken aback, nodded, and said, I did stay in Zhuhai University. Could it be that you are also a student there? How clever Bei Yongxiu was, she suddenly thought of why Wang Feng knew her well. Senior sister, it's a fate. A smile appeared on Wang Feng's face. I only graduated from there a year ago, and I also know that you are the school flower of our school. There is not a single camp for suitors, and I am afraid it is also a company. Nonsense. Hearing Wang Feng's praise, Bei Yongxiu's complexion was a little red, but her heart was a little ecstatic. After all, her appearance was affirmed. The two turned out to be alumni, so after chatting for a few words, Bei Yongxiu asked, I don't know what I am doing when I went to Zhuhai this time. Oh, I went to a classmate's wedding. I wonder what the senior sister did for. This time I am going to participate in the Hualian Stone Gambling Festival in Zhuhai City, and I am going to purchase some jadeite sources for sale. Bei Yongxiu said. Stone bet. Hearing Bei Yongxiu's words, Wang Feng's heart moved. Although he didn't understand jade, he knew about gambling on stones. This is a high-risk and high-income gambling. Reminiscing about the unique ability he had only acquired before, he swallowed forcibly, and said, I don't know if the senior sister has jade rough. I want to see it. Huh. Wang Feng's words made Bei Yongxiu a little strange, but then she took out a box from her pocket and said, I don't have a rough jadeite, but I do have jadeite. You can take a look. While talking, she opened the box, revealing one of the white emeralds about the size of a soybean. Bei Yongxiu said, this is an ice jade, you can take a look. While talking, Bei Yongxiu handed the box to Wang Feng's hand, which moved Wang Feng for a while. Although he didn't understand the value of jade very well, a person who had never known each other could give such a thing to herself without defense, which was enough to show that she trusted herself. The jade was as clear as water, and it was very valuable at first glance, but just for the next moment, his eyes were stinging, and then he could directly see the inside of the jade and see its structure. Clearly. It's really possible. Wang Feng's heart was very surprised, but his face did not move. This matter is very important and must not be leaked out. Otherwise, he might be caught by the relevant authorities as a white mouse. The same sly study. Returning the box to Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng said, "Senior sister, I am very interested in this jade. I wonder if the senior sister can give me some advice." Really interested? Bei Yongxiu glanced at Wang Feng with interest, and said, "Student brother, it is good to learn, but if you want to really understand jade in depth, it will definitely not work if you don't have a certain experience, but look at you. For the sake of learning, I can teach you something, but whether you can learn it or not depends on your own ability. Senior sister, according to what you said, if you cut out a large piece of Emperor Green, wouldn't you be able to turn into a rich man in an instant?" On the plane, Wang Feng pointed to a green jade on a book. His face was also a little surprised. Jade, Wang Feng knows that it is valuable, but this is too outrageous, right? The book is all about the types of jade and their value. I have to say that jade is really valuable, but there are indeed too many doorways. Wang Feng is a little dizzy when he sees it. In the 4 years of university, Wang Feng almost always got here. If it weren't, how could he become an ordinary salesman? My parents worked so hard to send themselves into first-class institutions like Zhuhai University, but I was fooling around there. Thinking about it now, Wang Feng really feels sorry for his parents. Brother, what you think is really too simple. The real old pit glass kind of imperial green, it is rare to have one in a few years, and the real imperial green is also small and pitiful. In short, the knowledge here is not you, I'll learn it in a while. A professional smile appeared on Bei Yongxiu's face, carefully explaining to Wang Feng. But at this moment, Wang Feng didn't even hear what she said, because his gaze had already been attracted by Bei Yongxiu's deep gully. Because Bei Yongxiu introduced to Wang Feng, she would easily walk away in front of Wang Feng after she stood up and bent over, but she didn't even know it. School brother. Perceiving that Wang Feng didn't seem to listen to her words attentively, Bei Yongxiu also raised her head. However, when she looked up, she immediately saw Wang Feng's eyes were looking where they shouldn't be. "What are you looking at?" After tapping his hand on Wang Feng's head, Bei Yongxiu's face was also a little red, and she unexpectedly let this gangster take advantage. "No, nothing." With a dry laugh, Wang Feng quickly retracted his gaze. "Well, if you are really interested, then take a good look at this book. It contains a very detailed introduction, and it should be given to you." Bei Yongxiu gave Wang Feng a strange look, and then sat back to herself's position. "By the way, senior sister, aren't you going to participate in that stone gambling festival? Can you take me to learn more?" At this moment, Wang Feng suddenly said. In fact, there are reasons for asking this. It is possible to see through it, which really made Wang Feng himself not thinking about it, but since God has given him such an ability, then he should do something. Since this jade is so valuable, wouldn't he use his own convenience to become a billionaire in minutes? Thinking of the possibility of becoming general manager, CEO, marrying Baifume, and reaching the pinnacle of life, Wang Feng couldn't help feeling a little excited. As the saying goes, waking up the power of the world and lying on the knees of a beautiful woman is the common goal of all men in the world. Now Wang Feng feels that this goal seems to be something within his reach. When she heard Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu was a little hesitant. However, thinking of Wang Feng's care for herself before, she finally said, "You can also take you to increase your knowledge. You can get off the plane with me soon. Let's go together." A few minutes later, the plane landed steadily into the airport in Zhuhai City. Zhuhai City, whose economy far surpasses Xiang City, even ranks in the top 10 in the country, is a strong city among the best. As soon as he walked out of the airport, there was a heat wave. Looking at the hurrying people, Wang Feng couldn't help but miss the college time he had spent here. After a year, he came here again, but his mood has changed dramatically. On this piece of land, he had joy and sorrow as well. His first love happened here, and it also ended here. Thinking of Jia Xinjing, who had already left him, Wang Feng's calm heart couldn't help but waver. Once, he was naive, and they would finally come together, but the cruel reality in the end broke his heart to pieces. "Wang Feng, my parents don't let me associate with you, so, I'm sorry." The old words seemed to be echoing in his ears, and he couldn't help but sigh. He can still remember Jia Xinjing's unfeeling turning around and the ruthless back left to him. A woman like Jia Xinjing, with her good looks, can marry those rich second generations, and she will eat and drink forever, but what about herself? But she couldn't give her anything, she was just a pauper. It was said that her parents did not allow her to associate with herself, but she didn't mean it was her own. Therefore, when the breakup, Wang Feng did not have any retention, because he knew that no matter what he did, it was just in vain. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Brother, the gambling festival is about to begin, let's go. Bei Yongxiu did not notice the slight changes in Wang Feng, but reached out and stopped a taxi and got in first. Behind her, Wang Feng didn't hesitate too much, and he hurried in. This bet on the stone festival might be an opportunity for him to dig for wealth, he naturally didn't want to miss it. Master, can you please go to Hualien Jewelry Store? Good. The driver was a middle-aged man, and when he heard the words, he started the car and headed for the so-called Hualien Jewelry. Looking at the receding roadside scenery, Wang Feng also took a deep breath, and then began to close his eyes and rest his mind. He had to think about his future path. Before getting the perspective, he might have been a small salesman, but now, he has undergone a huge turning point and he has to replan his life. Suddenly, Wang Feng felt his arm being touched by a soft mass, and opened his eyes, but he saw Bei Yongxiu with a trace of tension on his face. At this moment, her left arm is firmly grasping Wang Feng's right arm, and that softness is naturally her proud twin peaks. Wang Feng, this doesn't seem to be the direction to go to the Hualien jewelry shop. Bei Yongxiu said nervously in Wang Feng's ear, grabbing his arm with unusual force. Then where is this going? Wang Feng's expression was a little weird, and then he cast his gaze out of the car window. The city is changing every day, so Wang Feng has already forgotten about the roads in Zhuhai City. However, seeing that Bei Yongxiu was so nervous, he also stretched out his right palm to grab her soft and boneless hand, and said, "Don't worry, there will be no problems with me." After that, Wang Feng cast a don't worry look at her. Outside the window, buildings have become increasingly scarce and seem to have come to the outskirts of the city. Up to now, Wang Feng has also seen some unusual things. He could feel that the palms of Bei Yongxiu's hands were already overflowing with sweat and looked a little nervous. "Master, we are going to the Hualien jewelry shop. Where are you going to take us?" Wang Feng said kindly when he reached out and patted the middle-aged man driving. However, when he was talking, there was a harsh brake sound in his ear. "To shut up. Hand over your valuables, or I will kill you." Suddenly, the middle-aged man driving the car turned around with a hideous face, but he did not know when a switchblade appeared in his hand, exuding a cold light. "What?" Seeing this scene, Bei Yongxiu screamed in fright, and plunged directly into Wang Feng's arms. "Don't be afraid, with me here, he won't let him hurt you half of your hair." Gently placing his palm on Bei Yongxiu's back, Wang Feng's eyes became a little cold. Unexpectedly, the thing that he had only heard of being robbed in a car actually happened before his eyes. It is really chilling. The reason why the society is so chaotic is because of them. In the 4 years of university, although he didn't learn much, he was basically fooling around. However, in the past few years, he has developed an extraordinary fighting ability because he spent years outside school. Not to mention one hitting 10, at least dealing with 2 or 3 people, it is still a matter of getting caught. Although he doesn't want to cause trouble, he is absolutely not afraid of trouble. The middle-aged man has a hideous face, and the flickering switchblade seems to be pierced at any time. However, Wang Feng saw his trembling hands, obviously committing a crime for the first time. "Hand over the money, or I will stab you to death." Seeing that the two of Wang Feng were indifferent, the middle-aged man roared loudly again. "Uncle, if you really encounter any difficulties, say it. Maybe we can still help you. There is no need to use such an extreme method." At this time, Wang Feng spoke with a kind tone. "Speaking of Nima, if you don't pay, I will go to death." Suddenly, the middle-aged man roared loudly, not knowing where the courage came from, and suddenly stabbed the switchblade in his hand towards Wang Feng. Seeing such a scene, Wang Feng's expression also changed greatly. Now, Bei Yongxiu was lying on his body. If he really let his switchblade stab down, it would definitely stab Bei Yongxiu in the back. Thinking that Bei Yongxiu might die in front of him, Wang Feng almost didn't even think about it, and directly stuck his left arm out. Tear it. The sound of torn flesh and blood sounded, and Wang Feng only felt a cold in his left arm, followed by a piercing pain. This lunatic was so crazy that he dared to kill in the car. "If you want to kill me, you can die for me too." Seeing that this middle-aged man was already crazy, Wang Feng didn't even bother to talk to him, because he was afraid that he and Bei Yongxiu would both die here. Pushing Bei Yongxiu away from her body all at once, Wang Feng also directly punched the middle-aged man's face. With this punch, he used all his strength, and it was surprisingly powerful. Boom! A sturdy punch hit the middle-aged man's nose severely. The middle-aged man screamed in pain, and the switchblade in his hand fell. His nose and mouth were bleeding out now, and his nose collapsed. Obviously, the bridge of his nose was interrupted by Wang Feng's punch. Kicked the door open with one kick, Wang Feng directly dragged the driver off the car, using both hands and feet, making the middle-aged man scream again and again, like a pig. He dared to commit murder in broad daylight, which also completely angered Wang Feng. "Spare me?" The middle-aged man spoke with a stern voice and said, "I also had to owe a huge gambling debt outside. If I didn't pay it back, they would kill me. Don't fight anymore, you will kill you if you fight again." At this time, Bei Yongxiu also got out of the car and grabbed Wang Feng firmly. In this age of legal system, if people were really killed, Wang Feng would never escape legal sanctions. "This lady, let me go, I have no other choice, I don't want to die." Seeing Bei Yongxiu, the middle-aged man seemed to grab a life-saving straw and kept begging for mercy. Seeing the blood on his face, Bei Yongxiu also couldn't bear it, and said to Wang Feng, "Let him go, it's pitiful to see him. Go away, don't let me see you again in the future, otherwise, I will kill you." Wang Feng spoke, and then gave the middle-aged man a fierce kick. He originally wanted to hear what he had troubles with, but who would have thought he was so crazy? Yes, I'll go right away, thank you for not killing." Hearing Wang Feng's words, the middle-aged man, like an amnesty, climbed into the car and flew away like an escape. After the middle-aged man had escaped, Bei Yongxiu discovered the bleeding wound on Wang Feng's left arm. Why are you injured? Holding Wang Feng's left hand, Bei Yongxiu also turned pale and asked with concern. I'm fine. Wang Feng shook his head, and then said, if you are in a hurry, you can go first and leave me alone. What are you talking about? Bei Yongxiu glared at Wang Feng fiercely, and then said, no, the wound is too big. Today I will send you to the hospital even if I don't participate in the stone gambling festival. While talking, she took out a tissue from her bag and gently wiped the wound on Wang Feng's arm, as if she was afraid of hurting him. Seeing her cautious look, Wang Feng was really moved in his heart, and he regarded her as his girlfriend in a daze. If he could have such a girlfriend, it would be an extremely happy thing. Shaking his head fiercely, Wang Feng was taken aback by his own thoughts. He shook his head blushing a little before saying, no need to deal with it. I think we should go to the hospital quickly. The wound, the burning pain, has been bleeding, and if he continues to stand here, he has to wonder if he will lose too much blood and die. If that is the case, it would be too sad. It is good. Seeing Wang Feng's pain, Bei Yongxiu didn't hesitate anymore, and hurriedly stopped a taxi and drove to the nearest hospital. It's been more than 10 minutes since I arrived at the hospital. Along the way, although the wound was still hot and painful, the bleeding had miraculously stopped by himself, and Wang Feng could still feel that his wound seemed to be healing slowly. This discovery made Wang Feng very surprised, and stormy waves were set off in his heart. Does he have the ability to heal himself? If it's a long time, it's still possible to explain it, but it's obviously only 10 minutes. The only explanation should be above that bizarre ability. This ability seemed to appear out of thin air, and Wang Feng himself didn't know what was going on. However, the ability to see through is enough to show that this is God's favor of him, not a dream. The one who dealt with the wound was a sweet-looking nurse with a uniform. The full twin peaks in front of him made Wang Feng unable to help but swallow. He remembered the temptation of uniforms in those island films, and his heart was even more hot. Especially now that she was still stitching her wounds, and the snowy gully in front of her was unreservedly exposed to Wang Feng's sight, but the little nurse didn't notice all of this. It's strange, your wound is slowly shrinking, Xia Xiaomei said in surprise, surprised in her heart. When she just sewed the wound to Wang Feng, she clearly saw that the wound was at least 5 centimeters long, but now, the wound was less than 3 centimeters long. How could she not be surprised? Although it only took a few months to become a nurse, it was the first time she had encountered such a strange thing. When she raised her head, she immediately saw Wang Feng's eyes widening, staring intently at the places he shouldn't. Her face flushed, and Xia Xiaomei glared at him, and said shyly, what are you looking at? Ahem, it's nothing. Wang Feng was also a little embarrassed when he turned his head quickly, and was discovered by others. What's the matter with your wound? Xia Xiaomei suddenly frowned and asked. Oh, this is the evidence left by the brave gangster. Wang Feng grinned and said with a smile. Cut. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Xia Xiaomei's face clearly had unbelief. Who would fight offenders bravely these days? They are all staying away, and this guy actually stared at his forbidden area before, and of course he was classified as a rogue. Wang Feng, are you okay? At this moment, Bei Yongxiu, who had just checked out, said. It's almost done. Seeing Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng also responded. Although this woman has only met for less than an hour, this experience is more thrilling than a year. Moreover, when she carefully wiped the blood for Wang Feng before, she seemed to touch the soft place in Wang Feng's heart. It moved all of Wang Feng's people. Apart from her parents, I am afraid she was the first person to care for herself so much. For some reason, Bei Yongxiu looked at the little nurse holding Wang Feng's arm with an intimate look. She seemed to have a kind of sorrow in her heart, like the one who grabbed Wang Feng. She should be the one. This sudden jealousy shocked Bei Yongxiu's delicate body, and then, like the girl who had done something wrong, she turned her body like lightning, not daring to look at Wang Feng again. What's wrong with me? How can I have such a shameful thought? Bei Yongxiu had a fever on her face, and her heart was like a little deer bumping into it, and there was a trace of panic. From the time she went to junior high school until she graduated from university, the number of people who pursued her was not counted. There were not 10,000, but there were several thousand. She had even forgotten how many love letters she had received. Based on her appearance, she called it popular lover is not too much. However, there is no doubt that no matter who she was, she would never have such emotional changes before, and she did not know why Wang Summit made her so nervous. Perhaps it was because Wang Feng blocked the cut for her. While in the car, although she was nervously lying on Wang Feng's body, she still heard the sound of the knife cutting flesh and blood clearly, so with her intelligence, it was not difficult for her to imagine what happened. In the past, there were many people who pursued her who were better than Wang Feng in appearance, temperament, and even in all aspects. However, Bei Yongxiu understood that what they value is nothing more than their own body. If they really let them, how many people can do it to protect themselves? Although the two met only for such a short time, Wang Feng used his arm to block the cut in order to prevent her from getting hurt. Such a person undoubtedly made her heart stunned. Okay, we can go now. While Bei Yongxiu was thinking about it, Wang Feng had already treated the wound with a gentle smile on his face. Yeah, Bei Yongxiu nodded, but his voice was even smaller than the buzzing of mosquitoes. Walking out of the hospital, Bae Yungsu's face also slowly returned to the previous calm. You reading www.youcanshu.com became that capable, calm woman. Senior sister, where are we going now? Looking at his watch, Bae Yungsu said, it is estimated that the Stone Gambling Festival has only just begun. If we pass, we should be able to catch up. That's it, let's pass now. Thinking that this is a chance for himself to make a fortune, Wang Feng couldn't help but couldn't wait. No, the weather is so hot now. Your wounds should not be exposed to the sun like this. Go, I will take you to buy a piece of clothing. After speaking, Bae Yungsu took Wang Feng's right hand involuntarily. About half an hour later, in front of the door of a huge shopping mall, Wang Feng swallowed hard, looked at the entrance of the shopping mall, and said, Senior sister, I'm afraid that one piece of clothing here is a few $1,000s. Let's change the place. Although Wang Feng has a few thousand yuan, it is his last possession. He is confident that he will have a lot of money in the future. However, if he cannot afford to buy clothes here today, it would be truly ashamed. As far as he is wearing now, it is still a tens of dollars of local goods. Bae Yungsu took a look at Wang Feng, and Bae Yungsu naturally saw that Wang Feng might really not have much money, and said, You are injured for me, so naturally you don't need to pay the money. The senior sister will pay for you. After saying this, Bae Yungsu regretted it, because she was afraid that this would hurt Wang Feng's self-esteem. It was only when she found that Wang Feng's complexion had not changed, she breathed a sigh of relief. A few thousand yuan may be just a drop in the bucket for her, but for Wang Feng, it is obviously not. On the surface, Wang Feng hasn't changed much, but how could Bae Yungsu know that when she said this again, Wang Feng's body trembled visibly. Repay your favor? Entering the mall, Wang Feng really did not expect it. Like the decorations and other lavish places, the things sold are simply more expensive than gold. It's just a jacket, and it costs more than $4,000. It's a steal. If it were him, he would definitely not buy these things, because the cheap things are not necessarily inferior in quality. But looking at Bae Yungsu's enthusiastic look, Wang Feng couldn't say much. There were envious gazes from all around. The gazes of the male animals really wanted to eat Wang Feng raw. With such a beautiful girlfriend by his side, this dog-like person even showed a look of carelessness, which is simply abusive. If the eyes can kill people, I believe Wang Feng is dead without a whole body. Miss, look at this small men's suit. It is definitely suitable for your boyfriend. At this time, a waitress held a black suit-style dress in her hand and smiled and recommended it to Bae Yungsu. When this person said that Wang Feng was his boyfriend, Bae Yungsu couldn't help but flushed, but did not explain. Looking back at Wang Feng's figure, Bae Yungsu also brightened his eyes. If Wang Feng wears this small suit, it would really be perfect. Pushing the clothes in front of Wang Feng, Bae Yungsu said, Hurry up and try it. Looking at the price on the clothes, Wang Feng hesitated, because the price of such a piece of clothing was 5,000, which is too expensive. Now his total net worth is not so much. But seeing Bae Yungsu look like this, Wang Feng couldn't refuse, so he had to try on. Half a minute later, when Wang Feng came out in new clothes, Bae Yungsu suddenly felt a bright light when he looked at her. If Wang Feng gave her the feeling of a sunny boy before, then it is definitely a mature and steady success. People, even their temperament has undergone tremendous changes. Even the waitress was amazed. It was Wang Feng's figure, an absolute hanger. If Bae Yungsu were not present, she would have wanted to keep Wang Feng here as a professional model. Okay, just this one, don't need to pack it, just wear it away. After speaking, Bae Yungsu directly paid for Wang Feng. This shouldn't be the little boy who was kept. After Bae Yungsu swiped the card, the waitress suddenly despised Wang Feng. A man who asked a woman to pay, couldn't help but think so. After leaving the mall, Wang Feng couldn't help a bit of a wry smile on his face. He seemed to have a sense of being nurtured. However, if he really asked him to pay for it, he really couldn't get it out. He cursed the black-hearted merchant in his heart, and Wang Feng quickly followed Bae Yungsu. He didn't know the way for Hualian jewelry. Senior sister, can we go to the Stone Gambling Festival now? Wang Feng said. Forget it, don't call me senior sister, just call me sister Shui if you are a stranger. I am not much older than you, Bae Yungsu said, and then he was stunned. Because there is no difference between the pronunciation of Sweja and Sweja. Well, then I'll call you sister Shui, Wang Feng said with a snicker. Don't pretend to be strange to me, let's go, I will take you to see our Zhuhai City Stone Gambling Festival now. Bae Yungsu gave Wang Feng a white look and said angrily. Hualian Jewelry Store is the largest jewelry store in Zhuhai City. Even the best chain jewelry store has to be steadily suppressed by him. Even in the country, it is their family leader. Every year, they create the value, to say nothing, can be as high as several billions, which is something that many people can't even think of. Today, with the unfolding of the Stone Gambling Festival, many people who have a soft spot for jade come here. The nature of betting on stone is similar to buying lottery tickets, but the probability is higher. Things like getting rich overnight and ruining one's fortune overnight happen here every day. When Wang Feng and Bae Yungsu came here, there was already a rush of people here, almost breaking the threshold. However, they did not mix into the crowd, because as Bae Yungsu, they walked directly into the VIP passage aside. Little girl, I thought you wouldn't be here. Just when Wang Feng and the two of them walked into the Hualian jewelry shop, suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded not far from them, and then a young man smiled. The two of them came over. Big brother Yao. Looking at the youth, Bei Yongxiu also called out hastily. Huh? This is. At this moment, Yao Cheng noticed Wang Feng next to Bei Yongxiu. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my university alumnus named Wang Feng. Wang Feng, this is my elder brother, Yao Cheng, you can meet him. Hello. Although she was a little confused about how the little girl got so close to other men, she didn't think much about it when she thought they were alumni. Hello. Stretched out his hand and shook Yao Cheng. Wang Feng also behaved quite well. After some talk, Wang Feng already knew that this Yao Cheng was not Bei Yongxiu's elder brother, but because the father of the two of them was an old comrade in arms. Even the old people of the two families once matched their marriage. Yu reading www.yukanshu.com, but since neither of them had any meaning in that aspect, they had no choice but to stop. This Yao Cheng, with a very powerful status, is the son of the Zhuhai City Party Committee Secretary, and the ladies in the entire Zhuhai City. He belongs to the most resounding elder brother. I heard that Wang Feng was here to increase his knowledge, and Yao Cheng also came to be interested. He didn't know much about jade, so he came to join in the fun, so at this time he said, Wang Feng, I heard that there are many good rough stones on display today things, are you interested in taking a look? Right on my mind. This place is very large, and the exhibition hall is divided into several levels. The worst is the C area, and up there is the B area and A area. Of course, as the level increases, the price of the rough stone naturally rises linearly. A good rough jade stone can even sell for millions of dollars. Yao Cheng doesn't know much about jade, so at most he will be in Zone B and Zone C. After buying hundreds of thousands of jadeite rough stones, Yao Cheng said, Wang Feng, we met for the first time, and my brother has nothing to give you. You can choose a few of these rough stones to play with. His tone was very relaxed, and he didn't seem to put hundreds of thousands in his eyes. Indeed, how many people who can come here will be poor? Okay, then I would like to thank Big Brother Yao for his kindness. The cheapest jadeite stone here is a few thousand yuan, which is really not something ordinary people like him can afford. So, with such a good opportunity, how could he miss it? The perspective function, unfolding unobtrusively, these stones removed all their disguise in the blink of an eye. The cheapest stone is several thousand yuan, and the expensive one is tens of thousands. However, with the development of the perspective function, Wang Feng can't help but feel a little disappointed. Tens of thousands of stones were empty inside, and there were no hairs. It seemed that Yao Cheng was bleeding this time. After seeing several rough jade stones, Wang Feng couldn't help being disappointed. These stones are all waste materials. In other words, the money for buying these rough stones has been lost. Huh. Suddenly, a strange color appeared on Wang Feng's face, and then his breathing became a little quick. Originally, he thought there was no jade in these rough stones. However, putting his gaze on the cheapest rough stone, he was excited. Although this rough stone is only the size of a small watermelon, there is a fist-sized green jade in the center. According to the rough knowledge learned by Wang Feng, this is a waxy jade. Although it is not as valuable as ice, it is so large. A piece of jade is worth hundreds of thousands, less to say. Thinking of this, Wang Feng's heart beat violently. He only saved a few thousand yuan a year after graduating from university. Now, a stone may earn him hundreds of thousands. This money comes. It is too easy. Brother Yao, I want this rough stone. While speaking, Wang Feng pointed to the cheapest stone, because he knew that only this stone had jade. Don't choose a few more. Yao Cheng looked at Wang Feng and said, although my net worth is not as good as that of my younger sister, 100,000 yuan is still a trivial matter. You don't have to be polite with me. Thank you Brother Yao for your kindness, I only want this one. Wang Feng shook his head with a firm expression. Okay. Seeing Wang Feng's persistence, Yao Cheng didn't say much, and continued, there is a professional stone interpreter here, let's go now. It is good. In a corner of the hall, many people were surrounded, and there were bursts of uproar from time to time. Solving the stone is a very exciting thing, because it can intuitively see whether it is lost or earned. I have made a profit, haha. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man laughed, holding a piece of stone with half emerald in his hand, and the joy on his face was not concealed. Of course, in addition to the excitement of some people, there are also people who are thumping, because the stone they bought at a huge price is an ordinary stone, and they have lost their money. 10 gambles and 9 loses. If you want to win a stone bet, you need not only strong eyesight, but also luck. There are too many variables in this industry, and no one can say that they will win. One knife is poor, one knife is rich, and one knife wears linen. This is the most appropriate description of betting on stone. Master, help us cut the stone. At this time, the three of Wang Feng had already arrived in front of a lithologist. Glancing at the rough stones in their carts, the lithologist also spoke with disdain, do you want to cut it? Or grinding? He could see that these stones were the cheapest kind, so naturally he didn't think any good things could be cut out of them. There are two ways of stone cutting and grinding stone. Cutting stone can quickly see whether there is jadeite inside, but this is also the most likely way to damage the value of jadeite. Therefore, when ordinary people lay the stone, they will choose a millstone. After all, no one knows whether there is jade in it. Cut it. Yao Cheng spoke directly without paying attention to the attitude of the stone master. Everyone like him, coming here is just to have fun, so naturally he doesn't care about destroying the contents. Don't say it is tens of thousands of yuan, even if it is hundreds of thousands of things, I believe his complexion will not change the slightest. As you wish, the stone master said, and then began to work. Click. With a single cut, the stone was broken into two halves, but Yao Cheng's face was disappointed because it was empty and there was nothing inside. Tens of thousands of dollars, just like that. Continue to cut. Yao Chendao. After cutting 5 or 6 pieces in a row, there was nothing in it. At this time, even Yao Cheng couldn't help but change a little. He said that betting on stones loses more and wins less, but there is no jade for a few pieces. This luck is also real. It's a bit too bad. Do you still cut it? Master Xiaoshi glanced at the 3 Yao Cheng and asked slowly. Cut. Yao Cheng gritted his teeth and said. Although hundreds of thousands were a drop in the bucket for him, he was not in a good mood after losing like this. Cut the stone. Continue. Expensive. All cut. There is no jade inside. Yao Cheng can't help but shook his head, and said, it seems my luck is not good. His rough stone had already been cut, and Wang Feng's piece was left. Originally, the stone master wanted to cut the stone with 1 cut. But at this time, Wang Feng said quickly, wait a minute. What joke? There is a fist-sized jade in this stone. If you cut it down, you have to do it. Although chopped jadeite can also be sold for money, its value will be greatly reduced, at least more than half of it. What are you doing? The stone interpreter glanced at Wang Feng, and was a little uncomfortable being interrupted. This rough stone needs to be grindstone, no need to cut it. Wang Feng said. Whatever you want. Since it was the request of the guest, the stone interpreter didn't have much to say, but in his heart, he had already severely despised Wang Feng. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. It's just a piece of the cheapest discarded stone, and the color of this stone is not good, it's pitted, it looks like a waste, it's a waste of time. Wang Feng, I don't think the chance of this stone producing jade will be more than 10%. At this moment, Bei Yongxiu spoke, not optimistic. Yeah, I don't think it's better to cut across the board. Just what good things I choose with my luck. Yao Cheng also agreed. Let's wait and see. There was a smile on Wang Feng's face, and then he shut up. Seeing his mysterious look, Bei Yongxiu couldn't help rolling his eyes. Grinding stones really took longer than cutting stones. About 5 minutes passed, there was still no green. At this time, even this stone layman showed a little impatience. However, just a minute later, suddenly, the stone master's complexion changed, and he quickly lowered his head to look at the stone in his hand. That's right, it's green. Wang Feng, congratulations. Seeing the jade from the original stone, Bei Yongxiu also spoke, smiling on his face. This little brother, how about I bought you this piece of stone for 100,000 yuan? Seeing that there are stones on Wang Feng's side that are turning green, a middle-aged man also leaned forward to ask, and his voice was not small, and he immediately attracted many people. Gambling on stones is a very thrilling and exciting process, so these people quickly gathered around. Little brother, I pay 150,000, you sell this stone to me, and we can trade it right away. Seeing the stone in the hands of the stone master, another person said, sorry, I don't want to sell. With a hint of apology on Wang Feng's face, he rejected their kindness. A fist-sized jade is worth hundreds of thousands, if you want to buy it, how can it be possible? Master, please continue grinding. Okay, that little bit of contempt for Wang Feng, the stone interpreter, has long been ignorant of where he left it. Judging from the size of this stone, there is really jade inside, and the head is definitely not too small. It is relatively rare to have large jadeites after working in the stone master for so long. Grinding the stone, continue, all around can't help holding their breath, watching what kind of emerald this stone can grind. Half an hour later, when this stone master was holding a fist-sized jadeite that had been washed with water, he couldn't help but cast a strange look at Wang Feng. It is a very rare thing to cut out such a large jade from the cheapest stone. Hiss. The sound of inhaling cold breath continued to sound, and many people couldn't help but cast an envy look at Wang Feng. Cutting out such a large piece of emerald was a huge profit. Especially the 2 previous bidders were even more furious. If they had known that there was such a large piece of jade inside, they should continue to bid. Wang Feng, you can't think of your eyesight so sharp. Although this piece of jade is only a glutinous species, it has a good color. If it is processed, it can be regarded as a treasure. Then, Sister Shui will not take advantage of you. How about buying your jadeite? No, 500,000, this stone belongs to you? Wang Feng smiled and said, making Bei Yongxiu's face a surprise. With more than a dozen stones, only the one that Wang Feng fancy had jade. This luck really made Bei Yongxiu a little moved. Scholar, go, buy some stones with Sister Shui, so that I can dip into your luck. After that, Bei Yongxiu dragged Wang Feng away. In a place in Zone B, Wang Feng looked at the stones in front of the cheapest price of tens of thousands of pieces. He hesitated and said, Sister Shui, if I smashed it for you, would you blame me? Bei Yongxiu actually asked him to help her choose stone materials. Although Wang Feng has a special function, she can't choose wrong, but she still feels a little moved by believing in herself. You just pick a few pieces at will, I won't blame you. Bei Yongxiu pursed his lips and chuckled, a glamorous indispensable thing for a while. Well then, after saying that, Wang Feng no longer hesitated, but began to concentrate on watching these rough jade stones. Perspective will only show up when Wang Feng is fully focused, and will not show up on weekdays. After investigating for about 10 minutes, Wang Feng looked back when he felt his eyes were about to explode. At this moment, his eyes were very blood red, and Bei Yongxiu's complexion changed when he looked at him. He quickly grabbed his hand and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" "I'm fine. There are many stones here, but among them, there are few jadeites, and most of them are waste materials. Even if there is jadeite, the value is not great, and it is too dark. However, the price was so expensive, and there was no shortage of real good things." When he went to the place where the stones were placed, Wang Feng didn't even check it. He directly picked up a few stones and put them in the cart. Seeing this scene, Bei Yongxiu couldn't help being a little speechless. When others bought the stone, he observed very carefully, and would not buy it until some people were sure that there was jade in it. And like Wang Feng, who chooses stone without even looking at it is rare. Until this time, she really understands that Wang Feng really doesn't know how to bet on stone. Before, it was a blind cat that died. Good luck, mouse. The total price of these stones is about 600,000 yuan, and they are still within the range of Bei Yongxiu's tolerance, so she didn't say much, and paid directly. Sister Shui, shall we cut now? Cut it. Bei Yongxiu nodded. The third brother. Suddenly, a voice with some uncertainty came from not far away, and Wang Feng couldn't help but cast his gaze. Big brother. Looking at the speaker, Wang Feng's face was filled with surprise. In the 4 years of university, Wang Feng didn't learn much knowledge, but he became iron buddies with a few people in his dormitory. The person in front of him, named Gu Ping, is the oldest of them and the best academic record among the 4. It has been a year since graduation, and Wang Feng also felt happy when he suddenly met. Third brother, didn't I hear that you are in Xiang City? You are here? Why didn't you notify me to pick you up? It was also very happy to watch Gu Ping look like this. I'm here to attend Ling Hang's wedding. Haven't you received the invitation letter? Wang Feng gave Gu Ping a strange look. I received it, but... He hesitated when he said this, and then turned his eyes to Bei Yongxiu and Yao Cheng. Brother, why don't you introduce these two to me? Oh, this beautiful woman next to you reading www.uukangshu.com is Gao's first schoolgirl Bei Yongxiu. I think you have some impressions, but this one has a big background. He is the premier brother of Zhuhai City, Yao City. Poor mouth. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu's complexion was a little red, but Yao Cheng and Gu Ping looked at each other and seemed to see what the meaning was. I am Wang Feng's eldest brother in school at the time. My name is Gu Ping. I am glad to meet you. Gu Ping stretched out his hand and shook hands with Bei Yongxiu. Third brother, I came with our manager today, so I won't stay anymore, and make a call if I have something to do. After speaking, Gu Ping raised his mobile phone and turned away. Little brother, I seem to have an impression of your elder brother's name. He should be the first in your class, right? At this time, Bei Yongxiu asked. That's right. Wang Feng nodded, his face also showing reminiscence. Okay, I see, let's go to cut the stone now. Bei Yongxiu put away a little light on his face, and then walked towards the place where the stone master was. But before he walked to the stone master, Wang Feng's cell phone rang, and when he picked it up, it was a text message sent by the eldest brother who had just left. There is something I can't just say, but I even initiated a text message. With a wry smile, Wang Feng slowly opened the text message. But just when Wang Feng's line of sight fell on the words of this short message, he was stunned, because it had already exceeded his expectations. Third brother, I know that Jia Xinjing left you cruelly and made you very sad, but as your eldest brother, I still shouldn't lie to you. Ling Hang's marriage partner is actually, she is. The text message was very short, but after reading it, Wang Feng felt as if his body was exhausted, and even a step became extremely difficult. Yes, he and Jia Xinjing have broken up for more than a year, but as his first love, Wang Feng wants to forget her easily. How easy is it? Before coming here, he didn't know who Ling Hang was going to marry, he just came with a wish of blessing, after all, it was a classmate. But what he didn't expect was that this person would be Jia Xinjing, and his first love was going to be married. Even if he didn't travel far away to give her blessings, what would he think of himself in her eyes? At this moment, he really wanted to laugh out loud. When his first love got married, he even invited himself. Is it just to humiliate himself? Who didn't know that Wang Feng was a poor boy who was abandoned by Jia Xinjing? What's the matter with you? Seeing Wang Feng's unconsciousness, Bei Yongxiu was also shocked. After all, they were fine just now, so how could they seem to have changed in a blink of an eye? I'm okay, you can cut the stone by yourself. I want to be alone. After saying that, Wang Feng didn't care about the two of them, and walked outside the jewelry store alone. Jia Xinjing wants to marry, he can't control, but she even invited herself to marry, but it made Wang Feng a little uncomfortable. The unfeeling back at the beginning brought deep harm to Wang Feng. Now, when he heard that she was about to marry, Wang Feng's heart seemed to have knocked over a mixed bottle of 5 flavors, indescribable. Silently took out the cigarette, Wang Feng lit and took a fierce sip, until he was a little dizzy when he was smoking. He sat on the steps and fell into contemplation. Even the uproar caused by Bei Yongxiu and the others cutting out eye-seed jade in the jewelry shop did not attract his attention. What's wrong with you? At this moment, a person beside Wang Feng sat down, carrying a fragrant wind. It was Bei Yongxiu. I see what you look like, there seems to be something on my mind. Can I help you? Bei Yongxiu's face was worried. I'm okay, Sister Shui, don't have to worry about me. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng also slowly recovered his calm. The past is always over, no matter how sad it is, everything is unchangeable. He has to cherish the present. Have you finished cutting the stones? Wang Feng asked calmly. Wang Feng, tell me honestly, do you have any secrets? After hearing Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu also became interested. The few rough stones selected by Wang Feng just now are undoubtedly cut out of jade, and there is also precious ice jade. It can be said that just the few stones, the money she has spent has been doubled back. A conservative estimate is that she has earned at least 6 or 7 million. Of course, this is still raw jadeite that has not been processed. If processed, the value will continue to rise. There is no secret, it's all based on personal feelings. Wang Feng said, without telling his secret. The perspective function is of great importance, and Wang Feng will never tell him if he is not really close, because it will bring him great danger. Really? When she heard Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu's face was obviously unbelief. She saw Wang Feng's random selection of stones. If he really said this, then luck would be too bad. Yao Cheng is the best counter-example. Really? Wang Feng was a little uncomfortable when she saw him, and said, I lied to you and didn't make any money. Who said there is no money to make? Bei Yongxiu gave Wang Feng a white look, and said angrily, this time you helped Sister Shui a lot. I will not treat you badly, so let me transfer 150 directly later. 10,000 for you, 1 million is my reward for you, will you refuse? It's fine for Sister Shui to be the master. Wang Feng shrugged indifferently. Knowing that money is easy to make, Wang Feng also lost his previous excitement. His goal is definitely not the case. Before there were special abilities, perhaps 1 million was an astronomical number for Wang Feng, but now, it is so easy to get. Awakening the power of the world and lying on the knees of a drunk beauty is also Wang Feng's ideal. By the way, do you have a place to live now? At this moment, Bei Yongxiu suddenly asked. Not yet, I'll find a hotel for myself in a while. Why bother? I'm the only place where I live now, it's boring, if you don't dislike it, just come to live with me first. Bei Yongxiu said. His complexion was abnormally ruddy. This is the first time she has invited other men to her place since she was a director. She didn't know why she opened this mouth, but it was too late if she wanted to go back. If Sister Shui doesn't bother me, of course I have no objection to you reading www.youcanshow.com. Wang Feng responded with secret joy in his heart. Living with a beautiful woman, I believe that as long as a normal man will not refuse, and Wang Feng does not think that he is a gentleman, even living with a beautiful woman is a dream he once had. 10 men are 9 yellows, and 1 is a pervert, and Wang Feng is no exception. Since you are so lucky today, I think you might as well choose a few more stones for Sister Shui. If the jade is really out, I will continue to pay you dividends. Now that you have already spoken, Bei Yongxiu will of course not again. Take back your own words. Okay. Since it was an opportunity to make money, Wang Feng did not refuse. Half an hour later, the three of Wang Feng left here amidst the envy of everyone. The stones selected by Wang Feng, undoubtedly, produced valuable jade. There were even several ice seeds that made people jealous. Even after Yao Cheng saw Wang Feng's unreasonable luck again, he entrusted him to select a stone and produce good things. The 3 people came out empty-handed. As for the jade, naturally someone will send it behind them, so they don't need to worry. Big brother Yao, Wang Feng, and I have something to do, so we will bid farewell first. Bei Yongxiu said, not wanting Yao Cheng to follow. If you let him know that he is going to take Wang Feng home, he still doesn't know what will happen. My parents did not prevent their freedom of love, but if they knew that they lived with a poor boy, she had to be killed. That's it, I won't disturb your good deeds. Yao Cheng showed a narrow smile on his face, then raised his cell phone and said to Wang Feng, brother, please keep in touch later. After that, he got directly into a sports car and walked away, leaving Bei Yongxiu with a crimson complexion and Wang Feng with a wry smile. Wang Feng could see that Yao Cheng didn't despise himself, but he was a friend worth making. If it were not, he would not choose a piece of ice jade for him. Sister Shui, are you really going to take me to your place? Wouldn't it be inconvenient? Wang Feng said at this time. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't say anything, are you still worried that you won't be able to eat if I eat? Bei Yongxiu glared at him and said angrily. I think you ate me. Wang Feng muttered. What are you talking about? Bei Yongxiu's eyes widened, and Wang Feng's scalp numb when he watched. He gave a dry smile and said, I didn't say anything. At this moment, in the Hualian jewelry store, a young man looked a little ugly, because he had heard that someone successively sold high-value jadeite embryos here, making a lot of money. In front of him, there were several little brothers in black standing awkwardly, seeming to be extremely afraid of this young man. Have you found out the origin of that person? The young man took a sip of red wine and asked slowly. Chi Ziwashao, we have already checked the origin of that person. He is an ordinary person in a small county and has no background. A younger brother replied tremblingly. Nima. He slapped the boy with a fierce slap. Hualong also directly poured the red wine in his glass onto the boy's head, and cursed. Who asked you to check this? You go to check his background and scenery on top of the gambling stone. It's really a rice bucket. After finishing speaking, he kicked directly on the identity of this little brother and kicked him out. The person who was kicked was terrified, did not dare to resist, did not dare to take the footprints on the clothes, and said, I forgive the incompetence of my subordinates. I have not found these. Go, bring him back to me, pay attention, and be polite to others. After saying that, Hualong didn't bother to see these little brothers and turned away. A person with such a unique vision, but talent, he does not want to miss it. Yes. The younger brothers nodded, and then there was a cold light in their eyes. This little brother, I think your hall is dark, there will be blood and light in the near future. At the entrance of a small alley, an old fortune teller shouted at the two Wang Feng from far away, causing Wang Feng to smile in his heart. The classic words on TV were actually used in reality, and he was also interested. This old man, at first glance, is a liar, so what about this deceit? Old guy, curse, I won't take you like this. Believe it or not, I asked the city management to lift your stall. Wang Feng looked at the dirty old man with a smile, and said. However, when he heard what he said, the old fortune teller didn't have the slightest fear. He just said slowly, young man, I also look at you well, so I will remind you that if you don't believe me, I can't do anything. I see you surrounded by blood and energy. I think you have suffered some injuries recently. The old man is right or wrong? The old man suddenly seemed to have found something, staring at Wang Feng and said. Hearing what he said, Wang Feng's heart was also shocked. The injury on his arm was invisible after the cover of his coat. How did this old guy know? Although he had never believed in fortune-telling, he still sat down slowly in front of the stall when he saw that the old guy was so pretentious. Let's talk, what can I do to avoid catastrophe? Speaking fee, 100. The old fortune-teller squinted Wang Feng and slowly stretched out his hand. Nima, why don't you grab it? Seeing this old man so dark, Wang Feng couldn't help but cursed, but at this time he slowly reached into his pocket and took out 100 yuan. In the hands of this old man. Earlier, he received more than 3 million dividends. Although 100 yuan is expensive, he can afford it. He wants to see what the old guy can tell. I can warn you, it's best to say something that convinces me, otherwise, don't blame me for opening your stall. Wang Feng said in a threatening tone. Calmly collected the 100 yuan, the old man slowly said, since the young man is so sincere, then I might as well show you a clear way. Seeing that there is no one next to him, he can help you solve the problem. Hearing what he said, Wang Feng noticed that there was a person sitting beside him. This person, with his eyes closed, was motionless. At first glance, they thought it was a statue. Donor, do it for yourself, and the old man will leave first. As he spoke, the old man ran away from his stall with lightning speed, so fast that Wang Feng was stunned. It's him, catch him for me. Almost just when the old man just started to run, suddenly, a loud cry sounded not far behind Wang Feng and the others, and then, several people in black clothes entered their sight. Sister Shui, stand back. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng had no time to think about the words of the old stick. He used perspective, reading www.uukangshu.com, and saw that these people are wearing steel pipes around their waists, obviously. Be against him. A few people in black quickly came to Wang Feng's eyes, looked at him with a sneer, and said, boy, come with us, our young master wants to see you. I don't know your young master, sorry, please come back. Wang Feng refused without thinking about it. Today you have to go if you go, or follow us if you don't go, brothers, get on me and tie him. One of them said, it was the little brother who was kicked by Hualong. Wang Feng didn't expect that these people would dare to kidnap him in the street, but he is not a soft persimmon. If you want to catch him, you have to pay a price. Sister Shui, you go first, don't worry about me, I can get out. Wang Feng shouted, but directly rushed into the surrounding of these people. When he was in college, he was a good fighter, and after this extraordinary ability appeared, his power became even more terrifying. With a punch, a little brother flew straight out like a cannonball. His eyes were almost out of his sockets, and he screamed and rolled on the ground, obviously losing his combat effectiveness. What? Seeing this scene, several other people changed their colors, knowing that Wang Feng is not an ordinary person, so they did not hesitate to copy the steel pipe at the waist, and Bei Yongxiu's complexion changed greatly and worried about Wang Feng. Without using weapons, Wang Feng could deal with a few of them, but now, his left arm is injured, and he is waving a steel pipe on the opposite side. The so-called two fists are hard to beat four hands, it is such a blink of an eye. Wang Feng's back has been knocked at least 7 or 8 times, fiery pain. But he hadn't fallen yet, so he hit one of them in the calf with a kick, and he couldn't fall. If he fell, he might be tied away. Click. Only a clear sound was heard, and then, the person kicked by Wang Feng directly dropped the steel pipe in his hand, and fell to the ground like this, making a screaming scream. His calf was already kicked by Wang Feng. Kick off. Damn, beat him to death for me. Seeing that Wang Feng was so vigorous, the few people who were still standing were shocked and finally stopped keeping their hands. A few people besieged one person, and you did it for you. Just when Wang Feng felt unable to resist these people, suddenly, the old man sitting next to the old stick opened his eyes. His eyes were not like normal people, but with a fiery red color, just like the monsters in the movie. Moreover, at the moment he opened his eyes, his body was like a ghost and came to Wang Feng's body. His speed was so fast that he seemed to be teleporting. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng swallowed hard, thinking that what would only appear in the movie when he saw a ghost, actually happened before his eyes. Bang bang bang! There were a few muffled sounds in succession, and the few people in black who were still standing all flew out, like being struck by lightning. The appearance of this old man was terrifying and shocked the nerves of everyone present. These people in black are just ordinary people, and have never seen such weird things. Therefore, they are completely frightened now, and they dare not even scream. Get out. The old man shouted, like thunder. Go, hurry up. Hearing his words, these people in black dared to stay here. If they were amnesty, they got up from the ground one after another. They didn't even need the steel pipes and fled like crazy. Here. You, are you a man or a ghost? Looking at the old man, Wang Feng became a little uncomfortable even in his words. This old man was too terrifying. He couldn't even see the speed of his shots. He couldn't imagine that there were such people in this world. The old man didn't answer Wang Feng's words, but his palms were like pliers. He firmly grasped Wang Feng's arm and put his fingers on his meridians. His strength was so great that Wang Feng couldn't even resist. Well, I have a good spirit and a good seed. You can take this book and read it carefully. If you are interested in worshipping me as a teacher, you can call the number on the book. After that, the old man left a simple book, turned around and left. The speed was even more terrifying than the national sprinters. After he left, Wang Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. His back was already wet with cold sweat. The old man gave him an extremely frightening feeling, as if facing a beast. He also used his eyes to see through the old man, but his perspective couldn't see through him at all, as if blocked by a layer of mist. It's terrible. At this moment, Bei Yongxiu patted his chest and walked up, his face pale. The people who only existed on TV actually appeared in front of them. This shock was not as strong as usual. What book is this? At this time, Bei Yongxiu saw that Wang Feng had opened the quaint book, and also leaned over. Qi gathering technique. She exclaimed, but she didn't know what it was. Go, let's leave here first. Putting the book away, Wang Feng picked up Bei Yongxiu and left, because he was afraid that those people would turn upside down again. With his current strength, there would be injuries to the body and there was absolutely no way to stop them. It has been more than half an hour after returning to the villa community where Bei Yongxiu lived. Bei Yongxiu is really not an ordinary person, and this villa alone is probably worth a conservative estimate of no more than 10 million. In this city of Zhuhai, where the land is rich in gold, wanting to own a villa in this prosperous area is something that many ordinary people would never dream of. Even with the current wealth of Wang Feng, he can only stay away. Those who can live here are the rich among the rich. Walking into the villa, Wang Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. The decoration here is very fresh and exudes a faint fragrance. This makes Wang Feng very enjoyable and has a feeling of being at home. However, because he touched the injury on his back when he took a deep breath of air, he made a hiss sound, grinning in pain. The previous few people were cruel, that is, he was often beaten before, otherwise he didn't know if he could come here normally. Don't move, I'll get the medicine box. Seeing Wang Feng's expression of pain, Bei Yongxiu also knew that he had suffered serious injuries. He took small steps and took the medicine box from home. Take off your clothes. Bei Yongxiu said to Wang Feng almost in a commanding tone. Yu reading www.uukanshu.com. I'll just do it myself. Wang Feng said, a little indifferent. Do you think your hands can reach your back? Bei Yongxiu glared at Wang Feng, seeming a little angry. Okay, seeing the beautiful women are angry, Wang Feng no longer clings, but slowly take off his clothes. Beautiful women are not afraid. What is he afraid of a big man? Enduring the pain, Wang Feng slowly took off his clothes. Seeing more than 10 purple scars on his back, Bei Yongxiu only felt a pain in his chest, touched it lightly, and asked in a low voice, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Wang Feng shook his head, but he was grinning with his teeth. Can it not hurt if you work so hard? Then hold on for a while and I will give you medicine. The process of applying medicine was naturally extremely painful. Wang Feng observed that Bei Yongxiu would not give people medicine at all. With such force, Wang Feng, who was in pain, would scream out. However, they are kind, and Wang Feng is not easy to call out, just enduring it hard. Besides his own mother, I am afraid that Bei Yongxiu was the first person to take care of himself in this way. Therefore, even if it hurts again, Wang Feng can feel the sweetness in his heart. Okay. After a lot of effort, Bei Yongxiu finally applied medicine to Wang Feng's wound with sweat on his face, and let out a long breath. However, when Bei Yongxiu set his gaze on Wang Feng's body, he saw the cold sweat on his face, and even his complexion turned pale. What's the matter with you? Bei Yongxiu put down the medicine box in her hand, leaned on Wang Feng's shoulder, and asked with concern. I'm fine, I have, thank you. Originally, Wang Feng wanted to say that it's nice to have you, but he couldn't say it when the words came to his lips, because he understood that the two of them had a substantial relationship now. Nothing. After putting on his clothes, Wang Feng's complexion gradually returned to normal. This time, those people indicated that they would take him away. He just came here just now. No one provokes him. How could anyone target him? If there is really a problem, then only jewelry will work. Maybe he is too ostentatious and has attracted the attention of interested people. Sister Shui, do you know the people who attacked us today? Wang Feng asked seemingly inadvertently. Bei Yongxiu pondered, thinking for a while, and then said, I have never seen most of the people inside, but I know one of them, that is Hualian Jewelryco, Hualong's personal bodyguard, absolutely can't be wrong. Bei Yongxiu said very positively. Is that so? There was a glimmer of cold light in Wang Feng's eyes, and then quickly disappeared. How could he let those who wanted to harm him go? What are you going to do? I can tell you that Huashao has something to do with many lawbreakers. You'd better not provoke him. Seeing that Wang Feng seemed to want revenge, Bei Yongxiu also said quickly, Sister Shui, don't know where I want to live. Wang Feng glanced at the room inside, and did not answer directly. It's fine for you to live in the room inside. It's free. Bei Yongxiu pointed to a room door with a hint of shame. Then I will take a rest first. As he said, Wang Feng dragged his tired body into the room. The room has all equipment, so he doesn't need to care about it. He took out the ancient book that the old man had given himself before, and opened it slowly. There is no doubt that this old man is by no means an ordinary person. Wang Feng has only seen such a moving speed in his life, and his shot speed is too fast. It is not like a normal human being can have. Looking at the qi gathering technique written in the ancient book, Wang Feng couldn't help but stretched out his hand and rubbed his temples. It was a bit painful. What kind of effort is this? It's like the practice method in the novel. If it weren't for the old man and not a lunatic, Wang Feng wouldn't be interested in watching it anymore. But then he changed his mind, and he was relieved. He himself could develop even his perspective ability, and the appearance of some strangers seemed reasonable. Moreover, the old man said that he could ask him to go to a teacher, but he didn't know who he was. Vaguely, Wang Feng felt as if he had touched an area he had never touched before. He couldn't say what it was. Slowly, he was immersed in this primitive book. The more he looked down, the more he was shocked, because this was a qi cultivation technique. In ancient China, there were qi refiners, and it was rumored that after they became truly powerful, even the sword could not harm them. Of course, this is only a record in history books, and the true and false are no longer traceable, but now, a qi refining technique appeared in front of his eyes, which gave Wang Feng a feeling of unreality. Not long ago, he was still a small salesman, but after only then, his life has undergone earth-shaking changes. In the book, there are cultivation methods as well as illustrations. According to the above records, Wang Feng began to meditate. The first step in refining qi is to sense the existence of qi. Qi is vain, and ordinary people can't sense it at all. Even people who have just cultivated will find it difficult to sense it. It is completely dependent on talent and luck. After sensing the qi, he can absorb the qi into the body to strengthen his body and reach the level of invulnerability. Of course, for the current Wang Feng, it is obviously too far away. Even if he is practicing now, he still holds one kind of playful mind. Wang Feng started the cultivation of qi gathering technique, but at the moment when Hualian Jewelry was visiting, a furious voice broke the calm. Idiot! Hualong kicked a little brother fiercely, and Hualong's face was really almost distorted. He asked his hand to ask Wang Feng politely, but he didn't expect these people to beat others up. Thinking of this, he really had the thought of killing these people. If the success is not enough and the failure is more than the failure, let me go, don't let me see you again, or I will kill you. Hualong roared loudly, making several younger brothers quiet. Their complexions were abnormally pale. Hualong asked them to invite Wang Feng politely, but they misunderstood what they meant, so that they didn't invite them back, but instead formed Liangzi. Master, Miss Bei, and their emeralds have already been packed in a car, don't know if we can send them. At this moment, a servant said respectfully before arriving at the door. Do you want to give it away? Hualong glanced at the servant coldly, and then stopped talking. If Hualian Jewelry is so big, if it didn't even have this credibility, it would have already closed. And thinking of Bei Yongxiu's family, he couldn't help but tremble. Hualian Jewelry is indeed the leader in the country, but it is not worth mentioning when compared with the Bei's family. People's main industry is not jewelry at all. UU reading www.uukangshu.com is just a small branch. If they contribute, it may not be a month before their Hualian Jewelry store has to declare bankruptcy. The Pei family can already be called a business empire. Bei Yongxiu, don't worry, Hualong will get you sooner or later. A sneer appeared on Hualong's face, and then he became invisible. Bei Yongxiu is the jewel in the palm of the Bei family. If you can get her, wouldn't it be possible to get on the big ship of Beis? Moreover, Bei Yongxiu itself is also extremely beautiful, so that countless people are obsessed with it. If she gets her, Hualong can even imagine how he will call the wind and rain in the future, with the best of both worlds. Is this anger? At this time, in the Zukan No. 1 villa, Wang Feng stroked his right arm in disbelief, revealing an incredible color. Originally, he practiced qi gathering technique with the intention of playing, but what he never expected was that he actually practiced qi according to the record in this book. On the wall in front of him, a dent had appeared at this moment, which was punched out by his right arm after strengthening with qi. Wang Feng knew that if he wanted to make a dent on the wall with his own strength, it would be a wishful thinking. Even if the wall was not damaged, his fist would still be beaten to blood. Qi is illusory. Without sensing it, Wang Feng couldn't detect it and couldn't see it before, but now, using his perspective ability, he can already see the thin qi floating in the air. Moreover, he can slowly absorb these qi into his body. When the qi circulates in his body for a week, he feels whole body refreshed, as if after a massage. And the power of this qi was too overbearing. No wonder the old man was so terrifying. Seeing the strength of qi, Wang Feng did not hesitate at all. He didn't even eat dinner, so he sat cross-legged on his bed, absorbing these powerful forces. When Wang Feng regained consciousness the next day, he could only feel refreshed all over, which was more comfortable than Mei Mei's sleep. And now he still felt that his back seemed to be less painful, and when he opened the sleeve of his left arm, he was even more surprised. because his wound was completely healed overnight, leaving no trace of the wound on his skin. Seeing this, Wang Feng was stunned, and then he was extremely excited. Haha, I didn't expect Wang Feng to have the ability to be immortal. Wang Feng laughed, but quickly shut up, because there was more than him here, and he didn't want Bai Yongxiu to treat himself as a lunatic. Walking off the bed, the ground trembled slightly. Because of the presence of qi, Wang Feng's current weight and physique had obviously changed a bit, and he became stronger, even his height was slightly higher. This change is really a surprise for Wang Feng. It is impossible for him to change his height after adulthood. His height of 7 meters can only be said to be normal. It has always been his dream to want to increase. Just because the bones have been shaped, it is impossible for him to grow taller, but now, after refining qi, he can actually grow taller, which really surprised Wang Feng. At this time, Wang Feng no longer had any doubts about the existence of qi refining, because he was not only able to absorb qi, but also able to see the essence of qi, so he would naturally no longer doubt. At this moment, he thought of the old man's words yesterday, and quickly opened the last page of the ancient book, and dialed the number on it. The phone rang twice and was picked up. "Who's your excellency?" A flat voice came from the other end of the phone, but it should be the old man. "Old man, I am the kid you saved yesterday. I want to ask you something about refining qi," Wang Feng said respectfully. At the end of the phone, he pondered for a while before he said, "I didn't sense the presence of qi, don't bother me, then." "Wait." Wang Feng hurriedly yelled when he saw that the other person was about to hang up. "What else?" "That's the case, I have sensed the anger, knowing that you must be a big man, so I want to see you," Wang Feng answered truthfully. "What?" Hearing Wang Feng's words, there was obviously an incredible voice on the opposite side, and even Wang Feng could feel it. The old man had already stood up. "You say it again." A slightly hurried voice came from the other end of the phone. As you can imagine, the old man was a little excited. "I said that I had sensed qi, and with the help of qi, my injury was completely cured," Wang Feng said. "At 9 o'clock in the morning, Xiniang building, I'll be waiting for you on the top floor, and you can directly report He Tian's name." After speaking, the other side hung up the phone. Looking at the time, Wang Feng's eyes suddenly widened, because now the clock had pointed to 8:30, which was only half an hour. Xiniang building, Wang Feng knew, it was a landmark building in Zhuhai City, with a total of 50 floors. Although he had never been to it, he knew where it was. After a hurried wash, Wang Feng was about to head to Xiniang building. But just when he was about to go out, he caught a glimpse of the food on the kitchen table. The food had already been cold, but there was a note on it. Picking up the branches, Wang Feng's face suddenly showed a touch of emotion. "I have something to deal with. You can eat the food first. Don't be hungry." The signature was Bai Yongxiu's name. "Sorry, I'm going to be late." There was no more time to come back to be moved. Wang Feng looked at the time, and there were less than 20 minutes left. Walking out of the villa area like flying, Wang Feng stopped a taxi directly and said, "Xiniang building, hurry up, I'm in a hurry." "Good." The driver was a middle-aged man. Hearing the words, he quickly started the car, and the car suddenly rushed in like a sword from the string. Watching the scenery continue to go backwards, Wang Feng's heart was gripped, and his eyes widened with the speedometer. In this crowded city, the driver unexpectedly increased the speed to 150 miles, and he continued to increase. At this moment, Wang Feng really wanted to cry. He just said that he was in a hurry and didn't want to die. "Brother driver, can we be slower? You are not afraid of being caught by the traffic police," Wang Feng said bitterly. "Don't worry, the traffic police wants to catch me, it's still too tender." The driver's mouth flicked a touch of sarcasm, and after speaking, the car speeded up again. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. Although this driver looked veteran and prudent, how could Wang Feng think that when this guy was young, he was an out-and-out drag racing clan, and the blood flowing in his bones was crazy. The journey was bumpy, and it would have taken more than 20 minutes, but the driver actually took Wang Feng under the Xiniang building in less than 5 minutes. Okay, no need to look for it. Forcibly resisting the urge to vomit, Wang Feng dropped 100 yuan and climbed out of the car. "Brother, next time there is business, keep looking for me." After that, the car rushed out like a sword from the string. Seeing him driving like a lunatic, Wang Feng couldn't help but sweat, but fortunately, there was no accident. The police car made loud noises, and more than a dozen traffic police cars roared past. The direction was clearly the direction that the middle-aged man left. A word of self-seeking for blessing flashed in his mind. Wang Feng sorted out his clothes slightly, and walked in slowly towards Xiniang building. "Stop, who are you looking for?" Suddenly, 2 men in black stopped Wang Feng's path, and they spoke indifferently. "Oh, I'm looking for He Tian," Wang Feng responded faintly, without rampage. "What?" Hearing Wang Feng's words, the 2 men seemed to suspect that their ears were wrong. "Can He Tian's name be called casually? I said I'm here to find He Tian, do you have any questions?" Wang Feng glanced at these 2 people strangely. "Hun." Seeing that Wang Feng was still calling He Tian's name, these 2 men were about to instinctively attack. But at this time, a loud voice sounded, "Brother Wang, I didn't expect your speed to be so fast." A middle-aged man walked out of the hall, and when he saw him, everyone around him cast respectful eyes, seeming to be extremely afraid of this man. "Brother Tian." The middle-aged man came to Wang Feng's front, and the 2 people who blocked Wang Feng also said quickly and respectfully, Shut up, how many times have I told you to call me the chairman? If you yell again, be careful of your heads. After speaking, He Tian directly glanced at the two men indifferently and made them bow their heads quickly. Hehe, Brother Wang, don't mind, I'll take you to see the master now. After scolding the two people, He Tian also put on a smiling face. The speed of this face change is faster than the weather. Hearing what he said, Wang Feng was very puzzled, and asked, your master? It's not clear at this moment, you come with me first. Seeing the doubt on Wang Feng's face, He Tian didn't explain it anymore, but led the way. Seeing that he didn't want to say anything, Wang Feng didn't question him either, and followed. Xiniang building is very high, with 50 floors. It only took several minutes to ride the elevator. In the elevator, Wang Feng had already scanned the sky. He was a little frightened during this scan. Although he was kind to himself on the surface, there were no fewer than 20 scars on his body, and some injuries were even more life-threatening. It seemed that He Tian came from a lot of origin, not like a good person. This was Wang Feng's first impression of him. Of course, if Wang Feng knew that the person in front of him was the underground emperor of Zhuhai City, he would be even more surprised. Master, I have brought the people. He Tian spoke respectfully before a simple gate. Xiniang building is a place full of modern atmosphere, but the fact that there is such a simple place on the top floor surprised Wang Feng a bit. It seems that it was specially set up. Come in. An old voice came from the room, and then He Tian opened the door and Wang Feng suddenly saw the old man who saved his life yesterday. This old man, like Wang Feng, sits cross-legged, like the cultivator in the novel. Moreover, after the practice of refining qi, Wang Feng was able to see the soaring breath permeating his body, which was very amazing. Xiaotian, go out first, this little brother and I have something to say. The old man said, his voice calm. The disciple obeys. He Tian looked respectful, and then took the door to leave here, where there is still the slightest arrogance of the underworld brother. Sit down. I don't need to sit. Wang Feng said. Show the qi you feel and let me take a look. The old man glanced at Wang Feng, making Wang Feng's heart beat as if he was seen through. However, knowing that the old man is an expert, Wang Feng did not hesitate, and immediately thought of it, and a cloud of white mist rose in his hand. This is the qi he cultivated, and it can also be said to be the result of his meditating last night. It's really angry. Seeing the white mist in Wang Feng's hand, the old man's face also showed a smile, but when Wang Feng didn't notice it, his eyes showed a touch of shock. Okay, take this book back and study it yourself. You have to apprehend the teacher and reach your inner strength. While talking, the old man threw a book, and then issued an order to expel guests. Go out, I want to practice. An air wave rushed towards him. Wang Feng only felt an irresistible force push him out of the door. Brother Wang, how's it going? Outside the door, He Tian had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw Wang Feng coming out, he immediately rushed up and asked, hey, just give me a broken book. Wang Feng raised the things in his hands, looking helpless. You can be content. Master, his old man will not easily accept apprentices. Since he can teach you something, it means that you are already the registered disciple of the master and his old man, and your identity is the same as mine. He Tian said, there are some envy. After all, Wang Feng has become a registered disciple of his master at such a young age, and his future achievements will be limitless. What is good about a named disciple? Wang Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes. Well, since the master has passed everything to you, go back and study it. This is my business card. If you have anything to do, just call me directly. He Tian handed out a business card. Thank you. Back at the villa, Wang Feng couldn't wait to open the book that the old man gave him. In this book, it was not about the exercises, but about the division of levels. People nowadays, if they cultivate, they are initially divided into external power. As long as they reach this level, their physical resistance and explosive power will increase to a level, no less than special forces. And after the external energy, it is the internal energy, and what the old guy ordered to himself is to reach the internal energy to approve the teacher. This requirement is really higher. Outside the door, the sound of high heels came, but it was Bei Yongxiu who came back. Sister Shui. Walking out of the room, Wang Feng called. Are you Wang Feng? Looking at Wang Feng who was a little unfamiliar in front of him, Bei Yongxiu thought he had admitted the wrong person. After this metamorphosis, Wang Feng's entire temperament has undergone tremendous changes, no wonder Bei Yongxiu dare not recognize him. What's wrong? Who else could it be if I wasn't? Wang Feng touched his face. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com was a little confused. By the way, Sister Shui, I don't know where the Tianyu Hotel is. Tomorrow is my classmate's wedding. Suddenly, Wang Feng asked. Although he already knew that Ling Hang's marriage partner was his first love, after thinking about it, he decided to go. They broke up a long time ago. If he doesn't go, he will really be looked down upon, and he has already let go of this relationship. Tianyu Hotel. Bei Yongxiu's expression was a little weird when he heard Wang Feng's words, because this hotel was exactly a hotel under their Bei family. Originally, she wanted to point out a place to Wang Feng, but after thinking about it, she still said, well, I'm going to work there tomorrow, so I'll take you there. Thank you very much, then. Wang Feng grinned and said with a smile. The next day, Wang Feng took Bei Yongxiu's Audi TT directly to the Tianyu Hotel. Bei Yongxiu, as the daughter of the Bei family, the car was naturally not bad. In the car, Wang Feng could hardly hear the sound of any engine. It was very smooth, and he had to sigh again that the rich would enjoy it. Okay, this is the Tianyu Hotel, you can go in by yourself, I won't accompany you. Before a 5-star hotel, Bei Yongxiu stopped the car and let Wang Feng go down. Call me when I'm done, and I'll pick you up when I have time. Bei Yongxiu made a gesture of calling. Watching this scene, Wang Feng was really moved. Bei Yongxiu was really kind to him. If possible, he really wanted Bei Yongxiu to be his girlfriend. However, he also understood in his heart that Bei Yongxiu's origins are by no means simple. Although he already has 3 million, he is still a pauper compared with the real rich. He still wants to get beautiful women. Need to work hard. The hotel is very luxurious, and the guests come and go, even among them, Wang Feng saw his former classmates. It's just that they didn't come to say hello to themselves, and Wang Feng wouldn't pay attention to them either. After 4 years of university, Wang Feng's friends were the only brothers in their dormitory. Gu Ping, I heard that you are currently working in a small company. Would you like me to use your relationship to help you? At this moment, in the hotel, at a wedding scene, Gu Ping was surrounded by several people, looking somewhat embarrassing. Back then, his grades at school overwhelmed everyone, making many people unhappy, so now these people seize the opportunity to taunt him. Con, with our senior Gu's strength, there is a need for a small shrimp like ours, people can be proud of it. Another female student said, with a relentless blow, and the tone was extremely unsound. I think so. Otherwise, his girlfriend wouldn't leave him and run away with the rich. This person must be self-aware. Another girl with a pimple face said with a look. Disdain. Her family has its own company, so naturally she doesn't like people like Gu Ping. She only knows that the people who come out after reading the book are not working for others and earning a meager salary. Shut up. Seeing these people around him listen more and more, Gu Ping's complexion is like pig liver. The departure of his girlfriend at the beginning has always been a pain in his heart. Compared with Wang Feng, his experience is not much different. In this society of money and material desire, they chose their own path. He didn't blame it, but now, these people tore his wounds again, and even more relentlessly sprinkling salt on it. He naturally couldn't accept this. Are you still your classmate? There was sadness in his heart. Oh, our top students are still angry? It's really rare. Otherwise, if you come to work in my company, I think that for the face of our old classmates, I will definitely reward you with a bowl of food. Another handsome dresser, the boy spoke with a joking expression. As soon as he said this, there was a burst of laughter in the surroundings, and he didn't care about Gu Ping's increasingly ugly face. Go away, the occasion here is not something people like you can participate in. Standing with you is really a shame and humiliation to our identity. Another ugly voice came out, which was echoed by many people. When it came to this, Gu Ping was also so angry that he stood up and walked outside. He knew that he had no identity, no position, and no right to speak at all. Former classmates, he can now see through, all ugly faces. Outside the door, Wang Feng was late, but before he could enter the hotel, he collided with a person, but it was not Gu Ping. Brother, what's the matter with you? Seeing that the person hitting was Gu Ping, Wang Feng also asked quickly. Gu Ping's face was very ugly, and Wang Feng naturally knew that something bad had happened. Third brother, let's go, this is not suitable for us. Seeing that the person is Wang Feng, Gu Ping didn't say a word, and took his hand to go outside. Wang Feng, his status is worse than him. If he enters, he will definitely be humiliated. If this is the case, it would be better not to attend a bad wedding. Quickly talk about what's going on. Seeing the appearance of the big brother, Wang Feng also realized the seriousness of the matter and couldn't help but increase his tone. Seeing Wang Feng's appearance, Gu Ping was just talking about what happened just now. His eye sockets were a little red, and it was hard to imagine that a big man was almost forced to cry. Humph, these bastards, we don't have to go. They are the ones who have to go. Wang Feng was really furious when he heard the words of his eldest brother. These people actually humiliated people like this. How could he swallow this breath? At the wedding scene, Gu Ping left with anger. Many people felt a sigh of anger, but before they could relax, they saw that Gu Ping was back, and beside him, there was also Wang Feng. Wang Feng, these people here are naturally acquainted. This is the former boyfriend of the heroine today. When it comes to Wang Feng, many of them are a little afraid, because many of them have been beaten by him. It's just that this is not a school, they have already entered the society, and naturally restored their previous faces after a brief period of panic. In this society, what matters is not achievements and ability to beat people, but money and status. None of these two? Then go away. Many people sneered when thinking of Wang Feng hitting them. Gu Ping, why did you bring rescue soldiers? A boy said, his expression disdainful. Yeah, 2 poor boys, I don't think you should be ashamed here. It was another person who agreed, very ugly. The people who just insulted my elder brother came out. Ignoring these people, Wang Feng directly yelled, you reading www.ukenshu.com's high decibel voice was like thunder, and many people were shocked. They didn't expect Wang Feng to be so rampant. Third brother, forget it, we can't afford to offend them. Aside, Gu Ping was also frightened, and quickly grabbed Wang Feng, fearing that he would do something out of the ordinary. Say it again, come out for me. Wang Feng's expression indifferently glanced at everyone present, and his tone increased again, causing many of them to cover their ears. UTM called a ghost, and I came out. Could you dare to hit me? At this moment, a boy walked out and raised his head without fear of Wang Feng. If Wang Feng dared to beat him today, he would have 100 ways to kill him. You're looking for death. Seeing this boy, Wang Feng really didn't care about anything. His whole body soared and wanted to beat him. However, at this moment, Gu Ping grabbed him tightly and said, "Third brother, don't make trouble, even if the eldest brother begs you." Gu Ping knows what these people are. If Wang Feng really makes a move, it is very likely that he will not be able to eat. He does not want Wang Feng to have an accident, even his voice has been pleading. The third brother is too impulsive, he is afraid of bad things. Huh, what are you Wang Feng TM? It's just a beaming clown, really when I'm afraid you won't make it. At this moment, someone stood up and looked at Wang Feng with a sneer. That is, someone who can't even keep his girlfriend, feels embarrassed to yell at us here. It's really shameful. I feel ashamed for you. A girl who couldn't understand Wang Feng walked out, almost it was looking at Wang Feng with a contemptuous look. Nima. Seeing her, Wang Feng really had a murderous heart. If it hadn't been for Gu Ping to hug him tightly at this moment, perhaps he had already killed this idiot. Big brother, don't hold me. Wang Feng growled low, with real anger in his heart. Looking at him like this, the people around him were a little afraid. After all, when he was in college, Wang Feng was a ruthless character. My third brother, I beg you, don't be familiar with them, you will suffer a loss like this. Gu Ping still held Wang Feng tightly, almost crying anxiously. These people are all people with backgrounds. They provoked them and stabbed a hornet's nest. How could they be the two flat-headed ordinary people? Wang Feng, this is not a school, do you think you beat us and you can get out of here today? Another person sneered at the number of people, and didn't look at Wang Feng at all. In the past, this man had laughed at Wang Feng many times and was beaten many times, so of course he was going to humiliate him severely in order to save face. I was the one who beat you today. Looking at this person who was having trouble with him, Wang Feng also pushed his elder brother away with a fierce force, and hit this person with a punch. Boom! As if it was a sandbag flying out, Wang Feng's punch was so powerful that he could even make a dent on the wall. Therefore, if his punch hits a person, the consequences are really not something ordinary people can bear. A scream sounded in the hall. The speaker was hit by Wang Feng's punch, and his eyes almost protruded from his eye sockets. At this moment, he fell to the ground and clutched his stomach, acting extremely uncomfortable. The huge hall was silent. No one had thought that Wang Feng, a madman, would dare to take action in front of all of them. Is this really a school? Looking at Wang Feng with a furious look, no one really dared to laugh at him at this juncture, because the next one to be beaten might be himself. Ignoring the person who was punched by himself, Wang Feng went directly to the girl who had spoken before. Looking at the girl indifferently, Wang Feng said, "If you have the ability, just repeat what you just said." You. Looking at Wang Feng, this girl turned her face pale in fright, where she would dare to say it again. Although I don't hit girls, I don't mind giving her a slap if I have a cheap mouth. Wang Feng's voice was very cold, making everyone's faces changed. "Humph, you know what bullying girls are, they have the ability," a sturdy boy said, as if he was going to fight Wang Feng. But before he could finish his words, he felt a sound of wind coming, and then, with crisp applause, Wang Feng didn't know when he came to him and gave it to him in front of everyone. A slap. This slap was very loud, and it exceeded everyone's expectations. Even this boy was covering his face, showing an unbelievable color. Originally, this person had no grievances with Wang Feng, but he just couldn't get used to Wang Feng bullying girls. When he was in school, he was a student of the sports team. It was really not his opponent to single out ordinary people. But no matter what Wang Feng he met today, Wang Feng is not even afraid of singles out a few. How can he be afraid of him as a sports student? What are you doing? Just when the scene developed to the point where it couldn't be cleaned up, suddenly a voice rang from the entrance of the hall. The person here is Ling Hang, who is today's leading actor. Today, he wore a little white dress with professional makeup, which looked extremely handsome. However, his complexion was a bit ugly at this moment, because he had already seen that classmate who was lying on the ground in pain. Today is his wedding, but such a thing happened. How could he look good? It's Wang Feng. He beat Ling Zixiao and Cheng Peng. Seeing Ling Hang appear, the people who were afraid of Wang Feng before began to clamor again. Ling Hang, but the tall, rich, and handsome in their class at the beginning, the family is also the best. With him, I believe Wang Feng would not dare to do anything to them. After all, Ling Hang is today's principal, and it is impossible for Wang Feng to do anything wrong here. Rogues like Wang Feng should have been thrown out from here long ago. Wang Feng. At this time, Ling Hang had already seen Wang Feng and called out. His marriage partner Jia Xinjing was once Wang Feng's girlfriend, so looking at Wang Feng, his complexion is also not very good. After all, there is a suspicion of picking up broken shoes. Jia Xinjing, the flower of their class, is also impeccable to him, and his family forces him to get married, so Jia Xinjing has undoubtedly become his best choice. Marriage was a happy event, but Wang Feng hitting his classmates here is really a bit of a mess. What are you doing? Everyone is a classmate, what can't you say? Ling Hang glanced at Wang Feng and said slowly, I didn't intend to hit people. It's because some people owe too much to their mouths. I just helped their parents discipline them. Upon hearing Ling Hang's words, Wang Feng replied flatly. If he used to be a little afraid of Ling Hang's family background, but now that he has the ability to see through, he is full of pride in his heart, so naturally he would not put Ling Hang's words in his eyes. What's wrong with money? In the future, he will be richer than him. You. Ling Hang was so angry when he heard Wang Feng's words. It has been more than a year since he graduated. Wang Feng is still a rogue. No wonder so many people cannot understand him. What happened? A crisp voice sounded from another direction, but a beautiful woman in a white dress came here. Looking at her, many people couldn't help but let out amazing exclamations. Today, Jia Xinjing is undoubtedly the most beautiful day, with a delicate face, all kinds of high-end jewelry, beautiful indispensable things. Even Wang Feng, they were temporarily forgotten by them. Even if Wang Feng had broken up with her a long time ago, she had to bear that she was indeed a beauty, but from the moment she once turned around mercilessly, Wang Feng was destined to never have any intersection with her again. Seeing the people coming, Ling Hang also brightened up, hurriedly greeted him, and said, "It is Wang Feng and his classmates who have had some unhappiness. There is no major incident." Wang Feng. Jia Xinjing's face flashed unhappy when she heard Ling Hang's words, and she saw Wang Feng in the crowd. Once, she did be Wang Feng's girlfriend, but today, when she thinks of the scene again, she only sneered in her heart. For her who pursues material things, it is obvious that Wang Feng can't give her what she wants. You can see what Wang Feng is doing now. Fortunately, she had left Wang Feng. Otherwise, how could she marry a young, rich, and handsome man like Ling Hang? Looking at Ling Hang, there was a happy face on her face, and then looking at Wang Feng, only disgust was left. Why did he come? I didn't seem to invite him, did I? Jia Xinjing's face was puzzled. Don't say that, after all, it's a classmate, I meant to invite him. Ling Hang said with a smile. Yeah. Jia Xinjing replied, and then stretched out his hand and took Ling Hang's hand, revealing a little bird Yiren. Seeing them so affectionate, these people present couldn't help showing an expression of envy. However, when someone saw Wang Feng, they immediately showed a look of disdain, and said, "Huh, a hillbilly, and the toad wants to eat swan meat. It's disgusting." The people present naturally understood what this meant, so as soon as the words came out, everyone's eyes immediately fell on Wang Feng's body. Almost all of them were disdainful. Wang Feng didn't care about their disdain, because his eyes were only on Jia Xinjing's body. After looking at it for a long time, he slowly said, "I wish you happiness." After saying this, he turned around and left, because he had no need to stay here anymore. Wait a minute. Just when Wang Feng turned around to leave, suddenly Jia Xinjing spoke and stopped Wang Feng. "Is there anything else?" Looking back at her, Wang Feng's voice was very calm. "What do you mean by this? Tell me clearly." Jia Xinjing's voice was loud and seemed a little angry. "It doesn't mean anything, I just wish you happiness. If you don't need it, I will treat it as for nothing." After that, Wang Feng continued to move forward without stopping. "I know you are not convinced in your heart. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can say it now. There is no need to show our faces here." Jia Xinjing's voice increased a bit, causing many people to show a different color. "I'm not convinced." Hearing this, Wang Feng didn't continue to move forward. Instead, he turned to look at this savage woman, with an angry smile in his heart. "Yes, I know you have a grudge against me for leaving you, but you can see how miserable you are now. You want money but no money, you want status and status. Who do you think you can be happy? Haha." Hearing this, Wang Feng's mouth made a loud laugh. He glanced at Jia Xinjing with disdain, and then said, "I don't know who I can give happiness, but I know that person is definitely not. It will be you." Originally, he still had some affection for this woman. After all, he had a relationship, but now, Wang Feng's heart is cold. They have already broken up, and he is still hurting himself on such an occasion. Perhaps this is not a slander, but a direct trample on his dignity. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com. Wang Feng, you must be careful when you speak. Ling Heng spoke at this time, and his face became cold. Jia Xinjing was the person he was going to get married. Now Wang Feng said this, undoubtedly hitting him in the face. "Husband, don't talk to him. I feel sick when I look at him. Let someone invite him out." Jia Xinjing held Ling Heng's hand intimately, and what he said made Wang Feng's heart colder. "This is my former girlfriend. Jia Xinjing, thank you for letting you see your ugly face clearly. Fortunately, you have left you. Otherwise, I will definitely regret it for a lifetime." Wang Feng laughed. Undoubtedly he truly took Jia Xinjing from his own. Removed from the heart. From then on, he would never know a woman named Jia Xinjing again, because in his heart, she was already dead. "Brother, let's go, don't ask them to ask. What classmates, that are all fake? Only brothers, that is true." However, before Wang Feng and Gu Ping walked out of the hall, Wang Feng was stunned because he saw a woman standing at the door. "Didn't she go? Why did you appear here again?" Originally, after Bai Yongxiu sent Wang Feng out of the car, she was going to deal with the matter, but when she just drove away, she remembered that she had already ordered someone to deal with the matter. Therefore, knowing that Wang Feng was attending the wedding in the hotel, she wanted to take a look, but fortunately, she did not leave until she saw Wang Feng being insulted by classmates and his ex-girlfriend. Wang Feng's past was so miserable that she couldn't help but feel a little pain in her heart. In fact, she had been standing here for a long time. "School brother," Bai Yongxiu whispered. "Sorry, let you see this, let's go." Wang Feng's voice was a little hoarse, pulling Gu Ping and walking outside. "It's definitely not us who are going." Hearing what Wang Feng said, Bai Yongxiu shook his head, and grabbed Wang Feng's hand directly with a pair of cold jade palms. Give Wang Feng a look of relief, and Bai Yongxiu then took him to the front of the crowd. With cold eyes swept away from everyone, Bae Yongsu said, I know you people claim to be superior and look down on ordinary people, but are you really better than Wang Feng? You know that Wang Feng made 3 million in just 1 hour. If you are you, who can do it? Bae Yongsu's voice was a bit cold, but when he heard what he said, all the people around made an uproar. 3 million, not a small sum, many of them couldn't get it out. Suddenly, their eyes changed a bit when they saw Wang Feng. They said before that Wang Feng was a pauper, but the other party became a millionaire in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, I tell you that in the future Wang Summit will be richer than any of you. What is your family background? That is simply a joke. Bae Yongsu's voice was cold, but it made Wang Feng throw it at her. Gaze. In his impression, Bae Yongsu had always behaved extremely well behaved, but she did not expect her to have such a powerful side. Furthermore, I tell you that I am Wang Feng's girlfriend. If you say that he is not worthy of others, how can you know that he just made the choice that a normal man should make? Having said this, her voice was with a slight sneer, making Jia Xinjing's expression on the high platform changed. Jia Xinjing's dress today is indeed very gorgeous, but compared with people like Bae Yongsu who have reached the perfect level in all aspects, it is not much different. It can be said that since Bae Yongsu entered the sight of everyone, the male animals here did not take their eyes away from her. Even Ling Hang looked at Bae Yongsu with an undisguised look of admiration. Once at Zhuhai University, Bae Yongsu was named the first school flower, and those who pursued her didn't know where they were. And among them, there was his Ling Hang. It's just that people's vision is too high. Ling Hang can't even get the chance to meet alone, let alone a confession. To put it bluntly, Zhuhai University is a place where he is a crouching tiger, hiding a dragon. Fart. Taking a look at Bae Yongsu, and then at Jia Xinjing next to him, his mood suddenly became unhappy. After Wang Feng left Jia Xinjing, he got the school flower, and he could only collect Wang Feng's broken shoes. Thinking of this, he really secretly scolded himself as an idiot. How could he fall in love with Jia Xinjing, and he was really blind. Who knows if Wang Feng is the little white face you raised? At this moment, Jia Xinjing spoke with a sneer. Originally, she was already very upset that Bae Yongsu's appearance surpassed her, and when she saw Ling Hang next to her, she turned out to be a pig brother, so she immediately began to laugh. She is very clear about Wang Feng's background and scenes. If it weren't the case, she would not give up Wang Feng. She said that Wang Feng earned 3 million in an hour. She would not believe it. Her words were so vicious that Bae Yongsu's face was flushed with anger, and even the hand holding Wang Feng couldn't help but force a bit. But soon, her pretty brows stretched again because she saw an acquaintance. Oh, what's the matter with you? Lai Ren, the manager of Tianyu Hotel, is a middle-aged man who is rich. Originally, he cared very much about the customers who were buying the next floor here, because this was a good opportunity to boost performance, and he could also get a lot of commissions from it. However, he learned from the security room what seemed to be happening here, so he was going to come and take a look. Manager, these 3 people are messing around here, it's really an eye-catcher, please drive them out. Seeing the manager coming over, Jia Xinjing's face showed joy and shouted loudly. Today, it is their right to wrap up this floor and drive out a few obtrusive people. Who is it? When the manager heard Jia Xinjing's words, he casually cast his eyes on Wang Feng and the 3 of them. But it didn't matter if he looked at it, he almost fell on his knees in fright. Isn't that the eldest lady? Why did she come here? The Bae's family business is so big, like them, naturally no Bae Yongsu. It's just that this woman seems to tell herself to kick the lady out of the hotel again. You are paralyzed, you stinky woman, you almost killed me. He cursed in his heart, and this manager came to Wang Feng and the 3 tremblingly. At this moment, his face has long since disappeared from the previous arrogant look, only respect. Miss, I don't know what wind is blowing you. His voice was very respectful, but it made the people around him stare, as if seeing a ghost. What does he call that woman? Missy? Didn't I misheard this? Uncle Lu, I am going to eat here today. I believe you know how to do it. Bae Yongsu said, then turned to look at Wang Feng, and took him to the outside. Although she is kind-hearted, it does not mean that she can watch Wang Feng being bullied by others. Okay, I know what to do. He cursed in his heart, and the manager had to show that he was obeying orders. Almost killed Laozi. After Bae Yongsu and the others walked out of the hall, the manager turned around and looked at everyone present, with an ugly expression. What else are you looking at? Get out of here quickly. I won't do your business today. The manager yelled, making a 180-degree turn from the previous attitude. You can't treat customers, be careful, I will complain to you. Jia Xinjing yelled when he heard the manager's words, but also lost his calmness. Con Nima, just go ahead if you like it. If you don't do your business today, I won't do your business in the future, let me go. The manager yelled and he already pulled them into the blacklist. Although he cared about his performance, he didn't dare to offend the eldest lady. At this moment, he really hated these people to death. Fortunately, I came here, otherwise the eldest lady was bullied here, and he didn't handle it well, then his position, isn't it? Thinking of this, he was already in cold sweat, and his eyes became even more hateful when he looked at them. We have paid the deposit in advance. You drove us away like this, but you have to bear the legal responsibility. At this time, Ling Hang also said, looking ugly. Give you 1 minute, if you don't get out of here, then I will have to call a security guard. The manager's tone became impatient if he ignored Ling Hang at all. All this has nothing to do with Wang Feng and the others, because the three of them have already left the Tianyu Hotel. Sister Shui, thank you for helping me out. At the entrance of Tianyu Hotel, Wang Feng grabbed Bei Yongxiu's hand and said. This time, he and Gu Ping were indeed insulted, and if it hadn't been for Bei Yongxiu's appearance, they might have been arrogant. However, it is precisely because of today's incident that Wang Feng secretly vowed in his heart that he must be famous in the future, or he would not look down upon him. These people think that they can bully others at will if they have too many. How can they understand that there are more cows in this world? No thanks, you helped me so much not long ago, and now I'll help you in turn, we'll even be even. Bei Yongxiu's face showed a soft smile, but it made Wang Feng's body slightly stiff, then returned to normal. At this time, there was a commotion at the hotel entrance, but Jia Xinjing, who had been bullish before, was driven out by the hotel security. These people provoke Bei Yongxiu, but it is tantamount to stabbing a hornet's nest, and it is impossible to come to this hotel in the future. Now, their faces have long lost the arrogance they had before, only a face of grey defeat, like a rooster that has lost a fight. Especially before Jia Xinjing left, he gave Wang Feng and the others a vicious look. The expression in that look made him want to eat them. Miss, the subordinates are not doing well, and I hope you don't take offense. At this time, the manager also walked out and said in a low voice in front of Wang Feng and the others, Uncle Lu, don't do this, I won't blame you, you are the manager of our best family, so today's losses will all be counted on my account, nothing is wrong with you, Bei Yongxiu said, but it changed his previous smile, and became like a strong woman again, with a very strong aura. Yes, thank you, miss. The manager was relieved to hear that he didn't need to compensate for the loss himself. Today, he drove the guests away. If the other party litigated, the hotel would have to compensate a lot of money. If he was asked to pay for it, he might not have his salary for a year. Fortunately, the eldest lady was magnanimous. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Bei Yongxiu gratefully. But this look, Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. He saw that Bei Yongxiu's hand was connecting with Wang Feng's fingers at the moment. He quickly turned his eyes away, and guessed Wang Feng's identity in his heart. Bei Yongxiu, as the legal heir of the Bei family, had a terrifying vision. She had heard that many of the young masters introduced to her would not look good to her, so how could she get so close to this man? Perceiving the manager's change, Bei Yongxiu also knew the reason, and quickly blushed and broke Wang Feng's hand away, feeling like a deer bumping into her heart, and it was difficult to calm down for a while. She grew up, except for her relatives, she had never been so close to any man, so she was at a loss at this moment. Miss, I have specially prepared a top-notch VIP room for you. Are you going up now? The manager said at this time, but his complexion has returned to normal. Okay, you quickly lead the way. Upon hearing the manager's words, Bei Yongxiu was like finding a life-saving straw, wishing to get rid of this embarrassing scene immediately. With some flustered steps, she walked into the Tianyu Hotel. After she left, Gu Ping, who was on the side, slowly recovered from the countless shocks. From the appearance of Bei Yongxiu until now, he has almost always been in shock, earning 3 million in an hour. I am afraid that even a genius can hardly make money like this. Moreover, Bei Yongxiu actually claimed to be Wang Feng's girlfriend, which made him a little unbelievable. Could it be that his three brothers are also going to have their own peach blossoms? My third brother, I didn't think you were hiding deep enough. Gu Ping gave Wang Feng a winking eyebrow, and Wang Feng also got goosebumps, and he was very cold. However, having said that, he still feels happy for his third brother from the bottom of his heart. The brother who was once a dormitory is now finally promising. Go, if you have anything, let's talk about it later. Patting the eldest brother on the shoulder, Wang Feng and him followed the manager to the top VIP room. In the private room, a table was filled with delicious food, and Wang Feng was a little hungry. At this time, he remembered that he hadn't eaten anything since he went out in the morning. Wang Feng, I don't know what you plan to do in the future. Bei Yongxiu spoke at the dinner table, but his tone became calm. What can I do? Let's take one step at a time. Wang Feng said with a wry smile. This time, he came to Zhuhai City, but quit his original job. Now, he also disturbs other people's weddings. Now, the matter here is over, he really hasn't figured out what he should do in the future. Since you have nothing to do, what do you think of Sister Shui introducing you to a job? Bei Yongxiu said something slyly at this moment, but it was so well hidden that even Wang Feng didn't notice it. Well, since Sister Shui is so enthusiastic about introducing me to work, I think it won't be bad. Wang Feng nodded and agreed. Well, our Bei's jewelry store is currently in the expansion stage and is short of a technical consultant. Or you can come to our store to help. I will hire you as the chief consultant with an annual salary of 10 million. Yun Shui smiled and spoke, but Gu Ping, who had just taken a sip of the soup, was almost irritated. At this moment, he really doubted whether his hearing had a problem, and his annual salary was 10 million, which was something he didn't even dare to dream of. Is that so? Wang Feng's face showed a pensive color, and then said, well, since it is the kind invitation of Sister Shui, of course I am extremely happy. There are jobs, income, and beauty to see. Such a good thing is hard to find with a lantern. Third brother, I heard that right. At this moment, Gu Ping suddenly pulled Wang Feng's hem and asked in a low voice. Brother, of course you heard it right. In fact, let alone 10 million. Even if I speak 100 million, I believe Sister Shui will not refuse. Wang Feng's face showed a smile, making Bei Yongxiu also hasten to point. Nod. Wang Feng's eyesight is really too sharp. If he is there, the expansion of Bei's jewelry line will definitely not be a problem, so if Wang Feng really makes this request, she will really agree. In the past, Wang Feng said that he relied on luck in choosing rough jadeite stones. However, no matter how lucky a person is, it is impossible for all the selected stones to offer sky-high prices for jadeite, right? Therefore, Wang Feng's value is too great for a jewelry trade, and he won't lose money no matter how much he spends. He must have some secret means. It's just that Wang Feng didn't want to tell this secret, and Bei Yongxiu also didn't ask for it. Sister Shui, my eldest brother is a managerial talent. I wonder if your jewelry store can be useful for him. At this time, Wang Feng asked, asking Gu Ping to also put down the spoon in his hand and cast a doubt on Wang Feng. Gaze. With Wang Feng's eyesight, of course he could see what his eldest brother is now, and it is probably the same as before. In this society, even if you have big ambitions, no money, no status, it is too difficult to get a position. Once at school, this eldest brother had a lot of fighting scapegoats for him, so now Wang Feng naturally wants to pull him at a critical moment. That's it, then I think it's okay. We are planning to open another chain store in Bei's jewelry store. Let him be the store manager. In terms of salary, I will open him 5 million a year. If the sales performance is good, you can get commissions proportionally. I don't know how you feel. Bei Yongxiu said calmly, as if he didn't put 5 million in his eyes. Hearing Bei Yongxiu's words, Gu Ping was very moved in his heart. He had been in touch with jewelry and the like. A normal jewelry store manager would have a salary of 1 million per year, even if it was a top dollar. He knew that he could get this. The high salary actually depends on Wang Feng. At this moment, he suddenly had the urge to cry. For more than a year after graduation, he had nowhere to show his ambitions. It was because he had more than enough energy and lacked energy. Now, an excellent opportunity was given to him. In front of him, how could he not be moved? Even, it is impossible for him to refuse this invitation. Third brother, thank you. Gu Ping patted Wang Feng on the shoulder, tears faintly filled his eyes. It's not me that you should thank, but the person opposite you? Don't look too far at the tearful look of big brother, Wang Feng said helplessly. Thank you brother and sister, Gu Ping said, but it made Bei Yongxiu a big red face, secretly saying that this person was really speechless. However, she did not refute it, because this matter can only become more confusing as it is explained. Isn't there a word that is well said, cover up is the fact. Moreover, when Gu Ping said this sentence, she didn't have any disgusting thoughts, but a little sweetness in her heart. She did not dare to look up at Wang Feng. Okay, we can't waste a big table like this. Sister Shui, haven't you been out in the morning and haven't eaten anything until now? Let's eat more now, Wang Feng said, but it made Gu Ping wide open. The eyes looked at the two of them with an incredible look. When others didn't eat in the morning, Wang Feng knew that they already. Thinking of this, his face became even more weird, but he already understood everything in his heart. After eating a meal in embarrassment and leaving Tianyu Hotel, Gu Ping had already left alone in advance. He was going to quit his current job, and then waited more than 10 days to take up the position of store manager. Sister Shui, are you still busy in the afternoon? Wang Feng asked, making Bei Yongxiu a little surprised, and said, I have nothing to do this afternoon. In this case, let's take a walk to Hualian Jewelry in the afternoon. Wang Feng's face showed a sneer, but he remembered his previous beatings. This young Master Hua, in order to catch him, even sent someone to chase him down. Therefore, he really has nothing to say about such a person, so he should get rid of his precious jade rough stone first. Before, they only wandered around in Area C and Area B, and did not go to Area A, so if Wang Feng walked in their Area A, I believe they could make a fortune again. In Area A, there is no doubt that rough jadeite is more expensive, and ordinary people may not be able to afford one of them even if they are tired of all their lives. However, Wang Feng has a unique ability, and he is naturally not afraid of spending wrong money. Since this young Master Hua wants to punish him, let him give a blood first. Brother, tell me honestly, do you really have any special abilities? Otherwise, how can you cut out jade from every stone you buy? Although Bei Yongxiu has made up his mind not to ask this matter anymore. However, seeing Wang Feng's confident face, she couldn't help but ask out the curiosity in her heart. Unique ability. Wang Feng glanced at Bei Yongxiu. His face was calm, but there was some guilty conscience in his heart, and she could not think of it so soon. However, he is not so stupid to say his perspective ability. He just casually hit a haha, and said, what unique ability can I have? I just have a natural sensitivity to jade. There is no guarantee that every piece of rough stone I buy will produce jade. I can only buy it according to the rough stone with strong sensitivity. Even so, it's not an ordinary person anymore. I seem to be able to foresee that you will become the richest person in the future. Bei Yongxiu chuckled softly, but it was unusually beautiful, and Wang Feng's head was short-circuit. In the afternoon, Bei Yongxiu decisively drove him to Hualian Jewelry Co., Limited. Hualian Jewelry Co., Limited, not only doing business such as jewelry and gold jewelry, but also selling rough stones. If it were not for the two to sell at the same time, they would not be able to make such a terrible return. The last time was the Stone Gambling Festival, so the rough stones they exhibited have increased a lot. Now, the Stone Gambling Festival has passed, but their rough stones have dropped a lot, and I don't know where they got it. But this is not what Wang Feng cares about. He came here to find valuable jade, and save the rest for later consideration. Without going to the B and C areas, the two of them went straight to the most expensive area A, where there are many rough stones on display, but the clearly marked price on them makes many people daunted and afraid to make a move. The rough stone here has not been seen 1,000 times, and I believe it has been viewed 800 times. Therefore, if you don't really look carefully, these people don't dare to take it rashly. Because of this loss, it is not a small sum. Here, any stone is marked with more than 200,000, and there are even millions of rough stones, and even the largest rough stone has a price tag of 10 million. However, Wang Feng's gaze swept across it, but he sneered in his heart, because this rough stone that looked the size of a van, you read www. In fact, the jade in ukyangshu.com is only half the size of a fist, and it is the most common bean species. If anyone bought such a rough stone, it would be a real weird thing if he didn't lose his life. Huashao, it's not okay. That guy is coming to our jewelry again. Looking at them, it seems to be buying our rough stones. Almost just less than a minute after Wang Feng and the others came here, a message, but at an extremely fast speed, it passed into Hualong's ears, who was doing some kind of piston movement in a certain lounge in the jewelry store. You won't knock on the door when you come in. Huashao cursed when he saw the person rushing in, his face almost black. Yes. The little brother was scared, and backed out. However, when he heard the shocking news, he did not have the urge to continue, and then patted his under his leg and said, "You wait for me here first." After that, he slowly put on his clothes and pants. "What's the matter?" Hualong asked with a cold look at the embarrassed little brother when he came to the door. "That kid is here again." The younger brother responded. "Okay, I see," Hualong said, but his mind began to become active. Last time, he asked Wang Feng to invite Wang Feng, but he didn't want these idiots to mess up the matter, so he looked at his little brother with an ugly expression before he said, "You guys don't come with me, I will go to the meeting in person." For a while. Last time, Wang Feng bought the rough stone here, but he made a lot of money. Therefore, if such a person has any unique secret formula to look for the rough stone, he is a talent worthy of him. With a habitual smile on his face, he tidied up his clothes, and then he walked towards the rough stone purchase area without any haste. "Sister Shui, I don't know how much funds you can use now," Wang Feng asked in the rough stone purchase area in Area A. In Area A, the rough stones are indeed very expensive, but among them, Wang Feng also saw many valuable rough stones. As long as he buys these rough stones, he will definitely make a fortune. Therefore, if they can buy more, they will earn more. The activity funds that I can use now are estimated to be between 100 million and 200 million. Of course, if it is not enough, I can continue to raise funds, Bei Yongxiu said, but his expression became serious. Because she could see that this time, Wang Feng is really going to fight. Although she already knew that Wang Feng had a unique sense of power, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous if she spent so much money at once, even the palms of her hands were slightly sweaty. If an ordinary person made her spend so much money, she would definitely not be willing, but somehow, she seemed to have a blind trust in Wang Feng, which made her spend so much money. Not much. Say what? Sister Shui, don't worry, no matter how much money you spend today, you will earn it back exponentially. Trust me, I won't mess around. Seeing Bei Yongxiu's nervousness, Wang Feng whispered in her ear said. When Wang Feng's breath made his ears itchy, Bei Yongxiu's face was also a little red, and said, "I believe you." Okay. With her words, Wang Feng no longer had any scruples. He pointed directly to one of the rough stones with a price of 300,000 yuan, and said to the waiter on the side, "We bought this rough stone." His voice was not so small that it attracted the eyes of everyone in Area A. This person seems to have just arrived, right? Why did he start buying rough stones so soon? Could it be that he really has nowhere to spend more money? Come here to act as a fool? Some people were puzzled, but slowly approached him. "We want this one too." Wang Feng pointed to a rough stone with a mark of 700,000 and said, making the waiter a little moved. This person really took a lot of money. He even bought 2 rough stones worth 1 million in one mouth. If it weren't for Wang Feng and the others to dress appropriately, he would almost doubt whether he came here to make trouble. "There is one more piece, we want it too." Wang Feng pointed a finger, but it was a rough stone with a price of 900,000 yuan. This rough stone is the size of a wash basin and has a smooth surface. It doesn't look like jadeite. Little brother, you can't buy this stone. At first glance, this stone is something that has been washed by water all the year round in the riverbed. Where can you get good things? At this moment, they saw Wang Feng and they wanted to buy this rough stone. A kind person reminded. This stone has been placed here. It is estimated that it has been more than half a year, and no one has ever bought it, because anyone with a discerning eye can see that this stone is not of much value. Putting it here is probably to pit novices. Yes, little brother, even if you have money, you can't give it away like this for nothing. Someone agreed, but didn't want Wang Feng to be cheated. Looking at these people calmly, Wang Feng didn't say much. These people can only observe from the surface whether there is any material inside. Where can they understand that Wang Feng has already thoroughly seen the rough stone? Isn't there a saying that is good? Gold and jade have a good appearance on the outside, but it does not mean that there are good things inside, and bad things may make a lot of money instead. "Move this stone away for me," Wang Feng said to the waiter, who was a little startled. "Oh, good. Hearing Wang Feng's words, the waiter responded. This stone is nothing good at first glance, and the two people in front of me are really taken advantage of. However, the waiter would not remind Wang Feng as kindly as others, because every time he sells a rough stone, he can draw a lot of benefits from it. That piece, pack it for me too. And this. While talking, Wang Feng had already purchased nearly 10 million rough jade stones from the faces of the people around him, which was almost 20 yuan, and there were many millions of them. Oh, this prodigal son. Others choose rough emerald stone, and then be cautious, but this young man would be better. He didn't even look at it. He would choose the stone if he was frivolous. If this matter let his parents know, I don't know if he will be killed. This brother, he is really courageous. Just as Wang Feng was choosing the stone materials, suddenly a voice rang not far away, but a young man walked towards the two of them with a smile. Could it be that something is wrong with you? Looking at this young man, Wang Feng's face was calm, but his heart moved. Because he felt that Bai Yongxiu subconsciously leaned against her when this young man walked over. It's okay, I just want to make this friend of you. Hualong's face was filled with a deep smile, and there was no malicious intent. Since it's okay, don't hinder me, I'm not free. Wang Feng rebuffed Hualong with a word, and let him swallow back what he was about to say. His face flushed a little. I think my brothers have very good eyesight. They all bought some excellent rough stones. Let me introduce myself. I am the person in charge of this jewelry store. My name is Hualong. Although Wang Feng's words were very angry, but Hualong still maintained a calm appearance, and handed out a business card. Hearing Hualong's words, there was a great uproar in the surroundings. Hualong was able to control such a large jewelry store. Of course, needless to say, some of them even knew he was the number one, but they didn't see it. Over. Are you Hualong? Seeing the business card handed out by Hualong, Wang Feng didn't pick it up, but looked at him with a very strange look. Last time, he was surrounded and beaten by people, and one of them was his subordinates, so how could he believe that this person still wants to make friends with himself? This is probably the weasel giving New Year's greetings to the rooster, without any kindness. Yes, I am Hualong. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Hualong's eyes flashed as if he was guessing how Wang Feng was in such a tone, but before he could think clearly, he heard Wang Feng's words again. Sorry, I'm not interested. After saying that, Wang Feng took Bai Yongxiu and left without looking straight at Hualong. Brother, I know the last time I did something wrong, but that was also the thing that some idiots broke. I originally asked them to invite you. Who wants them to mess up things for me? Here, I want to say sorry. Seeing that Wang Feng ignored him at all, this Hualong changed so quickly that he immediately lowered his posture. Oh. Hearing the other party's words, Wang Feng stopped his pace, glanced at Hualong, and said, You said that. Have you admitted that the person sent out the other day is your subordinate? Yes. Hualong nodded, but then anger appeared in his heart, dare to feel that it was Wang Feng who was deceiving himself. However, there are so many people here that he is not easy to have an episode, so he had to whisper, Brother, I did not do the right thing last time. If you are dissatisfied, you can raise it. If you can satisfy you, I will be satisfied. Really? Wang Feng's face suddenly showed a smile, and then his voice suddenly became louder. Everyone present gave me a testimony. Master Hualong said that you can give me a 20% discount on the rough jadeite I bought today. Wang Feng smiled and said, but Hualong's face changed slightly, and he cursed Wang Feng as shameless. When did he say this? However, since his words have been released, it is impossible to take them back, and seeing Wang Feng's poor look, he also knows that the other party can't afford too much money. Therefore, he did not pay attention to the small loss. Hehe, if my brother is so elegant, I can accompany you. Hualong said with a smile. Thank you very much, then. After hitting a haha, Wang Feng turned around and picked the jade ruff. Miss Bai, I haven't seen you in a few months, you're more beautiful. After Wang Feng left, Hualong immediately turned his eyes to Bai Yongxiu. Bai Yongxiu was the woman he was determined to take down, and also the springboard for him to set foot on the big ship of Bai's, so at this moment, his face was full of smiles, acting extremely gentlemanly. Haha, Master Hualong. Bai Yongxiu barely showed a smile on her face, but she was extremely disgusted with him in her heart. This person, not to mention injuring Wang Feng before, is enough to make her disgusted by his bad deeds. This person is not only an affair with the underworld, but also lewdness. I don't know how many girls from good families have been victimized by him. The poisonous hand. Therefore, for such a person, if it is not for the sake of face, she would not bother to take care of it. I don't know how well my uncle is now. I haven't visited his old man for some time. I'm really embarrassed to come. Hualong said, seeming to blame himself. Don't worry, you worry, everything is fine for him. Bai Yongxiu curled his lips and said, That's good. Hualong nodded, and then continued, Yes, that kid and... Before they finished speaking, they were attracted by a commotion not far away. Yu reading www.yuukayangshu.com. Young man, I think you really have nowhere to spend a lot of money. This stone has been appreciated by a master before, and it has been proved that there is no jade in it. If you buy it, you will definitely lose money. An old man said. Wearing a pair of reading glasses, he is still dressed like a horse brick house. However, when he heard what he said, Wang Feng was not moved at all, because this piece of rock that looked like on the surface actually contained a green jade about the size of a fist. This jadeite is extremely transparent, but it fails to reach the level of glass species, and can only be regarded as the very precious kind of ice species. But even so, the value of this rough stone far exceeds the price of this stone. The price of stone is 2 million yuan, but if the jadeite inside is taken out, it will be worth tens of millions, or even more. This is a stable and profitable business. Waiter, wrap this stone for me, Wang Feng said with a certain look. Brother, it's such a big deal. At this moment, the unpleasant Hualong walked over with Bei Yongxiu. It is true that many people have seen this stone, and some people who claim to be a master have seen it, but no matter how they look at it, none of them are willing to make a move, because this stone is so ordinary that there is no greenery at all. The pebbles in the river are almost the same. Now, seeing Wang Feng want to buy this stone, he cursed in his heart, and at the same time was a little angry. This stone must not be able to cut anything. What he was angry about was what Wang Feng said before, a stone of 2 million, if discounted, he would immediately make 400,000 less, which is a lot of money. However, thinking of Wang Summit's direct loss of 1.6 million yuan, he suddenly became a little grateful, and if he was against himself, there would always be someone worse than himself. Brother, I kindly remind you that this stone has a great chance of losing money. If I were you, I would give up. Hualong seemed to kindly remind you. But in his words, Wang Feng is not hard to hear a hint of gloat. Do you really treat yourself as a silly boy? Since young master Hualong said so, would you dare to gamble with me? Wang Feng said with a smile. Bet. Hualong gave Wang Feng a weird look, and then said, let's say, what to bet. He Hualong, the person in charge of the dignified Hualien jewelry shop, is naturally not afraid of a mere Wang Feng. Let's bet on the rough jade stone in front of us. Cut out the jade, you will give me free for the price of this stone. If you can't cut it out, the discount offer mentioned before will be cancelled. What do you think? Okay. Hualong nodded, also a little angry in his heart. This bet, over and over, he didn't take advantage of it, but Wang Feng didn't lose at all. On the side, Bei Yongxiu also looked at Wang Feng a little funny. Unexpectedly he was so insidious. Okay, young master Hualong is decisive and refreshing. Let's cut this stone open and take a look. Around, those onlookers had already waited impatiently, so when a lithologist came to the scene, it had already been surrounded by people. Cutting a stone is a thrilling process, so even if you look at it, your mood will jump violently with the subtle movements of the stone master. Even before, there was news that someone died of a heart attack while watching the stone cutting. Huh, this shameless pan, do you really think I'll bet with you if I'm not sure? Hualong couldn't help but sneer in his heart when he looked at Wang Feng's eager face. He once observed this stone carefully. It didn't seem to have emeralds. If it weren't, he wouldn't dare to make a bet so easily. The changes in his expression naturally fell into Wang Feng's eyes. The reason why he behaved like Xiaobai was that he was afraid that Hualong would go back. You will cry to death in a moment. Wang Feng thought sinisterly in his heart. For cutting stones, the choice was grinding, because there was a large jade, and Wang Feng didn't want any damage. Everyone was holding their breath, staring at the rough stone in the hands of the stone master. The atmosphere was very depressing. Look, it's green. About 10 minutes later, suddenly, I don't know who was shouting in the crowd. This sound was so abrupt that it caused the stone master to tremble and almost destroyed the entire rough stone with a single knife. It seems to be really green. At this time, someone in the crowd spoke again, seeming to have noticed the change of the rough stone. A large part of the rough stone has now been polished away. Through the gravel, they can really vaguely see the green reflection in it. Seeing this scene, Hualong's face changed slightly, but it was impossible to repent. Since there is already a green reflection, it is enough to show that he has lost this gamble, because they only bet whether there is jade in it, and did not say the size. Nima? 10,000 horses stained with mud ran past, and Hualong's expression was a bit ugly. This time, he suffered a miserable loss. Not only is the price of 2 million rough stones eliminated, the discounts mentioned before will continue. No, this is simply Wang Feng's calculation of himself. Thinking of this, Hualong was also cold in his heart. He knew that he had fallen into Wang Feng's trap. Winning Wang Feng did not lose, but losing, he did not lose much. He was completely led by him again. Although he wanted to kill in his heart, he still kept his patience and continued to watch. Half an hour later, the result was of course not unexpected. The stone cut out a fist-sized ice-seed jade, which was crystal clear and exuded a soft light green light. Oh, it seems that I am really old. I can't even look at the rough stone. In the crowd, the old man with glasses spoke up, his face full of decadence. Master Hualong, our gambling agreement is still valid. Wang Feng asked quickly while the crowd had not dispersed. Of course. Hualong said this sentence almost with a gritted teeth. Losing 2 million in one fell swoop, he was also very painful. Thank you very much, then. A smile appeared on Wang Feng's face, then he turned and left, as long as Hualong admitted it. This time, not only got a discount, but also saved 2 million and made a fortune. Brother, please wait a moment. Suddenly, Hualong stopped Wang Feng. What else do you have? Brother, I still lack a senior appraiser at Hualien Jewelry Store. I don't know if you are interested. After thinking about it, Hualong still threw out his olive branch. This is also his biggest purpose for meeting Wang Feng. This time, Wang Feng cut out another piece of high-value jade in front of him. If he said that he had no abilities, he would not believe it if he was killed. Therefore, if such talents can be attracted, it will be a great thing for their Hualien jewelry store. Oh, don't worry about salary. I will give you 5 million a year, plus free working hours. If it's okay, you can even not use it. Seeing Wang Feng seemed a little unwilling, Hualong said quickly. Haha. Hearing this, Wang Feng chuckled. This Hualong was really embarrassed to speak up. Before, people came to beat him up, but now he wants to recruit himself. There is no such thing in the world. After casting a look of rest assured to Bei Yongxiu, who was a little worried, Wang Feng slowly said, I'm really sorry, I have already worked for Bei's jewelry, and I have an annual salary of 10 million, so. Speaking of this, Wang Feng did not continue, but the meaning was already very obvious. Hualong's face was so ugly at this moment that he couldn't even keep calm. At the same time, he was surprised that Bei's jewelry company was willing to offer a sky-high price of 10 million yuan. This is no longer recruiting people, more like hiring son-in-law. He glanced at Bei Yongxiu, who was a little blush, and he immediately understood that these two people must have a leg. Bei Yongxiu is the woman he is determined to get, and Wang Feng has played with himself repeatedly, so now he really has the heart to kill him. There is only one woman who wants to get rid of him, and that is death. It was not that he had never done a murder before, so looking at Wang Feng at this moment, he slowly recovered his calm, because Wang Feng had no doubt with the dead in his eyes. Hualien Jewelry Co., Limited has always been the sole leader. Since Wang Feng cannot be moved by him, he will be destroyed. He didn't pay attention to such a small person. Sister Shui, let's continue to choose rough stones. After ignoring what Hualong thought, Wang Feng started a crazy purchase. Under Hualong's black complexion, Wang Feng and the others purchased roughly 100 million yuan worth of rough jadeite, nearly 100 yuan. For the 4 weeks, everyone had been watching them. They thought that Wang Feng and the others were at most ordinary rich second generations, but who would have thought that they would purchase more than 100 million yuan worth of jade rough? This is definitely a big deal. On the side, Hualong was already so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. If he hadn't seen the big scene, he might have fainted. More than 100 million, according to what Wang Feng said before, he will lose more than 20 million, such a large sum of money. If his father knew, maybe he would be killed. His heart is bleeding. He doesn't care if Wang Feng and the others are losing money or gaining money, at least this time, he has lost money. Master Hualong, we will transfer the payment to you in a while. I hope you can transport these rough stones to the Bei's jewelry shop as scheduled. After that, Wang Feng pulled Bei Yongxiu and rushed out of here. This time, he had smashed Hualong fiercely. This person would certainly not let them go so easily. Therefore, to be on the safe side, I should leave here as soon as possible. As for the rough stones, he has nothing to worry about. Since Hualien Jewelry Co., Limited can be so big, naturally he dare not do anything with these rough stones. Otherwise, when they go to the court, they will all be discredited. And Wang Feng didn't want Bei Yongxiu to stay here anymore. Before, Hualong looked at her eyes, but they were full of possessiveness, and at first glance they were plotting wrong. Although Wang Feng and Bei Yongxiu had no substantial relationship, in his heart, he had already regarded Bei Yongxiu as his own, and naturally he could not see her being succeeded by someone with a heart. Brother, you are really bad, this time, but Hualong Pit is miserable. After leaving Hualien Jewelry Shop, Bei Yongxiu said with a little smile. Hualien and Beixian have always had a cooperative relationship. In the past, most of them occupied the most profitable side, and Beixian accounted for only a small part. Therefore, Yu reading www.yuukangsha.com can now see Hualong bleeding once, and her heart is also refreshing. Give me all out. I won't do business today. In the Hualien Jewelry Shop, after Wang Feng and the two of them left, Hualong's complexion turned black and drove everyone out. This time, the huge gap of more than 20 million yuan will definitely be discovered. Although he can use his own money to make up the gap, he is reluctant. After all, this is not a small number. Thinking of this, he was murderous, and directly recruited a little brother, and said, call me some people, and then, after saying this, he made a neck wipe. Remember to wait until there is no one before doing it, and do it cleanly, otherwise, don't blame me for sending you to the bureau. Hualong said with some worry. Don't worry, I know what to do. The little brother replied coldly, then turned and walked into the darkness. Humph, grab a woman with me and see if I don't kill you. A cold light flashed in Hualong's eyes, and then disappeared. After Wang Feng and Bei Yongxiu left the jewelry shop, they drove back to Zukan No. 1. This time, the rough jade stone that should be bought had been bought back, and the next step was to wait for them to transport the stone. These stones are sold for more than 100 million, and all of them are emeralds, and their value is far more than that, so Bei Yongxiu is not worried that they are fake. On the contrary, Wang Feng shut himself in the room since he came back, specializing in qi gathering technique. After practicing qi gathering technique, he has become much stronger, even his height has increased a bit. Of course, he is practicing. There is no other way. The opportunity to change himself is right in front of him. If he doesn't grasp it firmly, then he is a real fool. In time, maybe he can really be able to live the legendary indestructible body? Early the next morning, Wang Feng was awakened by the noise outside the room. After using the perspective, he saw that Bei Yongxiu was about to leave. Walking out of the house, Wang Feng stopped Bei Yongxiu and asked, Sister Shui, what is so anxious about this early morning? It's like this. Last night, the original stone was shipped from Hualien Jewelry Store. I'm going to supervise it now. You can rest at home today. You are the biggest hero this time. Bei Yongxiu's face she smiled, then took the door and left home. And after she left, Wang Feng didn't practice anymore, because this practice had to be continued, but he had to eat this meal. He sat quietly for a night and he was in good spirits, but his stomach was not at his disposal. After a brief wash, he also went out. However, he had just walked out of the villa area not far away. At the entrance of an alley, he and a person on the road collided with him. The force of the collision was not small. Wang Feng was almost knocked down. However, at this moment, all of his hairs were suddenly tied up, and a feeling of horror enveloped his mind, making him push away the person he hit without hesitation. A shimmering switchblade was sent from the opponent's hand and stabbed in his lower abdomen. Perceiving such a change, Wang Feng didn't understand what had happened. The person in front of him definitely wants to kill himself. Seeing that his lower abdomen was about to be stabbed, Wang Feng's previous experience of fighting when he was in college has achieved great results at the very moment. I saw his waist slightly swayed, and he escaped the deadly knife, at the expense of his clothes being torn and a blood cut on his right waist. Die to me. He was almost killed by someone, and Wang Feng was also furious. His character was originally that people didn't offend me and I didn't offend people, but now, when others want to kill him, he certainly can't sit and wait for death. After avoiding this fatal knife, Wang Feng directly hit the opponent's chest with a heavy fist. Several click sounds sounded. This person was like a cannonball. He was knocked out, his ribs were broken, and he could no longer have combat effectiveness in a short time. But all this is not over. After dealing with this person, 3 more people rushed out from the alley beside him. These 3 people are all uniform in black clothes, and in their hands, they have a knife in their hands. Obviously they have been prepared for a long time. When I went out for breakfast, I encountered someone else's murder. Wang Feng's expression was very ugly, but his footsteps kept retreating. Against unarmed people, he can pick several, but he is not sure about fighting 3 swords at the same time. There is only one fate, and he doesn't want to just leave it here for no reason. Who are you? Wang Feng shouted. The one who took your life. A cold voice spit out from the mouth of the other person, and then the 3 of them rushed up at the same time. Nima. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Feng cursed and rushed directly into the alley next to him. On the road, they will let them catch up sooner or later, so it is better to run into these alleys to get a better chance of getting rid of them. After running for almost 10 meters, Wang Feng's expression suddenly changed, because he actually saw that the road in front of him turned out to be a dead end. In other words, he had nowhere to escape. Thinking of this, his back couldn't help showing cold sweat, then he stopped and looked at the 3 people chasing him behind. In order to kill you, we have chosen a location long ago. Today is your death date. After saying that, the 3 of them swung their knives towards Wang Feng in this crowded alley at the same time. The shopping scene that only appeared in the movie actually appeared before his eyes. Now, Wang Feng had no other choice but to resist. There is a saying that when he comes out, he always has to pay it back. Seeing that the other party wants to kill himself, Wang Feng's bloodliness is also inspired. Picking up a brick on the ground, Wang Feng didn't step back, but rushed upright. If he really wants to die, then he has to put them on their backs, kill 1 to save money, kill 2 and earn 1. Therefore, now Wang Feng is also aroused to kill, even if he has never killed anyone. A sonorous voice sounded in the narrow alley. About 2 minutes later, the battle ended, and Wang Feng's clothes were broken and he knelt on the ground. In front of him, the 3 people who were going to kill him were already lying on the ground. There was no movement at all, and there were many gaps in the bricks in his hand, and his clothes were broken several times. At the mouth, the blood of Mimi was constantly flowing out of it. This time, fortunately, he found a brick, otherwise, he would have to be killed in this dead end. Looking at the 3 breathless people around him, he felt a moment of fear, because he could clearly see through the perspective that their hearts had stopped beating, and they were beaten to death by their own fists, and even their hearts were broken. Pierced his ribs. In the 24 years since his birth, Wang Feng has never done any illegal activities, let alone murder, so now, apart from his fears, he has forgotten even the pain on his body. Killing 3 people is definitely a death sentence if caught by the police. But it was at this time that he thought of someone, and quickly took out the phone and dialed it. The phone rang 4 silently before being picked up. It was a familiar voice. Now, not long after dawn, He Tian was still asleep, and when the phone rang, his mood suddenly became a little uncomfortable. His number is known to only a few people, and it is still an unfamiliar number. He immediately becomes even more upset. He was so tired and crooked, he heard the voice on the phone when he wanted to curse, and immediately became completely sleepy. Well, you wait there first, I'll come over right away. After that, He Tian rushed out of the house without even having time to change his clothes. That's right, Wang Feng called He Tian on the call just now. He Tian is the most powerful person Wang Feng knows, and he may have an affair with the underworld. Last time, he said he had something to find him, and now Wang Feng immediately thought of him. About a few minutes later, a black Bentley stopped outside the alley, blocking the road. Several people in black service rushed down from above, and the leader was He Tian, who was still in pajamas. Brother, what the is going on? How can you kill? Seeing the scene in the alley, He Tian also walked in quickly with worry on his face. Brother Tian. Seeing He Tian, Wang Feng moved slowly to stand up from the ground with difficulty. After that, he did not hesitate to tell the story of his previous attack. "Ha, Huze, come and see if you know these people." After hearing Wang Feng's words, He Tian yelled at a man behind him, his expression very ugly. "Yes." This person obeyed, then glanced at the people who had been killed by Wang Feng, and said, "These people should be the younger brothers of King Yaitang." King Yaitang. He Tian sneered, and then said, "Call them later and ask them to come over. I want to see who gave him the courage and dared to attack my brother. If I don't kill him, my last name is not Ho. No, I know who instigated it." At this moment, Wang Feng suddenly said, "Who is it?" "It's Hualong from Hualian Jewelry Store. I have a lot of hatred with him. He sent someone to deal with me last time. He didn't expect that this time he even wanted to kill me," Wang Feng said in a cold tone. "Hualong." He Tian sneered, then patted Wang Feng on the shoulder and comforted, "Brother, it's okay, just killed a few rubbish, you don't have to worry about it, I will deal with this matter. You are injured now, it's so heavy, I will let them take you to the hospital first." After speaking, two younger brothers came up to help Wang Feng onto the Bentley, and naturally someone would take care of the rest. A few people died. For ordinary people, maybe they really don't know how to deal with it for a while, but someone like He Tian can of course leave no trace. And on the way Wang Feng went to the hospital, Hualong of Hualian Jewelry also received a warning from He Tian. "Hualong, I am He Tian. The person you sent is dead. If you don't want you to be a corpse in the wilderness tomorrow, you can continue to deal with my brother. I believe that if your father knows the news of your death, it will be heartbroken." After saying this, He Tian hung up the phone directly. On the other end of the phone, Hualong dropped the phone to the ground with a pale face. He did not expect how terrifying Wang Feng's back and scenery would be, and He Tian even called him brothers and sisters. Even the assassin he called belonged to He Tian. Thinking of this, his back was already wet with cold sweat, and he didn't dare to think about dealing with Wang Feng again. A small person who originally thought was able to pull out He Tian, this great god. Who is He Tian? Although he has now become a serious businessman, www.wuxiaspot.com, anyone who is a bit prestigious in Zhuhai City knows that he is a murderous demon, and he controls all the underground forces in Zhuhai City. TMD, it's really bad luck. He cursed. Hualong was really angry and had nowhere to go, and he was kidnapped by more than 20 million people in vain. Now he has provoked He Tian, a gangster. At the same time, in the First People's Hospital, Wang Feng, who had already sewn the wound, was resting on the bed. This time, it was really too dangerous. He was almost killed by someone. Fortunately, that piece of brick, otherwise he had already reported to the king. Not long after, the door of the ward was pushed open, and a nurse walked in from outside. It was Xia Xiaomei, a beautiful nurse who had treated Wang Feng a few days ago. At this moment, with worry on her face, she looked at Wang Feng on the hospital bed, and said, "What's the matter with you? I heard that when I sent you here, you almost lost blood and died." "Haha, I was beaten up by a few gangsters." Wang Feng smiled wryly without explaining too much. "How is it possible?" Xia Xiaomei glared at Wang Feng, and said, "I have seen your cases. All of them are cuts. How could it be that you were beaten by ordinary gangsters? Did you cause any trouble?" "It's no trouble, you don't need to worry about me." Seeing that the other party seemed to be holding on to it, Wang Feng was also a little impatient, because now he needs rest. He cultivated qi gathering technique, and he could slowly recover his wounds. Although this nurse was a beautiful woman, she kept chattering here, and Wang Feng couldn't accept it. Moreover, today's matter is about human lives, and it is impossible for Wang Feng to say it. Kindly treat it as a donkey's liver and lungs, you can heal your injury, it is better to kill you." After that, Xia Xiaomei actually slammed the door and left, which made Wang Feng speechless for a while. When Xia Xiaomei left and no one disturbed him, Wang Feng would silently operate the qi gathering technique. I have to say that this qi gathering technique really has a great effect. Wang Feng felt the whole body warm, and even the pain was alleviated a lot. Needless to think about him, it is clear that his wounds are definitely healing slowly, and it won't take long for him to become vigorous again. Half an hour later, He Tian came here to take a look at Wang Feng, and said that he had taken care of everything, so that Wang Feng should not worry. And after He Tian had left for almost half an hour, a hurried figure also ran in from outside. It was Bei Yongxiu. Originally, Bei Yongxiu was organizing people from the jewelry shop to cut the purchased rough stones, but she received a call from the hospital before saying that Wang Feng was chopped off. Of course, she put down her hands. All of the things that came to the hospital non-stop. At this moment, looking at Wang Feng who was pale on the bed, her heart was also very cramped, as if all the injuries on Wang Feng's body were on her body. I don't know since when, she actually cared about Wang Feng like this, afraid of him. "Wang Feng, are you okay?" When she came to the bed, Bei Yongxiu grabbed Wang Feng's arm and asked, with a cry in her voice. It could be seen that she was very anxious. "Sister Shui, I'm fine, but if you continue to shake my hand like this, I might break my hand." Wang Feng smiled bitterly, but Bei Yongxiu's face turned red, and she quickly lowered Wang Feng's arm. This time, Wang Feng's injuries were not minor. There were 3 or 4 wounds on his arm alone. Although he has extremely strong self-healing power, don't think of getting better in a short time. How can you be beaten like this? Did that Hualong pick up the matter again? Bei Yongxiu suddenly asked. She knows who Wang Feng has contacted recently. If there is hatred, it must be Hualong. It's not him, I was just beaten by a few punks, and those punks have been taken away by the police. Wang Feng shook his head, but didn't want Bei Yongxiu to worry. Really? Bei Yongxiu glanced at Wang Feng, her eyes clearly full of disbelief. Sister Xue, aren't you supervising stone cutting? Go back quickly. You don't need to worry about me. At this time, Wang Feng said. Then you take good care of your injuries, I will see you later. When she heard Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu was also shocked. This time, a rough stone worth more than 100 million will be cut. If she doesn't supervise it, there will be something wrong. Rest assured. And seeing that Wang Feng was okay, she was relieved. Soon, Bei Yongxiu left, and Wang Feng used qi gathering technique again to slowly recover his body after she left. Vaguely, Wang Feng felt that someone was approaching him. He opened his eyes and he was relieved. It was Xia Xiaomei, a beautiful nurse. At this moment, she was pushing in the car, not knowing what she was going to do. Get up quickly, I'll change the dressing for you. Xia Xiaomei looked at Wang Feng, and immediately stopped getting angry. She cared about him with good intentions before, but was even reprimanded, so of course she would not give him a good face. Change the dressing. Wang Feng was startled and asked, how long is this, and why is it necessary to change the dressing? How long is it? It's almost dark this day, get up quickly, or I'll be swearing, and I'll be busy getting off work. Xia Xiaomei looked at Wang Feng incredulously, and was really mad at him. Doesn't this man have eyes? Hearing what she said, Wang Feng was startled, and then when he looked out the window, he saw that the sky was really dark. He didn't expect him to lie down here for almost a day. After this cultivation, I really don't even have the concept of time. How to change the dressing? Wang Feng asked. Of course you took off your clothes and changed. Could it be that you want me to help you take it off? Xia Xiaomei hummed twice before turning her head away. Originally, Wang Feng wanted to do it himself, but seeing Xia Xiaomei's ignorance of herself, he suddenly screamed ouch. What are you doing? Xia Xiaomei turned around instantly when she heard Wang Feng's words, and Maimo looked at him with some doubts. My hand hurts and I can't take it off. Wang Feng's face was bitter, and it looked true. At this moment, Wang Feng had to admire himself. He didn't think he had such a talent as acting. If he develops his acting career, he might win the annual Oscar. Is it? After that, Xia Xiaomei walked up directly, looked at Wang Feng a few times, and said, aren't you lying to me? How is it possible? I never lie. Wang Feng looked innocent. Humph, ghosts will believe you. You are not only a lie, but you are also a pervert. Xia Xiaomei gave Wang Feng a scornful look, and didn't help. Then do you help? No help. If you don't help me take it off, I will complain to you, saying that you are abusing the patient. Wang Feng leaned her back, and Xia Xiaomei's anger was frustrated by the words. You. Hurry up, it's numb. A smile flashed across Wang Feng's eyes, and he seemed to be in a good mood watching Xia Xiaomei slumped. In the end, under Wang Feng's persecution, Xia Xiaomei had to undress Wang Feng by herself, but when she did it, it was very rough, it was just a pull, and Wang Feng was grinning in pain. Humph, has this lady ever undressed a man? You are looking for a living. Take it lightly, you are murder. Wang Feng screamed, really regretting his death. It deserves it. Xia Xiaomei whispered, and then took off Wang Feng's clothes 3 times. To be precise, it was not taken off, but torn directly. The quality of the medical clothes was not very good, so after her tearing, it broke into 2 pieces, and Wang Feng was now unclothed. This scene looked like something was going to happen. Don't move, otherwise, I don't guarantee that you will let me take off the other half of your clothes. Xia Xiaomei sneered, but Wang Feng became peaceful. What's this? Even let a woman bully herself. Wang Feng wanted to cry without tears. The dressing change continued. Although Xia Xiaomei was very rude to herself, she had good professional ethics in changing the dressing of the patient. Her brows wrinkled slightly, and Xia Xiaomei's heart was shocked. Wang Feng was only sent today, and now that the gauze was taken apart, she was surprised to find that the wounds on his body were almost healed. How terrifying is this self-healing ability? At least she hadn't seen or heard of it. At the same time, she secretly smiled in her heart. This Wang Feng, the wound is about to heal. She even said that her hand hurts, but fortunately she didn't fall for him. A pervert, really a pervert. Last time, he secretly glanced at his breasts. This time, he wanted to undress him again. This man is the same. Soon, she changed Wang Feng's medicine, but when she looked up, she suddenly found that Wang Feng's eyes were dishonest, and she was looking where she shouldn't be. You pervert, watching secretly again. Xia Xiaomei was almost mad as she covered her chest. I didn't watch it secretly, I watched it openly. Wang Feng smiled, but he had already seen her through perspective. Although it is shameful to do so, but who made her treat herself so rudely? This is completely abuse. Huh, stinky pervert, it's better to kill you. But Wang Feng, Xia Xiaomei cursed bitterly, and got off work after packing up her things. However, before she got out of the room, the door was pushed aside, and a man was standing outside. A man looks good, dressed appropriately, he is from a rich family. At this moment, he was holding a bunch of flowers in his hand, with a smile on his face, which looked quite like a young man. However, seeing this person, Xia Xiaomei's face suddenly sank, and she said in a very bad tone, "What are you doing here?" Xiaomei. Seeing Xia Xiaomei, the man showed a smile on his face and said, "I'm here to pick you up from get off work. I don't know if you have time. I want to invite you to dinner." After that, the man still showed up, a posture that he thought was very handsome. Sorry, I don't have time. Seeing this man, Xia Xiaomei refused without thinking, and wanted to close the door. However, the man had quick eyes and hands, and rushed into the ward at once, ignoring Wang Feng. Xiaomei, it's been more than a year, don't you understand my intentions? And your parents have agreed to both of us, why can't you accept me? The man stretched out his hand to pull Xia Xiaomei, but he was caught dodge. A trace of disgust flashed across her face. Xia Xiaomei finally turned her gaze to Wang Feng, showing a soft gaze, and then quickly ran to Wang Feng's side, took his arm intimately, and said, because I already have a boyfriend. So, you should give up as soon as possible. You. Meng Dongxiu's expression changed when she saw Xia Xiaomei hugging a strange man. I have been pursuing Xia Xiaomei for more than a year, and have not been accepted, and this Wang Feng, in terms of looks, is not comparable to himself, and his wealth is probably a poor man, otherwise he would not live in this ordinary ward. Thinking of this, Meng Dongxiu couldn't help but sneered, and said, Xiaomei, don't think I don't know this is the top package you found. I know better than anyone if you have a boyfriend. Yo.youcanshu.com. Husband, come and say hello to him. Upon hearing Meng Dongxiu's words, Xia Xiaomei also said to Wang Feng. Originally, Wang Feng wanted to tell the truth, but before he could speak, he felt that there was an extra hand on his waist and he was exerting a slight force. Perceiving such a change, he didn't know what it meant, and quickly said, Hello, my name is Wang Feng, and I am Xia Xiaomei's current boyfriend. I don't care who you are, I warn you, it's best to leave Xiaomei immediately, otherwise, you will die ugly. Meng Dongxiu said coldly, full of threatening tone. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and said, if you are willing to leave Xiaomei, I can immediately give you 100,000 yuan. This money will be enough for you to work for several years. At first glance, Wang Feng is a poor man, so 100,000 yuan is already a lot. Aside, when Xia Xiaomei heard this, she was also heartbroken, because he was afraid that Wang Fenghong would not be able to resist this temptation. After all, 100,000 is not a small number. 100,000. Wang Feng couldn't help but sneered when he heard Meng Dongxiu's words. If it was before, he might be moved. After all, 100,000 is really a lot. But now, he already has several million in deposits, so how can he care about a mere 100,000 and pass the bags? Leaving Xiaomei, I'll give you 200,000. Disgust flashed across his face, and Meng Dongxiu also said, he thought Wang Feng was not satisfied. Then I'll give you 200,000, and you will get out of my eyes immediately. Wang Feng sneered, not putting this person in his eyes at all. Use money to insult yourself without seeing who it is against. What did you say? Meng Dongxiu thought he had heard it wrong. I said I would give you 200,000 yuan, and you immediately got out of my eyes, are you deaf? Wang Feng gave him a cold look. You. Meng Dongshue's face was almost distorted by Wang Feng's anger. He used money to send Wang Feng, never thought that Wang Feng would treat him in the same way. As the vice president of Longyuan Real Estate, he has never been wronged like this. If Xia Xiaomei were not here, he would have started to beat Wang Feng. Boy, remember what you said today, you will regret it. He left this sentence coldly, and he turned and left, even the flowers in his hand were thrown to the ground by him. How could he swallow this breath so that a nameless guy was humiliated? When he walked out of the hospital, he immediately dialed the phone, then whispered a few words to the end of the phone, then hung up the phone, and turned to the hospital with a somber smile. Whoever provokes him will have to pay a price. Xia Xiaomei is a woman he is determined to win. Don't even want to take it away. He naturally sees that Wang Feng is just a top packager, not Xia Xiaomei's boyfriend at all. But since Wang Feng dared to insult him, of course he was going to give him a severe lesson. He was not the one who was bullied. Thank you. In the ward, Xia Xiaomei let go of Wang Feng and said with a flushed face. This time, fortunately, there was Wang Feng, otherwise, she would really not be able to refuse this Meng Dong study. No thanks, who made me your husband? Come on and call your husband again. Looking at Xia Xiaomei, Wang Feng said with a smile. Get off. A pillow hit Wang Feng. Let's talk, this time you helped me save the field, how can I thank you? Xia Xiaomei said irritably, without the resentment that had been the case before. Yeah. Looking up and down Xia Xiaomei's beautiful body, Wang Feng's gaze was also a little fiery, making Xia Xiaomei's face change, and she quickly covered her chest and stepped back, saying, I can warn you, this girl do not sell yourself. Cut, who wants you to sell yourself? Wang Feng glanced at her without squinting, and said, I'm a little hungry. Go buy me something to eat, and you have the right to repay me. It's that simple. Xia Xiaomei looked at Wang Feng in disbelief, unbelievable that the pervert's request was just that. Do you want something else to happen? Thinking of this, Wang Feng's eyes became fiery again, with a bit of evil intentions. Then I'd better buy you something to eat to kill you bastard. After speaking, Xia Xiaomei left here as if escaping quickly. About half an hour later, when Wang Feng felt that she was almost asleep, Xia Xiaomei came back with some food. She didn't bring much, that is, a few small dishes and 2 bowls of porridge. Without eating this day, Wang Feng was really hungry. So after taking these things, he didn't hesitate at all, and started to eat. On the side, Xia Xiaomei looked at Wang Feng who was devouring it in an incredible manner, and even forgot to curse him. Isn't this person a refugee who fled from Africa? What is it like to be hungry? What? Why don't you eat together? Wang Feng asked, looking up at Xia Xiaomei. Forget it, you'd better eat it yourself. Seeing Wang Feng being hungry like this, Xia Xiaomei was embarrassed to rob him. Then I'm not welcome. After that, Wang Feng was another gust of wind. You can eat it yourself, I'm going back first. After that, Xia Xiaomei walked out of the ward directly. Originally, what she bought was for 2 people. But now, Wang Feng wiped out her share, and she still had to be hungry. It's really a pig. After speaking, she was tossed and left the hospital. In the ward, Wang Feng quickly finished eating what Xia Xiaomei had bought. Since practicing this qi gathering technique, he found that his appetite seemed to have grown a lot. He couldn't eat so many things before, but as the saying goes, it is a blessing to be able to eat, so Wang Feng is very satisfied. After filling his 5 internal organs temple, Wang Feng slowly began to practice qi gathering technique, but he was awakened by the movement of opening the door before he had waited long to practice. When she opened her eyes, it was Bei Yongxiu with a tired face coming. After a busy day, Bei Yongxiu seemed to be haggard a lot, but in her hand, she was carrying some food, which was obviously brought to Wang Feng. Dinner. Have you eaten? Bei Yongxiu asked. I haven't eaten yet. Originally, Wang Feng wanted to say that he had eaten it, but how could he bear to say it when Bei Yongxiu was so haggard and brought dinner for herself? It's just right that I didn't eat, let's eat together. After speaking, she took out all the things she had brought. I have to say that the dinner Bei Yongxiu brought is much richer than Xia Xiaomei's before. Chicken legs, sea cucumbers, abalone, and more delicious dishes that Wang Feng has never eaten. Just looking at the appearance, Wang Feng is already hungry. Up. Look at you, hungry, I'm afraid you haven't eaten anything for a day. Bei Yongxiu gave Wang Feng a white, then took out the tableware and handed it to Wang Feng's hand, saying, eat. Okay. After that, there was another storm, until Wang Feng felt that his stomach could not hold the extra stuff, and then he put down his chopsticks angrily. Sister Shui, today's stone cutting is still going well? Wang Feng asked. Well, cut it in half. When she heard Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu couldn't help looking at him with a very strange look. Although Wang Feng had told her before that these rough stones would definitely not lose money, but what made her really unimaginable was that the stones that Wang Feng bought did not have a single waste, and they were full of extremely valuable jade. She couldn't think of why Wang Feng had such a strange ability, but it was completely a cash cow. Wang Feng's body seemed to be filled with layers of mist, making her unable to see through this man anyway. The more you want to see him clearly, the more mysterious he becomes. After tidying up the rest of the food, Bei Yongxiu was holding a chair and sat down in front of Wang Feng's bed. Sister Shui, what's wrong with you? Seeing Bei Yongxiu's solemn expression, Wang Feng was also a little confused about what she was going to do. Don't do anything, you need to sign a word on this. While speaking, Bei Yongxiu took out a piece of A4 paper from her baby, with the word contract written on it. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng was really a little bit dumbfounded. Could it be that she was afraid that she might not be able to run halfway? In fact, what Wang Feng thought was really good, and Bei Yongxiu was really afraid that he would slip away. The value of Wang Feng is really too great. Even with him, Bei Yongxiu dared to pack a ticket for the Beixian Jewelry Guild to grow several times. Of course, signing a contract with Wang Feng actually has another meaning, but she is embarrassed to say it. Okay, I'll sign it. After dumbfounding, he wrote his name on the contract, and Bei Yongxiu gave up. In this way, Wang Feng's deed of selling body was signed, and he didn't even look at what was written in the contract. Wang Feng. Bei Yongxiu yelled again at this time, as if he wanted to say nothing. What happened? It's okay, take a good rest, I want to rest too. After speaking, Bei Yongxiu got up from the chair, and put the contract away by the way. Bei Yongxiu must have something to tell herself, but when she saw that she was unwilling to speak, Wang Feng was unwilling to ask, because if the other party wanted to say it, he would say it without him asking. But soon, Wang Feng's eyes widened and revealed an incredible color. He looked at Bei Yongxiu who was lying on a bed next to him, and exclaimed, Sister Shui, are you sleeping here? Originally, Wang Feng thought that Bei Yongxiu would leave here, but how could he have thought that Bei Yongxiu would actually be lying down on a hospital bed next to Wang Feng? Now Wang Feng is alone in this ward, and there are no other people, so the vacated space can be used by family members to sleep. Couldn't it? Bei Yongxiu gave Wang Feng a strange look, and said, Today I am too tired to go back, and tomorrow I have to continue to supervise the stone cutting. I will rest first, and I have something to call me. After speaking, Bei Yongxiu kicked off her high heels and climbed onto the bed. Not long after, even breathing came out, and this Nizai fell asleep so quickly. Looking at her, Wang Feng couldn't help being stunned, and at the same time he secretly said that this Nizai was too careless, that is, he was a decent gentleman, and if someone else, he might not know what would happen. But when he looked at Bei Yongxiu's beautiful face, he still couldn't help feeling a little hot in his heart. This lone man, widow, and dry wood coexist in the same room. Thinking of this, his eyes became a little wretched. When he was in college, he didn't do anything less about peeking at girls to take a bath, and Bei Yongxiu's body had already been seen by him. He pretended to be a gentleman in his heart, but Wang Feng's eyes still kept glancing around Bei Yongxiu's body, as if Bei Yongxiu didn't wear anything in his eyes. But soon, Wang Feng withdrew his gaze again, secretly calling himself a beast. Sister Shui bought dinner for herself after a day of tiredness. If you read www.uukangsha.com, if she really wanted to do anything to her, she would be worse than a brute. Although Wang Feng's personality is a bit romantic, he is definitely not indecent. He really wants to have a relationship with a woman, unless the other party wants it, otherwise, he will never force it. Thinking of what Sister Shui was doing to him, Wang Feng's heart surprisingly slowly calmed down, and even his faded. Looking at her back, he slowly walked down from the hospital bed and came to Bei Yongxiu's face, pulling on the cotton wool to cover her gently. His injury is almost healed. If he has been lying in this hospital, he is really not used to it, so he decided to leave here with Sister Shui tomorrow morning. When he came to the window, Wang Feng looked at the brightly lit night scene below, and his whole person slowly fell into calm. In the past few days, a lot of things have happened, and even some abilities have happened to him. He has almost considered the future. It is said that the ultimate goal of a man is to awaken the power of the world and drunk lying on the knees of beauty. There was no ability before, and Wang Feng had never had such an idea, because this goal was too far away from him. But now, in just a few days, he had already earned millions and knew such a beautiful woman as Bei Yongxiu. Thinking of Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng didn't know when a soft smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he narrowed his eyes slightly. Since God has given him powers, he must use powers to accomplish the ultimate goal that every man wants to accomplish, but cannot accomplish. He Wang Feng is destined not to become an ordinary person again. Wang Feng was smiling, and when he could not see, Bei Yongxiu also slowly opened his eyes, with a smile on the corners of his mouth, and then fell asleep sweetly. The next day, in Bei Yongxiu's extremely unwilling look, Wang Feng followed her and left the hospital. After the rest of last night, although Wang Feng's wound was still a little painful, it did not hinder his actions. Wang Feng naturally couldn't bear to make Bei Yongxiu a weak woman busy every day. Now that he has become the chief consultant of Beixian Jewelry, he must shoulder his responsibilities. Early in the morning of this day, Xia Xiaomei also came to the hospital early, but when she came to the ward where Wang Feng was located, she looked at the neatly folded bedding inside, and she also quickly called a fellow sister to ask. Wang Feng has been discharged from the hospital. This Wang Feng was wounded all over. He was discharged from the hospital after only lying here for a day. Isn't he going to die? Thinking of this, her complexion was also a little ugly, and she whispered a big bastard, which was turning around and leaving. However, thinking that no one would quarrel with herself, her heart was a bit empty. After all, Wang Feng was called her husband by herself, and then left without saying a word. It was really annoying. Up. Riding on Bei Yongxiu's Audi TT, Wang Feng and the two quickly arrived at the place where Bei's jewelry store was located. The location of Bei's jewelry shop is very advantageous. It is located in the prime area of Zhuhai City. I heard that the rent of this shop alone reaches 10 million yuan every year, which is more expensive than gold. Countless times. But precisely because of its good location, a lot of people and easy business, many businesses still break their heads and want to go here. The jewelry shop is now open for business. Seeing Bei Yongxiu's arrival, the two security guards at the door quickly applauded. However, when they saw Wang Feng's next to Bei Yongxiu, they looked at each other and secretly guessed Wang Feng's identity. This Wang Feng, but came in the boss's car, must have an extraordinary relationship. Everyone stops what they are doing. I want to announce one thing. Entering the jewelry store, Bei Yongxiu suddenly spoke with a cold voice. This look is very different from Wang Feng before. In the eyes of the employees, Bei Yongxiu is a typical iceberg, and no one wants to approach her. So when they walked over, all their eyes were on Wang Feng's body, guessing who this man was, and he could walk so close to the boss. Especially those male employees glanced at Wang Feng with unkind eyes, as if treating him as an enemy. Bei Yongxiu, in their eyes, is a goddess who is sacred and inviolable. Although they can't get close to her, they still feel unhappy when they see other men approach her. Sister Shui, just announce if you have anything. We all have things to work on. At this moment, a beautiful young woman spoke, but it was the store manager. This woman is called Wu Jiyi, a managerial talent who has returned from overseas. She has contributed to the steady improvement of the performance of the Beth Jewelry Company. On the surface, she is the manager of this store, but privately, she has a very good relationship with Bei Yongxiu, so at this moment she is also observing Wang Feng with an extremely strange look, which seems to be strange again. Feeling such gaze, Wang Feng naturally couldn't show weakness, and stared back. Moreover, his eyes were sharper than Wu Jiyi's, and Wang Feng used his perspective ability, and then he saw a scene that caused him to spurt blood. This Wu Jiyi is really a top-quality woman. With her devilish figure and slender legs, she can really arouse people's desire for crime. The two white rabbits are very strong, and it is this woman who makes Wang Feng even more bloody. It turned out to be a white tiger. In order to avoid spraying blood in public, Wang Feng quickly retracted his gaze, pretending that he hadn't seen anything. But he was muttering in his heart, women are born white tigers, very rare. He did not expect that this made him meet one, and what is even more rare is that this woman is still a very beautiful top. Now I will give you a grand introduction. The one next to me is the chief consultant I mentioned to you yesterday. From now on, we will be colleagues. You know each other. What? Hearing Bei Yongxiu's words, almost everyone in the store looked at Wang Feng with an unbelievable gaze. Their gazes seemed to say, how could the man in front of him be the chief consultant? If you want to be a consultant in a jewelry store, the most important thing is the qualifications, and most qualified people are people who are older. How could it be a young man like Wang Feng? This is simply nonsense. Isn't this person a relative of Bei Yongxiu? This thought could not help but appeared in their hearts. When they thought that this idea might be true, their gazes at Wang Feng suddenly became a little contemptuous. A big man who wanted to come here to eat and drink with the help of his relationship was not embarrassing. Ignoring their contemptuous look, Wang Feng smiled slightly, and then said, "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Feng. From now on, we will be brothers who eat a pot of rice. I hope you can take care of me." Having said that, Wang Feng also made a beating to them, but made them chuckle one after another. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, all the rough stones shipped the night before were selected by him alone, so if you don't understand anything, you can ask him." At this moment, Bei Yongxiu suddenly said. They suddenly opened their eyes again, as if they had seen a ghost. The rough stone that was shipped back the day before yesterday revealed many jadeites. How could they as employees of the Beth jewelry shop not know it? But what they didn't expect was that all these rough stones were selected by this Wang Feng. Isn't he the blind cat hitting the dead mouse? Beside Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng's expression was a bit bitter. These people in front of him must have far more knowledge about jewelry than him. Now, Bei Yongxiu asked them to ask himself. Isn't it difficult for him? As far as his half-hearted level is concerned, wherever he can guide them, it is almost the same to change his status. "Hey, brother Wang Feng, my name is Zhang Dehan. Today we are colleagues, but I need to take care of me." Just when everyone was in a daze, a simple-looking and honest security guard stepped forward and grabbed Wang Feng's hand. Said kindly. This security guard was one of the gatekeepers before. Don't look at him honestly, but from the observation that he held his hand, it is not difficult for Wang Feng to see that this profuse sweat is actually a practitioner. Because his hands are all calluses, ordinary gangsters are really not his opponent. "Okay, maybe I have to let you pay attention to me in the future," Wang Feng said politely, and then let go of Zhang Dehan's hand. "Okay, Wang Feng, come with me. Now, there are not enough stone-cutting lithologists, so you should come and count." At this time, Bei Yongxiu opened his mouth and pulled Wang Feng into the jewelry shop. Behind the jewelry store is a large warehouse, and all the rough stones purchased by Tian Wang Feng and the others have been transported here. Because stone cutting is a long process, 3 lithologists are simply not enough. I don't know how long it will take to cut 100 or so rough stones. The 3 calcite masters are now concentrating on the grindstone. After one day, they have already understood that all these rough stones in front of them have emeralds. Therefore, they were extremely careful in their actions and did not dare to make the slightest mistake, because the value of jadeite is extremely high, and even if a piece of jade is damaged, it can't be compensated by selling them. Picking up the calcite tool, Wang Feng began to cut the stone. He cut the stone, not so slow than those calcite masters. He used cutting, not grinding. If it is a grindstone, even if it gets dark in a day, I believe he can't finish a few. Therefore, he used the perspective and went straight down. He made the cut, very accurate, and went straight down the edge of the emerald. In this way, he cut off the 4 directions, saving an unknown amount of time. At Wang Feng's side, Bei Yongxiu's heart jumped when he saw Wang Feng's exaggerated stone cutting technique. If it hadn't been for watching Wang Feng not damaging the jade every time, her heart would have jumped out. "Sister Shui, I just cut these rough stones. As for the grindstones, you should leave them to the stone master to do it," Wang Feng said with a calm voice. "Okay." Seeing Wang Feng's superb stone cutting technique, Bei Yongxiu also knew his strength, and quickly nodded. After cutting almost 5 rough jadeite stones in a row, Wang Feng cut down with a single cut, and then the cut surface of the jadeite was exposed. There was no damage at all, it was almost cut off the edge. This kind of cutting technique has already caused the eyes of the 3 lithologists here to fall to the ground. They have never seen such an accurate cutting technique of Wang Feng since they have been in this profession for so long. I'm afraid, even the master among the stone-solving divisions can't reach this level, right? Cutting stones, the time is very long, and using the perspective ability for a long time. www.wuxiaspot.com. Wang Feng also felt his head dizzy from time to time, and he almost cut it several times. The perspective ability is undoubtedly very powerful, but if it is used for a long time, Wang Feng can't bear it. On the side, Bei Yongxiu didn't say a word, but quietly propped his chin, watching the piece of rough stone reveal the exquisite jade cut stone under Wang Feng's knife. And seeing Wang Feng's preoccupied appearance, Bei Yongxiu also gradually became fascinated, saying that when a man devotes himself to one thing, he is the most attractive. This sentence will never wrong. Bei Yongxiu has seen many men, but she has never seen a unique charm like Wang Feng in any man. Wang Feng cut the stone for more than half a day, and for a long time, Bei Yongxiu had also been watching Wang Feng engrossly. Even her arms were so numb that she didn't even notice it. "Okay, I have finished cutting the rough stone." Wang Feng got up, but he felt dizzy in his eyes and almost fell to the ground. This time, he was very overdrawn, his eyes were red, and his whole body was already wet with sweat. It can be said that he had never felt such exhaustion before. "Ah, your eyes." Seeing Wang Feng standing up, Bei Yongxiu was also awakened. Before, he had been paying attention to Wang Feng's charm with all his heart, and he did not even notice that Wang Feng's eyes were already red as if it's going to shed blood and tears. In this appearance, it looks like a person who hasn't slept for 10 days. I'm fine, do you have the keys to the villa? I want to go back and rest. For half a day, he kept using the perspective ability, and now he felt that his whole body was light, and he could lie down on the ground at any time. Now, all he needs is rest. Okay. Seeing Wang Feng's appearance so scary, Bai Yongxiu also quickly handed him the key to the villa, and took out another car key, and said, "You can drive my car back. I am staring, and you have a good rest." "No, I'll take a taxi and go home." What a joke. As far as Wang Feng's current situation is concerned, he dared to drive, unless it is desperate. Fortunately, this is a prime location. There are a lot of taxis coming and going. Just hire one. Wang Feng explained the location and fell asleep in the car. When he arrived at the gate of Zukan number 1, the taxi driver woke him up. After taking a look at the familiar scene outside, Wang Feng took out 100 yuan and handed it to the driver's hand. In the car, the driver stared blankly at the direction Wang Feng was leaving, speechless. The fare from Bai's jewelry line to here is a total of 120 yuan, but Wang Feng threw him 100 yuan and even said he didn't need to find it. Those who can live in Zukan number 1 are truly rich, and this person is so stingy. Looking up outside, Wang Feng had already entered Zukan 1 from a distance. Secretly cursing bad luck, the driver is not good to call Wang Feng, so he can only drove away with unlucky luck. Opening the door, Wang Feng only felt that his legs didn't belong to him. Now he just wanted to sleep well. Although the clairvoyance ability is easy to use, this time Wang Feng deeply felt the damage caused by excessive overdraft. It seemed that he would not be able to use it like this in the future. With a wry smile, he found the bathroom, ready to take a shower before going to bed. "Zioxiu, are you back so soon?" Originally, Wang Feng was going to enter the bathroom, but before he opened the door opened automatically. Then, a beautiful body of white flowers appeared in his sight. This was a woman, and she was also an extremely beautiful woman, whose appearance was no longer under the clouds and snow. It's just that she's wearing nothing now, just staring at Wang Feng naked. Wang Feng was stunned, and this woman was also stunned. He didn't even think that a stranger would appear here. Almost 10 seconds passed before a shrill scream came from the villa. What? The scream almost lifted the roof open, and even Wang Feng was so scared by the sound that he was completely sleepy. At this moment, he even suspected that he was not in the wrong place. The bathroom door was severely slammed, and within a short while, the bathroom door opened again, and then a person rushed out of it and shouted, "I will kill you, rascal." The person who spoke was the beauty who was seen by Wang Feng before, but now her eyes were full of evil, and she looked like she was about to tear Wang Feng alive. I have to admit that the appearance of this woman when she was not wearing clothes really made Wang Feng amazed. This beauty is at least 1.7 meters tall, and that pair of slender legs really makes Wang Feng some can't hold it. What's even worse is that the size of the two big white rabbits of this beauty is too scary. At least they have D, and they are also unusually strong. However, no matter how amazing this beauty made Wang Feng, he couldn't laugh at all at this moment, because the fist of this beauty had already hit his face. They all say that they don't slap people, but this beauty greets him on the face as soon as she comes up. Head tilted slightly, Wang Feng could have escaped the punch of this beauty, but because the beauty was too inertial, she could not stop, and rushed behind Wang Feng. Behind it is the wall. If she really rushes up, it will hit the wall. Therefore, without even thinking about it, Wang Feng directly stretched out a hand to hold the beauty. It didn't matter if he pulled it, Wang Feng couldn't hold the beautiful woman's hand, but instead grasped on a soft ball. It seemed to feel good in the hand. Wang Feng also squeezed it slightly. There was silence for almost 5 seconds, and a scream that was more penetrating than before came out of the beauty's mouth. At this moment, she really had a murderous heart. Tang Ero was really frightened and angry with a body that hadn't been touched by a man for more than 20 years. Hearing the beauty's exclamation, Wang Feng responded, and quickly retracted his hand, embarrassed on his face. Because he already knew where he just caught. "Rogue, you go to death for me," Tang Ero shouted, her face pale, and she kicked Wang Feng in the crotch. This foot was very fast, and the sound of the wind was strong, so Wang Feng quickly stretched out his hand, like a pair of pliers, firmly grasping Tang Ero's leg. If this is kicked by her, her life for the rest of her life will be ruined. Tang Ero yelled, confusion in her heart. She was attacked on the chest first, and now the leg was caught by him again. She was really furious. "Rogue, let go," Tang Ero screamed. "I won't spread it." Wang Feng shook his head. How dare to let her go? If this is let go of this angry tigress, who knows what she will do? Go to hell. Suddenly, Tang Ero's body twisted in a strange arc, and she bit on Wang Feng's shoulder with one bite. This bite was so powerful that Wang Feng felt that his flesh was about to be bitten off. Wang Feng was in pain, and the hand holding her foot couldn't help but relax. Under the loosening, Tang Ero broke free and rushed into the kitchen at a flying speed. Originally, Wang Feng thought that this girl was shy and hid inside, but the next moment, his complexion became pale, and cold sweat came out on his forehead. In the hands of this tigress, at this moment, he was clutching a gleaming kitchen knife, and Wang Feng felt harry in his heart. "Smelly rascal, I killed you today," Tang Ero shouted, rushing up with her kitchen knife. "We have something to talk about," Wang Feng said with a dry smile before he could wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. "I killed you." After saying that, Tang Ero swiped at Wang Feng with a single knife, making him sweat drippingly. "This girl is too scary, shouldn't you really want to kill?" But now he can't take care of that much anymore. After practicing the chi gathering technique, his skill is much more terrifying than before. Therefore, looking at her sword, Wang Feng calmed down, but he turned his body sideways. And the moment he avoided the kitchen knife, he turned over and kicked the kitchen knife in the girl's hand with one kick. Miss, I admit that I was wrong just now, but you don't need to be so angry, right? What age is this? And looking at the body can't represent anything. Kicked her kitchen knife away, Wang Feng said in embarrassment. Ah, you shameless person. Seeing Wang Feng was still talking about the previous things, Tang Ero's expression was ashen, and she didn't know when a pair of silver-white handcuffs appeared in her hands. You rascal, if you have anything, leave it to me to talk. While talking, before Wang Feng returned, his left hand was handcuffed. QJ entering the room, plus the charge of assaulting a policeman, is enough for you to sit in prison. Tang Ero sneered, and the other handcuffs also handcuffed Wang Feng's right hand. As a criminal police officer, after a short period of anger, she has slowly recovered her calm. She can't kill people. Even if Wang Feng is a complete gangster, she has no right to kill. However, if Wang Feng can be brought into the game, then she will have a way to make him never get out of it forever. Seeing her own body, she would make Wang Feng worse than death. There is no need to be so cruel. Wang Feng was also surprised when he heard Tang Ero's words, because he had already heard that this beauty seemed to be a policeman. You said that it was not good to provoke a policeman, and Wang Feng really complained in his heart. But he couldn't sit still. Seeing that the beautiful woman wanted to handcuff her other hand, Wang Feng's eyes were quick and he took the handcuffs directly and baked it on the beautiful woman's right hand. Want to get me into the game? I'm afraid you don't have this ability. Shameless, rascal. Seeing that her hands were actually handcuffed, Tang Ero also yelled again, and her free hand hit Wang Feng in the face. As soon as he stretched out his hand to hold the palm of the beautiful woman's hand, Wang Feng also said helplessly, I said beautiful woman, can you stop for a while? Let go. Seeing Wang Feng's hand firmly grasping his own, Tang Ero's eyes also widened, with murderous intent permeating it. Do you think I will let go? Wang Feng gave her an innocent look and said, I kicked you to death. Suddenly, Tang Ero's slender thighs fiercely topped, directly causing Wang Feng's eyes to crack, and his eyes almost didn't fall to the ground. This mad woman suddenly reached his lower body, causing him to tremble with pain, and his face turned pale. Realizing that the mad woman still wanted to push herself with her legs, Wang Feng also directly pushed her down under the sofa, and the whole person was pressed firmly on her. In this way, all her active places have been restrained by herself, but there is no way to continue to make trouble. Smelly rascal, let go of me, or I will kill you. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com was pressed on the sofa by Wang Feng. Tang Ero also yelled again. However, at this moment, her words were of no use to Wang Feng. He could be regarded as seeing the viciousness of this woman, hitting people without hitting her face, but she hit her face, and almost ruined his life. If this let her go, Wang Feng wondered if he could leave here alive today. Don't yell, or I will kill you today. Let you get what you want. Wang Feng was also a little angry when he kept being called gangsters by the other party. As he spoke in a low voice, Tang Ero was shocked. Tang Ero is a good detective, and her skills are not what ordinary gangsters can resist, but compared with Wang Feng, she is not a bit different. If Wang Feng really wanted to do anything to her, she might all commit suicide. Be quiet, I can consider letting you go. Seeing that the other party stopped screaming, Wang Feng was also relieved. However, before he finished speaking, he was stunned, because Tang Ero's silk pajamas had already been messy because of the previous two people's fight. At this moment, from his perspective, he could see Tang Ero's two white rabbits that were ready to come out, a piece of Snow White, and the deep gully. Wang Feng's eyes were straight. Even with Tang Ero's constant twisting, Wang Feng was able to see the two bumps. He lowered his body and erected the tent unconvincingly. Wang Feng only felt that his nose was a little sour. When he looked down, it was a drop of blood that fell on Tang Ero's white chest. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the coldness of her chest naturally attracted Tang Ero's attention. At this moment, she could see Wang Feng staring at her chest, looking at him like that, as if she couldn't wait to get in. And what made her even more embarrassed was the strangeness from her lower body. Although she had been a young girl for more than 20 years, she understood what was next to her. After a full minute of silence, Tang Ero let out a huge roar. Smelly rascal, get away from me. Tang Ero shouted, her expression sullen. But no matter how she twisted, what this brought to Wang Feng was only excitement. Now Wang Feng is completely pressed on Tang Ero's body, and even the other's body temperature can be clearly felt. Therefore, as she continues to twist, Wang Feng's little brother is firmer, making Tang Ero's blush quicker bleeding. The bursts of fragrance mixed with the smell of the shower gel continued to rise from Tang Ero's body, impacting Wang Feng's mind. At this moment, he was in a state of confusion, and he really wanted to rectify her on the spot. It's just that he has this heart, but he doesn't have the guts. This girl is a policeman. If she really does that, Wang Feng really doesn't doubt that the rest of his life will really be spent in prison. Indecent, shameless, shameless. Tang Ero kept yelling. Her legs tried to kick Wang Feng hard but she couldn't do it. Wang Feng's strength is really too great, it suppressed her to death, and now she has no strength but can't use her fists. Beauty, can you stop it? If you are not tired, I will be tired. Wang Feng said, but he pressed her hard against the sofa. Rogue, scumbag, I must catch you in. Tang Ero was even more angry when she heard Wang Feng's words, because she felt the things against her underneath, and seemed to be delivering amazing heat to her through her clothes. Beauty, don't think that I'm really that good to bully. The left sentence is a hooligan, and the right sentence is a hooligan. Even if Wang Feng's temperament is good, his face is a little cold at this moment. Humph, you are a rascal, and you are still a shameless rascal. If you don't let me go, do you believe me yelling to QJ me? Tang Ero snorted coldly and said, Hehe, what do you want to try? Wang Feng said coldly, QJ, I believe it is something that many women don't want to mention, let alone shouting. After all, this is about a woman's chastity. Some people even look at it more importantly than their own life, so Wang Feng doesn't care much about her. However, in just the next second, Wang Feng's expression changed drastically, because the mad woman actually yelled from the villa. Help, QJ, help. Her voice was loud, the high decibel voice shook Wang Feng's ears with a slight roar, but it was really possible for her to scream so crazy. Therefore, in Tang Ero's incredible look, Wang Feng's mouth was directly attached to Tang Ero's red lips. Since you are going to bark, then I will stop your mouth. At this moment, Tang Ero's eyes widened, and her whole body was struck by lightning, and she even forgot to resist. The first kiss that has been preserved for more than 20 years, was, just like this, and it didn't stop there. She even felt that Wang Feng's flexible tongue had opened her teeth and got into her mouth. She forgot to resist, and even she didn't know how to resist. At this moment, she was like a puppet, letting Wang Feng's tongue stir in her mouth to his heart's content. This is my first kiss, so it's gone. I don't know how long it has passed, she finally reacted back and bit Wang Feng's tongue in one bite. What? Wang Feng, who was immersed in the fragrant kiss, would have thought that Tang Ero would suddenly bite his tongue. At this moment, it was impossible for him to get out, and his face was pale. This woman was so cruel that she almost bit off his tongue. Severely grabbed Tang Ero's two big white rabbits with his hands, and Wang Feng's tongue was able to retreat. At this moment, he could feel a smell permeating his mouth. It was obviously already bleeding. Looking at Tang Ero again, she was angry at this moment, and there was blood flowing out of the corner of her mouth. Wang Feng's heart was fluffy. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough, otherwise he would not doubt that his tongue would be bitten off by her. I'm telling you, it's best to stop yelling, otherwise, I will continue to kiss you strongly. After spitting out the blood from his mouth, Wang Feng showed an evil smile, and Tang Ero was shocked. However, after this strong kiss, she really didn't dare to make any more noises. Since the rogue dared to kiss her forcefully once, she would definitely dare to force her a second time. The dignified violent criminal police turned out to have nothing to do with Wang Feng at this moment. She couldn't fight, and now she was still pressed on the sofa in an extremely ambiguous posture by Wang Feng, wanting to get out. That was wishful thinking. Now, she just wanted to get rid of this sooner. Dead hooligan, stinky hooligan, abnormal, scolded Wang Feng fiercely in her heart, but she did not dare to say it. Humph. With a cold snort, Tang Ero turned her head away from Wang Feng, not daring to make any more noise. However, she is not noisy, but it does not mean that Wang Fengsheng is quiet. This policewoman is too irritated, and she is now wearing a nearly transparent silk pajamas. She does not know how tempting Wang Feng is. If he doesn't wear anything, perhaps Wang Feng will feel bored after watching it for a long time. After all, he has seen a lot of educational films in the island country. But it was Tang Ero's looming hazy beauty that was fatally attractive to him. Looking unscrupulously swept around her chest, Wang Feng's underside was as hard as iron, and Tang Ero's face was flushed red. This crazy woman, there is really nothing to say about the development. Wang Feng's desire to watch is constantly rising, but he does not dare to QJ her. This is also a huge mental torture for him. Can only be seen but not good. Wang Feng felt that he was about to vomit blood and died. Can you remove the things below you? Tang Ero turned her head back with a flushed face at this moment, and said, looking at Wang Feng. But as her voice fell, it was Wang Feng's lips that greeted her. Since you can't possess her, then kiss her strongly. Who made her be so arrogant before? You. Tang Ero wanted to make a sound, but she couldn't make it anyhow. This time, Wang Feng had learned to be clever, and he dared not stick his tongue into her mouth anymore. At best it was spinning on her cold lips. After a strong kiss, it lasted almost 5 minutes before Wang Feng left her lips contentedly. Don't talk, or I will continue to kiss you, Wang Feng said with an evil smile on his face. Hearing what he said, Tang Ero was half to death, but she was truly frightened. The first kiss was almost taken away by him in a predatory way, and this second. Thinking of this, Tang Ero almost wished to kill Wang Feng immediately. At this moment, she only felt a little wronged in her heart. The first kiss he had kept for more than 20 years was taken away by someone he had known for less than half an hour, and he was also threatened by him at any time. Ashamed and filled her heart, she bit her lip, trying not to make any noise. Seeing her like this, Wang Feng actually felt a little pity in his heart, but when he thought of being hacked to death by her before, he was suddenly excited and hurriedly cheered her down and suppressed her. Time seemed to be passing abnormally slowly. After returning this time, Wang Feng originally felt that his mental overdraft was serious. Now he has to confront this crazy woman all the time, and he feels that he is almost unable to support it. Several times, he almost fell asleep on Tang Ero's body. Neither of them had eaten for lunch, even if their stomachs kept grunting, they were still stalemate eye to eye, and neither of them took a step back. This stalemate continued until the sky was completely dark, when Bae Yong-soo came back and ended. After a day's fatigue, Bae Yong-soo was really exhausted, but when she opened the door of the villa, she looked at Wang Feng and Tang Ero in the lobby when they were hugging each other in an extremely ambiguous posture. My head is not enough. She knew that her good sister would be back today, but what she didn't expect at all was that Wang Feng would actually be with her. Sister Shui, save me, this crazy woman is going to kill me. Xiaoxiu, help me catch this hooligan, I will smash him into thousands of pieces. Two voices came from Wang Feng and Tang Ero's mouth respectively. At this moment, the two of them swept away their previous decadent appearance, hoping to get Bae Yongsu's help. On this day, Wang Feng was really tired. He was very overdrawn during the stone cutting in the morning. Now he stared at Tang Ero for such a whole day, he wanted to rest very much. And Tang Ero? All day long, she was held by Wang Feng in such an extremely ambiguous posture. I don't know how much advantage was taken www.wuxiaspot.com so, for Wang Feng, she really has endless hatred. Her first kiss was lost in Wang Feng's hands, so she was really going crazy. At the same time, when they heard the words of the two of them, Bae Yongsu was stunned again, especially when she saw a lot of blood on the faces of Wang Feng and Tang Ero, she was shocked. Entering the room quickly, she immediately saw the kitchen knife Tang Ero raised from the kitchen during the day. Is this Airo really going to kill Wang Feng? Thinking of this, Bae Yongsu's expression also changed, and she quickly asked, what's wrong with you? He wants to QJ me, Tang Ero said, making Bae Yongsu pale. No, Sister Shui, listen to me, it was she who wanted to kill me. Did you see the kitchen knife on the ground? If I didn't react quickly today, maybe I would have been killed by her. At that time, he called out quickly. After hearing Wang Feng's explanation, Bae Yongsu actually believed in Wang Feng a little more. After all, she knew that Wang Feng was not that kind of person in the past few days. And there is indeed a kitchen knife on the ground, maybe what Wang Feng said is right. She knows her good sister's temper very well, and ordinary men can't stand it, otherwise she would not have been single for more than 2 decades. Maybe it was because she suddenly saw a strange man come in today that she thought he was a bad person. Thinking of this, Bae Yongsu's complexion slowly calmed down. When she came close to Wang Feng and Tang Ero, she looked at the two of them, and then said, you two let go of each other first. If anyone messes up again, don't blame me for driving you all out of the house. Bae Yongsu's voice was a little cold. This was the first time Wang Feng saw Bae Yongsu angry, but even if she was angry, it was very beautiful. Rogue, get up from me. Tang Ero shouted. Cut, it's really rare for someone to catch you. Wang Feng curled his lips, then let go of her left hand and walked away from her. The only thing he wanted to do now was rest, but he didn't mean to continue to molest her. After all, beautiful women can be used to tease later, and now his most important thing is to rest to save his life. Wang Feng got up from her, but before he got up, he heard Tang Ero scream of ouch. It turned out that Wang Feng had forgotten that the two people's left and right hands were still being handcuffed together, and in this day, his legs had already lost consciousness, and he rushed to Tang Ero's body. The weight of more than 100 caddies suddenly hit Tang Ero's body. One can imagine how ugly she is now. Crazy woman, quickly open the handcuffs. Wang Feng called. Rogue, what do you call me? Tang Ero opened her eyes wide when she heard Wang Feng's words, really wishing to eat Wang Feng. What are you talking about? Get rid of my handcuffs. Finally, the handcuffs of the two people were untied, and Wang Feng fled here almost at a windy speed, rushed into his room and locked the door. Wang Feng was a long sigh of relief. Today, he was almost hacked to death by this crazy woman. He was also very scared, and he offended this woman severely today, and he doesn't know how she will treat himself in the future. But now he doesn't want to think about anything but sleep. With vain steps, Wang Feng immediately rushed to his bed, saving even bathing and eating. This night, he did not practice, nor did he pay attention to what the two women outside were talking about. In short, when he opened his eyes again and woke up, it was already bright outside. After one night's rest, he felt that his mental head had recovered a lot. Although there was still some fatigue, he was much better than yesterday. After looking at the time, he found that it was already past 9 o'clock, and even the breakfast was past. However, when he opened the door and walked into the hall, he was stunned, because he actually saw that the two women, Bae Yongsu and Tang Ero, were still at home at the moment and did not go to work. Looking at their cold eyes, Wang Feng didn't know how to speak. Come here, let's discuss some things. At this time, Bae Yongsu spoke, her expression calm. Wang Feng couldn't guess what she was going to say. Now he wanted to hide but couldn't hide, so he had to bite the bullet and sat on the sofa. Wang Feng, Xiaoxiu has already told me what happened yesterday. She said this, she paused slightly, seemingly embarrassed. But when she saw Tang Ero's cold gaze, she continued, so after a night of discussion with Xiaoxiu, I decided. Having said this, she took a peek at Wang Feng and didn't continue. Sister Shui, just tell me if you have anything. Anyway, there are no outsiders here besides the three of us. Seeing Bae Yongsu's embarrassment, Wang Feng said with a slight smile. What's not an outsider? At this moment, Tang Ero stared at Wang Feng fiercely, her eyes full of murderousness. You are an outsider here. Xiaoxiu, Seeing that the two seemed to be struggling again, Bei Yongxiu was the one who grabbed Tang Ero, who was about to get angry, and motioned her not to be impulsive. Wang Feng, after discussion between the two of us, we decided to let you move out temporarily, and I have already found the house outside for you. Said this, Bei Yongxiu's voice was a little low, and he lowered his head. In fact, letting Wang Feng move out was just the idea of Tang Ero alone. She couldn't help her best friend, so she agreed. Moreover, such an embarrassing thing happened when the two of them met for the first time, and they will definitely not get along well in the future. Therefore, it is actually good to let Wang Feng move out. Haha, Sister Shui, is it the meaning of her alone? Wang Feng's gaze swept around Tang Ero unscrupulously before he said, there is nothing wrong with me, why should I move out? And I won't agree to move out. If you want me to rent a house, that's fine, I will live here, and I will pay you rent every month. I can afford this little money, Wang Feng. After speaking, Wang Feng glanced at Tang Ero with a provocative look, but he was so angry that she was half dead. This rascal wanted to stop here. Hearing Wang Feng's words, although Bei Yongxiu had some embarrassment on her face, she was a little bit happy in her heart. If Wang Feng really moved from here, would he think that there was also his own participation? Therefore, not leaving Wang Feng is actually what she would like to see most. As for why she had such an idea, she herself couldn't explain it clearly. No. Tang Ero snorted immediately when Wang Feng looked like he would not leave here. We are not a shelter here. We want to rent a house and rent out by ourselves. We don't welcome you here. Tang Ero's voice was a bit cold, and Bei Yongxiu couldn't help but frown. My good sister, her temper is so bad that sometimes she can't control it. Hey, you are not welcome to invite me out if you have the ability. Wang Feng laughed twice, without putting her words in his ears at all. You. Tang Ero made her face pale with anger, and then took out the pair of handcuffs from yesterday and threw it directly onto the coffee table. Then, she took out a black pistol from her waist and threw it on the table. Seeing this scene, not only Wang Feng, even Bei Yongxiu was so frightened that she was a little bit frightened, not sure what she was going to do. What happened yesterday? If I get you into the game, it will be enough for you to sit in prison, but for Xiaoxiu's sake, I can forget the blame. But, she said this, her words changed, and then she became very cold, saying, if you still want to stay here today, don't blame me for taking you back. After speaking, she took the handcuffs up and pointed the black muzzle at Wang Feng. Ai Ro, what are you doing? Seeing the situation getting worse and worse, Bei Yongxiu's expression also changed. Her best friend, as a criminal policeman, always behaves vigorously on weekdays. She is really afraid that she will do it. Something out of the ordinary. Xiaoxiu, you don't have to persuade me. This took advantage of me yesterday. If he doesn't give him a look today, he really thinks Grandma Auntie is a bully. Tang Ero said, very upset. Of course, she was upset. Actually, Wang Feng was even more upset. It didn't matter if he suddenly ran out of the bath, and now he blames him on the blame. This is really uncle and aunt can't bear it. This police officer, first of all, let me declare that it is already a violation of discipline when you use your finger to point to a civilian in this way. Moreover, do you have evidence of what happened yesterday? Who can prove it to you? Said this, Wang Feng, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This crazy woman really wants to wear her own shoes. No evidence is needed. What I said is evidence. Now, are you going or staying? Tang Ero snorted coldly, showing a very indifferent expression. Of course I stay here. If you have the ability, you will shoot. Wang Feng said calmly without changing his expression. Shot? Hearing Wang Feng's words, Tang Ero almost thought that there was a problem with his hearing. Ordinary people who saw the gun were scared to death? This Wang Feng actually let her shoot? Does she dare to shoot? It must be impossible. As a criminal policeman, although she has killed a criminal, it is a bad person after all. Although Wang Feng took advantage of her and even took away her first kiss, if she killed Wang Feng, then it means to truly know the law and violate the law, and the crime is a plus. As a principled criminal police officer, she just wanted to scare Wang Feng away, but now, Wang Feng was not afraid of her shooting. Isn't this man afraid of death? At this moment, a layer of fine sweat appeared on her forehead, but she did not speak, and she felt a little nervous. Why? Don't our crazy women dare to shoot? I'm going to stay here. If you have the ability, you will shoot me. The big deal is that we will die together. Wang Feng said, his complexion still cold. A pair of boiling water is not afraid of dead pigs. Look like you. Tang Ero was trembling with anger at seeing a rogue like Wang Feng. After all, she didn't dare to shoot, but smashed the handcuffs in her hands to Wang Feng severely, stood up, yelled hooligans, and slammed out the door. Where she is going, Wang Feng doesn't know, and he won't bother. This terrifying woman, who dares not open her eyes to provoke her. If this is shot to death, it is all deserved. But as she walked away, Wang Feng felt that the pressure on her whole body was relieved a lot, and cold sweat was already overflowing from her back. Wang Feng, are you okay? After Tang Ero left, Yu reading www.uukangsha.com. Bei Yongxiu also hurriedly walked up with a caring expression on her face. Of course I'm fine. Wang Feng smiled, but returned to his usual appearance. You didn't know that you scared me to death just now. If Ai Ro was really excited to shoot, I don't know how to end it. She said that. Her face was also a little afraid. This best friend of my own, when she is usually good, is almost like an ordinary person. She is a superb beauty who can arouse the desire of any man. However, once she got angry, her best friend did not dare to get too close. After all, her title of violent policewoman from the Zhuhai Interpol was not for nothing. It's okay. Hearing Bei Yongxiu's words, Wang Feng couldn't help feeling a little sigh. Just now, when the mad woman pointed a gun at him, if he said that he was not nervous, the ghost would believe it, but he was hiding well, and he didn't show it. Fortunately, this woman was not crazy enough to shoot herself, otherwise he would not have the slightest certainty to avoid those high-speed bullets. By the way, Sister Shui, I don't know if there is any food at home. I haven't eaten anything since yesterday, Wang Feng said with some embarrassment. I have food. The things we went out to buy last night haven't finished eating. Originally we were going to ask you to come out to eat, but you never responded, so I kept a copy for you. With that, Bei Yongxiu walked out of the kitchen and heated the food for Wang Feng in a microwave oven. This was what brought him out. Looking at the food in Bei Yongxiu's hands, Wang Feng's heart was really moved. Bei Yongxiu is really a good woman, and even thought about it for herself. But when he thought that she and the mad woman were best friends, his complexion became a little ugly again. It seemed that the two of them could not be allowed to get too close in the future, it was too dangerous. After 3 consecutive days of hard work in Bei's jewelry store, Wang Feng and the others finally cut all the rough stones they bought. This batch of rough stones, just like what Wang Feng said, did not have a piece of waste, all of which were high-value jade. The rough jadeite that was purchased for about 100 million yuan, and the value of the jadeite cutout now is estimated to be at least about 300 to 400 million yuan. And this is just the estimate on the rough stone. If these jadeites are processed into jade jewelry, I am afraid that the value will continue to rise. This time, because of Wang Feng, Pei's jewelry store made a lot of money. Wang Feng, this time you are the biggest contributor to our jewelry business, so I decided to pay you 100 million in dividends. Are you not too small? At this time, Bei Yongxiu opened his mouth with a continuous smile on his face. For the entire Bell's jewelry store, the annual turnover is estimated to be around 1 billion yuan. Excluding costs, the net profit is estimated to be between 300 and 400 million yuan. But this time, in just a few days, Wang Feng helped Bei's jewelry company earn back almost a year's output value, so Bei Yongxiu has no reason to be unhappy. As for giving Wang Feng 100 million in dividends, it was her own intention and it was also what Wang Feng deserved. As long as Wang Feng is there, the future value will be far greater than it is now. Therefore, Bei Yongxiu also hoped that she could use the money to tie Wang Feng to her side. Sister Shui is fine. Wang Feng was not surprised to hear that Bei Yongxiu was going to give herself 100 million, because as his knowledge increased, 100 million seemed to be nothing. And he himself believes that his wealth will go far beyond that in the future. By the way, Sister Shui, are you going to open a branch next? At this moment, Wang Feng asked suddenly. Yes, although our annual income from Beth's jewelry is still considerable, we are still far behind compared to large companies like Hualian Jewelry. Therefore, I am planning to open another branch. Shui glanced at it and said slowly. Opening a branch was decided a long time ago, and Gu Ping has already been hired as the store manager, so it is naturally impossible not to implement it. After pondering for a moment, Wang Feng also knew that she would open a branch, but it would not make much money just to open one. And his goal is just that. In Zhuhai City, Hualian Jewelry is the biggest leader, and Bei's only has this store here. To make more money, 2 small shops are obviously unlikely. Sister Shui, do you think this will work? We can open another branch. However, the scale of this branch must be at least 5 times the size of the current store. If we want to do it, we will make the largest one. Wang Feng he opened his mouth, eyes gleaming. Wang Feng's words shook Bei Yongxiu severely. She had never had this idea, but it was very difficult to make Bei's jewelry business bigger. Jewelry business is a business entrusted to her by the family, and it also means to test her. Therefore, it is almost impossible for her to use the power of the family, only relying on herself. In the past, her idea was only to keep the jewelry industry's income gradually increasing every year. As for the maximum, that was something she didn't dare to think about. Wang Feng, your idea is good, but to do the best, first of all, Hualian Jewelry will not allow such a thing to happen. Will it be too risky? Bei Yongxiu said with some worry. Don't worry, Hualian Jewelry Co. Limited will give us way sooner or later. If they want to stop, I will make them completely bankrupt. Wang Feng's voice also became a little cold. Hualong has dealt with him twice, although with Hishan's help, he may not embarrass himself for the time being, but it is impossible for Wang Feng to let go of his previous enmity. If you have grudges, you must take revenge. This has almost become Wang Feng's belief in survival. Anyway, he has decided to work on jewelry, and of course all obstacles must be cleared. With the ability to see through, he can keep the jewelry store from losing money, and the Hualian Jewelry store, maybe. Sister Shui, don't worry, let me deal with the Hualian Jewelry store. You only need to be responsible for getting the jewelry store up and running. You can sell this batch of jade as capital. We can open the store first. Get up. Wang Feng said. But soon he seemed to have thought of something, and said, Sister Shui, can you sell these jadeites? You don't have to worry about the sale of raw materials. My family can buy it. Otherwise, if you invest in the 100 million that I promised you before, I invest 100 million. We two will open this store jointly. Bei Yongxiu looked at Wang Feng and asked. That's what I meant. Wang Feng said with a slight smile. If you really want to expand the jewelry business, it is obviously impossible for Wang Feng not to take up shares in it. Even if Bei Yongxiu didn't mention it, he would say it himself. To work, you can't really become a rich man, you can only start your own business. Then we have to put aside the opening of the store for a while. After all, in a place like Zhuhai City, a good store is not easy to find, and it is even more difficult to find the right price. Bei Yongxiu said with a wry smile. But when he heard her, Wang Feng smiled, and then said, didn't we meet Big Brother Yao last time? In his capacity, getting a good sales room in a good location is not a big problem, right? That's right. Bei Yongxiu's eyes lit up, and it was only then that he discovered that there was a man with a great background like Yao Cheng. With his help, it shouldn't be a big problem. On the same day, Bei Yongxiu and Wang Feng asked Yao Cheng out. In the Tianyu Hotel, Yao Cheng's gaze was swept back and forth between Wang Feng, and then there was a meaningful smile on his face, saying, I don't know what you two busy people are asking for today. Big Brother Yao, let's not talk secretly. Today, the two of us actually ask for something. Wang Feng said, a little bit dumbfounded by Yao Cheng's eyes. Just tell me if you have anything. I may not be able to help you with the murder and arson event, but for the rest, I believe I still have that energy. Yao Cheng took a sip of coffee and leaned comfortably on the chair. That's it. The two of us are going to open another branch, which is estimated to be 5 times the size of the current Beixian jewelry store. Therefore, in terms of the store, I wonder if you can help us with some ideas. Wang Feng said, almost plenipotentiary representative of Bei Yongxiu. On this question, Yao Cheng's eyes widened, and he looked at the two of Wang Feng in disbelief. Yes, that's it. Wang Feng nodded. Then you can rest assured, I will pay attention to you a little bit recently. It is estimated that I will be able to give you an answer in 10 days. However, if you do this, I am afraid that it will arouse the disgust of the Hualian Jewelry Company. Could it be that you have decided to attack them? Yao Cheng showed an interested expression on his face, lest the world would not be chaotic. I don't think so much about starting with them, but if they embarrass me, they naturally have to start with them. Wang Feng sneered and said, Bei's jewelry is good. If you don't do it, you really want to do it. To be the largest in Zhuhai City, and even to form a chain store in the future, whoever blocks it is the enemy. Wang Feng spoke, making Yao Cheng's body slightly shaken. But soon he laughed out loud and said, well, since my brother is so domineering, my brother will give you an answer tomorrow, but I dare to ask you, if you want to open a store, do you know if the funds are sufficient? If it is not enough, I can borrow some from you. Big Brother Yao don't need to worry about it. We have temporarily prepared 200 million in funds. Even if it is not enough, I believe it will not be a big problem. At this moment, Bei Yongxiu said quickly, Hihi, I didn't mean that. Since the two of you are going to jointly open a store, I wonder if I can also buy a share. Yao Cheng glared at his sister and said embarrassingly, if Big Brother Yao has this meaning, I would be very welcome. Aside, Wang Feng said indifferently, 200 million of working capital is indeed enough. Of course, if Yao Cheng can buy a share, it is naturally a better thing. After all, if he buys a share, whoever wants to move Bei's jewelry business in the future will have to weigh it carefully. Click it. Okay, I'll take 30 million shares temporarily. As for how many shares you give me, you can just give it to me. Yao Cheng shrugged indifferently. Big Brother Yao wants to buy shares, it's a good thing. Of course, we won't take advantage of you in terms of shares. We just need to take them in proportion. Bei Yongxiu said, with a smile on his face. She is very clear about Yao Cheng's personality, so if there is him, Bei's jewelry will have a better road in the future. Not to mention that it works in other places, at least in the area of Zhuhai City. What he said is still full of weight, and everyone will sell his face. Haha, since you are looking for a store, then I will go back first, so I won't disturb the good things of your couple. Yao Cheng laughed, turned, and walked out of the box. Brother Yao, what are you talking nonsense? And hearing his words, Yu reading www.yuyukangsha.com. Bei Yongxiu's face was like a burning cloud, his neck was instantly red, and Wang Feng was dumbfounded. Outside, Yao Cheng's laughter sounded, but it gradually faded away. Sister Shui, let's go back too. Yao Cheng's words made Bei Yongxiu a blushing face, and although the cheeky Wang Feng would not blush, he was also a little embarrassed at the moment. Yeah. Bei Yongxiu nodded, but his voice was even lower than that of mosquitoes. It was getting late, and the two of them did not return to the jewelry shop, but drove back to Zukan No. 1. On the way, Wang Feng called his eldest brother, saying that the branch will open for a period of time, so he would wait a moment. Gu Ping had no doubts about Wang Feng's words and agreed. After all, it was not too long for him to come here for so long. At home, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and the madwoman Tang Arrow did not come back. The room was empty, which made Wang Feng quietly relieved. That crazy woman is really terrifying. Wang Feng is a little afraid of her. If someone accidentally hacked to death by her, that would be a real loss. It can be said that this mad woman has left a big shadow on her. Bei Yongxiu went to take a bath first, while Wang Feng turned on the TV board. On the TV, there was a dog blood drama from Bangsa country. Wang Feng lost interest when he watched it. This kind of TV is only watched by women, and he is not interested. I changed the station casually, but the scene inside attracted Wang Feng's sight. In the scene, it was obviously the scene after the gun battle, and the reporter inside said that the criminal police team in Zhuhai City had successfully taken a drug gang's nest. A pot was served, and several people were killed. Afterwards, the picture turned, but Wang Feng saw a scene that he hadn't expected, because he actually saw Tang Ero, a mad woman. On TV, Tang Ero was wearing a tight-fitting police uniform, and she outlined her perfect figure, especially the full double peaks, almost bursting her clothes, making people think about it. Of course, when Wang Feng saw the icy gaze of the mad woman and held a small punch in his hand, his heart shook slightly. This Tang Ero turned out to be a policeman. He wouldn't doubt that if anyone molested her, he might be shot. This mad woman is simply a tigress, and almost killed herself this morning. Not long after, Wang Feng turned off the TV, and Bai Yongxiu also came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Needless to say, Bai Yongxiu's appearance is almost the most beautiful woman Wang Feng has seen since he was born, and even the female celebrities known as the goddess horses on TV are far inferior to her. Those people are all made up, and Bai Yongxiu is the real natural beauty. Even if she doesn't use makeup, she still has a 200% return rate when she goes out. In her body, Wang Feng hardly saw any shortcomings, flawless, like exquisite rough jade. At this moment, Bai Yongxiu is wearing a snow-white bathrobe, a large bathrobe, wrapped in a hot top figure. Two slender white thighs are constantly shaking as he walks, and the mysterious area in the bathrobe is also the looming appearance made Wang Feng's mouth dry. And because she had just taken a shower, her hair was wet, which added to her charm. Swallowing fiercely, Wang Feng's eyes straightened as well, his was beating constantly in his heart, and he almost spit out nosebleeds. Wang Feng, am I good looking? Seeing Wang Feng staring at herself in a daze, Bai Yongxiu smiled slightly and directly put on a gesture of scratching her head. Puff? Seeing this scene, Wang Feng couldn't hold back after all, and a nosebleed came out of his nose. Wang Feng really opened his eyes for a superb beauty like Bai Yongxiu to show coquettishness to herself. Without answering Bai Yongxiu's words, Wang Feng rushed into his room as if fleeing, and dared not come out again. He was afraid that his evil thoughts would be with him, so he gave her to that. When the time comes, I am afraid that he will really faceless and continue to stay here. In his eyes, Bai Yongxiu has always been mature and steady, even if she occasionally has a young daughter's attitude, it is very rare. But now, she actually made all kinds of temptations to herself, which really tortured Wang Feng a lot. This is simply Chi Kuokuo's seduction. Seeing Wang Feng being scared away by herself, Bai Yongxiu's mouth showed a smug smile, but when she looked at the closed door of Wang Feng's room, she sighed slightly, and then went upstairs. Go. Back in the room, Wang Feng couldn't calm down for a long time, and his desires could not be calmed down. Today, Bai Yongxiu was too much, he really almost couldn't stand it. But he didn't dare to use force on Bai Yongxiu, so he had to endure the painful torture for almost an hour before he walked quietly to the bathroom and took a cold shower, and slowly calmed down. Early the next morning, when Wang Feng walked out of the room, he found that Bai Yongxiu had already bought breakfast. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged on the sofa and reading a magazine. Seeing Wang Feng walking out, she immediately cast her eyes and said, "Are you hungry? Hurry up and have breakfast." Then Sister Shui, "Have you eaten?" "No, just wait for you to come out to eat together." Bai Yongxiu smiled slightly and put down the magazine in her hand. Now, she has put on the professional attire she wears on weekdays, and there is no more temptation from yesterday. But seeing her like this, Wang Feng was moved in his heart. He didn't expect that she would get up so early to buy breakfast. After having breakfast, Wang Feng said about today's itinerary, but Bai Yongxiu said nothing but agreed. Soon, the branch of Bai's jewelry store will open, so Wang Feng will go to the Hualian jewelry store before that. The funds were already in place yesterday, so Wang Feng didn't worry much. Last time, because of funding problems, he didn't buy many good stones from Hualian Jewelry Company. But before the two of Wang Feng went out, they collided with Tang Ero, a violent policewoman. "Why are you a rascal still living here?" Tang Ero's complexion suddenly became ugly when she saw Wang Feng. Although she is not wearing a police uniform now, looking at her, Wang Feng's heart is still a little hairy. Of course, at this time, it is related to his own interests, and he will never take a step back. I saw Wang Feng glanced over Tang Ero's full double peaks, and said casually, "Why can't I live here? I said I will pay the rent." "You." Tang Ero made Wang Feng's chest tremble with anger, really hating Wang Feng. She swears that since she walked out of the police academy, she has never treated her like Wang Feng. If it were not for the law, she would really shoot him. "Are you doing anything?" Wang Feng said grimly. "Is there anything wrong with me? What does it do with you, a rascal?" Tang Ero gave Wang Feng a cold look, disdainful of his tone. "If you want to be okay, quickly get out of the way, a good dog is not in the way, we still have important things to do," Wang Feng said. "What?" After hearing Wang Feng's words, Tang Ero doubted whether there was something wrong with her hearing. "I said a good dog won't get in the way, don't you hear clearly?" Wang Feng said coldly. "I killed you." Hearing clearly that Wang Feng was insulting himself, Tang Ero was also furious, and directly took out the black pistol. The muzzle was pointed directly at Wang Feng. At this moment, she really wanted to pull the trigger and give him a shot. This gangster called her a dog. How could she bear it? Ai Ro, don't be like this. Seeing his best friend took out the pistol again, Bae Young-soo was shocked again. Because the two people met in the wrong way, they had to shoot each other when they spoke. If this is seen by outsiders, I don't know what it will be like. If you have the ability, shoot. Wang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was not afraid of death at all. Wang Feng, just say a few words less. Seeing Wang Feng's appearance, Bae Young-soo was also a little angry. These two people are too temperamental. If this continues, problems will arise sooner or later. Ai Ro, put your gun down quickly, or else what should you do if you accidentally injure someone? With that, Bae Young-soo was about to go up and grab the gun. Zioxu, don't protect this hooligan, I will catch him back today. Tang Ero said coldly, avoiding Bae Young-soo's grabbing hand. Moreover, at the moment she was speaking, she took out a pair of handcuffs from her waist and wanted to catch Wang Feng again. However, where did Wang Feng let her grab, and saw his hand stretched forward, Tang Ero felt a slight pain in her arm afterwards. Looking again, her pistol had actually reached Wang Feng's hands. This police officer, don't point your pistol at me anymore, or don't blame me for doing anything to you. Wang Feng said, a strange light flashed in his eyes. And hearing Wang Feng's words, Tang Ero, who originally wanted to curse him, was also struck by lightning, so she naturally understood what Wang Feng was talking about. His first kiss had already been taken away by him, and he still wanted to come. I won't care about you today, I will do it for myself. Tang Ero returned the pistol to the dazed Tang Ero. Wang Feng dragged Bae Young-soo and left the villa. After he left, Tang Ero stomped her feet fiercely, and her body was shaking with anger. Don't worry, one day, you will fall into my hands. He cursed Wang Feng bitterly, and Tang Ero entered the villa. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Wang Feng and Bae Young-soo came to the place where Hualian jewelry store was located. At this moment, they had opened their doors for business, and when they saw Wang Feng and Bae Young-soo coming here, a guard disappeared in front of them. Seeing this man's movements, Wang Feng was amused, and he naturally understood that he must have been telling the news. But now he didn't bother to care so much. He took Bae Young-soo directly to the A area of the gambling area. In Area A, like last time, there are many people walking around, but there are very few who really dare to start. Last time, Wang Feng removed almost half of the good stones here, and even if the jade can be cut out of the rest, it was a loss of business. Move this rough stone to me. There was nothing left, and Wang Feng immediately started to select the stone as soon as he arrived, which shocked the waiter. Last time, he saw Wang Feng showing his power here and bought more than 100 million rough jadeite stones. Because Hualong had paid so badly, not only did he not get any dividends, but he was scolded and almost fired. So, now that Wang Feng and the others are here again, www.wuxiaspot.com, the waiter is full of fear and doesn't want to receive them at all. If this is to continue to receive them, I'm afraid that he will have to leave behind. Hey, my little brother didn't expect to see you again today. At this moment, a middle-aged man saw Wang Feng and quickly approached. This person, Wang Feng, had a bit of an impression. It seemed that he was the person who was here the last time he bought the rough stone. Yes, I'll come to pick a few rough stones. Wang Feng responded. Hey, the little brother is really lucky. Is it going to be here again today? The middle-aged man smiled and naturally understood that the two people in front of him were not ordinary people. No, just pick a few rough stones. Wang Feng said with a wry smile. Hey, brothers, hurry up and pick a few rough stones. Today's rough stones will surely be able to cut out jade. Hearing Wang Feng's words, the middle-aged man's face showed excitement, facing the couple over there. The individual greeted. Uncle, can you be so sure? Wang Feng was also taken aback when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Little brother, you don't know. After you bought the rough stone last time, almost all of the rough stones purchased by us were cut out of jade. Therefore, we are following you, so we will naturally buy some with you today. Let's play around. The middle-aged man's answer made Wang Feng a little dumbfounded. This also works? However, he did not continue to talk with the middle-aged man, and took Bae Young-soo to choose the rough jade stone. As for whether they buy rough stones or not, it has nothing to do with him, and he can't remind them, because once reminded, wouldn't they all be exposed? Soon he bought dozens of rough stones, valued at more than 5 million yuan, but when he was about to continue to shoot, there was a commotion at the door, but it was Hualong who came here with a few younger brothers. Seeing that it was indeed Wang Feng and Bae Young-soo, Hualong's expression suddenly became gloomy. Last time, he lost more than 20 million yuan in buying rough stones, but his father scolded him bloody, almost depriving him of his identity. After that, he asked someone to kill Wang Feng, but he didn't want to hit the muzzle and provoke He Tian, a terrifying existence. Wang Feng's eyesight is really too sharp. After he bought the rough last time, he has asked professionals to come here for evaluation. The answer given made him very shocked. The expert said that the jadeite rough here is less than 10% of the jade that can be produced. In other words, at least most of the rough stones bought by Wang Feng last time contain jade. Here, there are indispensable thousands of rough stones, of which there are emeralds, which account for about 30% of them. However, when Wang Feng came to buy more than 100 million rough stones, it suddenly dropped to this level. It is normal to not be able to cut out the rough jadeite, but if most of the jadeite here cannot be cut out, then what business does he still do? The person who buys the rough is not a fool, nor is it so foolish. Brother, please be forgiving and forgiving, don't go too far. When they came to the front of Wang Feng, Hualong said coldly, "Could it be that you didn't do business after opening the door here?" Hearing Hualong's words, Wang Feng was unmoved and seemed to ask a little strangely, "Business is to do, but I don't do your business." Hualong sneered, then missed his gaze, and put his fiery eyes on Bai Yongxiu's body, flashing a trace of greed. Of course, his gaze fell into Wang Feng's eyes clearly, and his heart couldn't help but sneer. This person obviously wanted to play Bai Yongxiu's idea. How could Wang Feng make him do his wish? Blocking the body in front of Bai Yongxiu, Wang Feng also deliberately amplified his own voice, and said, "Huashao, you opened the door and didn't do my business. What is the reason?" Wang Feng's voice was so loud that everyone here heard it. "What's the matter?" At this moment, the people who heard the voice came over to Wang Feng and asked. This Huashao said that if we are not doing our business today, we are going to be driven out. Wang Feng said, making them immediately angry. Unreasonable, there is such a thing. The middle-aged man who had talked with Wang Feng before became angry. The door is opened, but the guests are to be driven out. If this takes you to court, you will all bear legal responsibility, and compensation will definitely not run away. The middle-aged man spoke, and everyone immediately agreed. After all, it's hard to be kicked out by someone. Hehe, you may be mistaken, I just don't do his business alone, this is our personal grievances and has nothing to do with you. Hearing this middle-aged man's words, Hualong smiled and didn't care. That's not okay. Since we are all here, they are the guests. If you drive us out, then we can only meet in court. After finishing speaking, the middle-aged man suddenly took out a certificate from his pocket and put it in front of Hualong, saying, "I am a lawyer. I will personally testify in this case. Every word you say now it will also serve as evidence in court." You. Seeing the lawyer's certificate of the middle-aged man, Hualong's face was flushed and white with anger. TMD, when he encountered a lawyer, was really lucky. Then you guys have fun, and I best wish you all cut out the jade. Hualong knew that it would be impossible to drive Wang Feng out, so he had to gritted his teeth and said this, and finally took the people away angrily. Of course, before he left, he glanced at Wang Feng coldly, and his eyes seemed to want to pinch Wang Feng to death. But for such a look, he was immediately immune. He was only here today to pick rough stones. After today, he might never come here again. Brother, I have already rushed away. If you want to buy a rough stone, buy it quickly. I'm afraid this guy will suddenly change his mind. The middle-aged man came to Wang Feng's front and said, "Thank you," Wang Feng said to the middle-aged man. However, when he finished saying this sentence, he just picked up a rough emerald stone from his side and said, "Uncle, even if I give you this rough stone, I will give it to you. Give it to me." The middle-aged man was also taken aback when he heard Wang Feng's words, and then his face showed joy. This rough stone was priced at 300,000 yuan. I didn't expect Wang Feng to give it to him like this. In other words, the few words he just said were worth 300,000 yuan. Of course, if he knew that there was an emerald worth more than 1 million in the rough stone he was holding, he believed that his expression would be even more exciting. Sister Shui, you will have less contact with this Hualong in the future. This person has a bad stomach and I am afraid that he will be disadvantageous to you. At this time, Wang Feng opened his mouth to make Bai Yongxiu recover. I know. Bai Yongxiu lowered his head, but did not continue. What's the matter with you? Seeing Bai Yongxiu's low interest, Wang Feng asked quickly. I'm fine. Bai Yongxiu shook his head, then turned and walked to the resting place. Seeing her leaving behind, although Wang Feng was guessing what she was up to, he couldn't guess what other girls were up to, so he had to give up and continue to pick his own rough stone. This time, they prepared a total of 200 million yuan, all used to purchase rough stones. However, after Wang Feng collected all the valuable jadeite, he discovered that these jadeite were worth less than 150 million yuan, and the funds were still sufficient. After this looting, the stone gambling area in Area A of Hualian Jewelry Store is a real ghost area. More than 99% of the remaining rough stones are waste stones. Even if there are jadeites, it will be a loss to buy them, so Wang Feng will not make a move. After the checkout, Wang Feng took Bai Yongxiu and left the Hualian jewelry shop directly. After the two of them left, Shea Kai Hua said to a younger brother beside him, "Go and check how many rough stones Wang Feng bought." Yes. The little brother knew, and he ran back almost 5 minutes later. How many rough stones did they buy? They bought almost 150 rough stones, worth close to 150 million yuan. The little brother said with some horror. 150 million. Hearing this, Hualong not only didn't have the slightest excitement, but hit the wall with a fist. He knew that this time when Wang Feng came, he would definitely take away a large number of emeralds, and his heart was bleeding. After dialing a phone call, it was quickly connected. To the phone, Hualong said with a gloomy expression, "Dad, today Wang Feng is here again and bought us 150 million yuan worth of rough stones. I want to buy him. Just some rough stones. Are you TMD crazy?" Hua Wu's scolding came from one end of the phone, and Hualong's cell phone almost fell to the ground. Can you think about what you do? What is the loss compared to the reputation of our jewelry store? The rough stone can't be moved, and all will be sent to people. As for Wang Feng, I will find someone to deal with it later. You don't have to, I'm worried. Hua Wu's voice came, making Hualong's heart a little calmer. By the way, how are you doing with that girl of the Bei family? At this time, Hua Wu's voice had gradually calmed down and asked. Hearing his father's words, there was a flash of heat in Hualong's eyes. He was obviously thinking of something evil, and said, I have worked very hard. As long as you give me a while, I believe I can take her get it. Well, you continue to work hard. I am already negotiating with their family here. We must set foot on the big ship of base. This is our chance to rise. Hua Wu's voice suddenly became a little bit heavy, and after a few words with Hualong, he hung up the phone in a hurry. After the phone was hung up, Hualong's complexion became extremely difficult to look at. Wang Feng, sooner or later, I will make you pay a heavy price. Hualong's voice was so vicious that the disciples around him almost peed their pants in fright. Besides, Wang Feng and Bai Yongxiu, because they saw Bai Yongxiu absent-mindedly, Yu read www.yuukangsha.com, so they drove by Wang Feng. He did not go home, but took Bai Yongxiu to the riverside. Sister Shui, will you go down for a walk? Wang Feng asked. Let's go. By the riverside, the two people walked forward slowly, and in the process, Bai Yongxiu didn't say a word, which made Wang Feng very worried. He didn't know why she was like this, but he thought that something bad had happened. He couldn't help but want to ask several times, but finally held back and did not speak. Wang Feng, are you faithful? Suddenly, Bai Yongxiu spoke, looking at Wang Feng solemnly. Wang Feng was really unaccustomed to being watched by her like this, but Bai Yongxiu also looked solemn, and he couldn't laugh. Fate. Wang Feng said in his mouth. If he didn't see through before, he might believe in fate, but now, let him come to believe in fate. How could that be possible? What is fate? Why should I believe? Wang Feng looked at Bai Yongxiu and said, fate is something that others use to fool people. If you believe it, it exists. If you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. You have to believe in fate. It can be changed. Moreover, not only do I not believe my fate, but I also want to change my fate. My birth is an ordinary working family, but now, don't you think I'm getting ahead? Sister Shui, I don't know what happened to you, but you have to listen to my words. Never believe in that illusory thing, fate, that can be changed. Cherish what you have. That's true. After saying this sentence, Wang Feng admired himself a little bit, and he could say such philosophical words, which I didn't find before. Of course, when Wang Feng said something, Bai Yongxiu's eyes were shining brightly, and then, she seemed to have let go of some baggage, with a long-lost smile on her face. Wang Feng, thank you, I already understand. Bai Yongxiu said with a smile. Come with me for a walk. It is good. By the river, the two people walked like lovers. From the beginning to the end, Wang Feng did not ask her what happened. He knew that if Bai Yongxiu really wanted to say it, he had already said it. Since she didn't want to talk, Wang Feng didn't want to ask her. Seeing her return to her true colors, his goal has actually been achieved. Fate, what a thing. He just wants to change fate against the sky. Wang Feng, today I want to indulge myself and have a good day, can you accompany me? Suddenly, Bai Yongxiu said, her voice raised a little, with a look of expectation. Since Sister Shui is going to kill her, of course I will accompany you. Wang Feng said, his voice also louder. Two people, like two lunatics, attracted the attention of many people. Ignoring the strange gazes of these people, Bai Yongxiu and Wang Feng drove away directly. At the first stop, they came to the amusement park, and then went to the Sea World. In short, they could play and watch everything. When they were crazy, the sky was already dark. After finding a place to eat, Bai Yongxiu continued to drive with Wang Feng to other places. On this day, Bai Yongxiu was really crazy, and Wang Feng was shocked. She went to many things that even men dared not do. For example, extreme events like bungee jumping. It was not like playing, it was more like venting a certain emotion in her heart, but seeing the happy smile on her face, Wang Feng naturally didn't ask anything, and went crazy with her. After a while, the car stopped, and when he looked up, Wang Feng was stunned. Because at the moment they are not here for fun, and before a gate with a bit of history. Zhuhai University, where Wang Feng spent 4 years. Of course, this university is also the place where Bai Yongxiu has stayed for 4 years. However, Wang Feng did not miss the campus when he revisited the old place. Some just sighed. When in school, you can live carefree, without thinking about anything, or doing nothing. However, when you really came to the society, you will understand how hard it is. There is no background, no relationship. It is too difficult to get ahead. You and your elder brother are the best examples. If it hadn't been for him to gain the ability to see through, maybe he would still be forced to move bricks for people with that meager salary now. Looking at the students coming in and out of Zhuhai University, Wang Feng was a little envious of them. Audi TT stopped at the gate of the university, and as Wang Feng and Bai Yongxiu stepped out of the car, they attracted all of them in an instant. The car is worth hundreds of thousands, which is not outstanding, but it is actually Bai Yongxiu this beauty that attracts their attention. When she used to be at Zhuhai University, Bai Yongxiu was hailed as the first school flower, and her appearance was naturally impeccable. Wang Feng even saw some male students showing undisguised stunning gazes. Of course, more of them were glowing with the lustful light, looking up and down around Bai Yongxiu's body, very wretched. It's not that Wang Feng had never done this before, but when these people looked at Bai Yongxiu with this gaze, his heart suddenly became a little uncomfortable. Nima, I can only look at it by myself, he thought with regret. Ignoring the gazes of these people, Bai Yongxiu just smiled, and then came to Wang Feng's side, and embraced him intimately. What? Seeing this scene, the onlookers almost all dropped their glasses. Nima, am I right? Such a superb woman would have a boyfriend like Wang Feng's crooked boyfriend? At this moment, their hearts were broken, their eyes swept towards Wang Feng, like a sharp sword, full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. If his gaze could kill, Wang Feng was afraid that he would be battered. Wang Feng was also a little dumbfounded by the intimacy of Bai Yongxiu's arm. He couldn't react for a long time. Could it be that Sister Shui was trying to give herself a face? However, no matter what purpose Bai Yongxiu was in, at least at this moment, his vanity was greatly satisfied. Let you see, you can't even touch them, you can only envy me. Isn't there a saying that's well said, satiating eyes, starving brothers. Let you envy and hate it. With joy in his heart, Wang Feng naturally took up Bai Yongxiu's soft arms and walked into Zhuhai University. TMD, that beauty is really blind, she would fall in love with such a person. Seeing that man's arrogant appearance, I want to squeeze him. A boy said, his face full of jealousy. It's really good. B made the dog fuck. It was another boy who yelled at him, not to mention how upset he was. However, no matter how they curse, Wang Feng and both of them have already entered Zhuhai University, and they can only look at others' backs. Along the way, the rate of turning heads caused by the two people is almost 100%. The man wants to rush to beat Wang Feng and take away Bai Yongxiu, while the woman secretly scolds Bai Yongxiu as a shameless fox. It's not that they envy Bai Yongxiu's beautiful appearance in their hearts. Hey, this young lady must be Bai Yongxiu, the former school girl, right? Suddenly, several men came to Wang Feng and the two of them, blocking their way. The man was burly, at least 1.8 meters tall and half a head taller than Wang Feng, and the few people behind him were all big and tall, looking at Bai Yongxiu with stunning eyes. Bai Yongxiu is so beautiful, and today she is wearing an OL professional suit. The skirt only reaches the thighs, revealing all the slender and white thighs. Not to mention these people who didn't know her, even Wang Feng kept looking at her. I don't know what a few people want to do. Wang Feng asked flatly, looking at a few boys. Go, it's none of your business. Hearing Wang Feng's words, a boy spoke with a face full of disdain. What Wang Feng is wearing today is just an ordinary street stall. At first glance, he is not a rich person, so it's no wonder these people look down on him. Everyone wanted to take possession of a woman like Bai Yongxiu at the goddess level, and these people were no exception. Haha, it's nothing to do with me. Wang Feng really almost laughed when he heard them. These people, thinking that they have some strength, want to beat others for the better. Don't you know that Bai Yongxiu simply looks down on them? Let's go. Looking at a few boys, Bai Yongxiu really couldn't get the slightest interest. Once, when she was in Zhuhai University, the people who pursued her did not know the geometry, but she had never seen anyone alone, so she was really not interested in these people. It's just a bunch of little boys. This elder sister, please wait a moment and introduce myself. I am the head of the sports department of Zhuhai University. I have a listed company in my family. I wonder if I have the opportunity to invite my elder sister to dinner. See Bai Yongxiu to leave, the boy headed by them spoke, and quickly said his background. In this society, girls are all admiring vanity, so before he only had to talk about his family background, how many women would take the initiative to climb onto his bed to beg for joy? This Wang Feng, at first glance, is a poor man, and how can he give Bai Yongxiu happiness? So he immediately started thinking about love. Bai Yongxiu is so beautiful, his heart is tickling to see him. If he can get Bai Yongxiu on the bed, he will live 10 years less. Sorry, if you want to have dinner, go find someone else, I'm not interested. Seeing the boy keep pestering him, Bai Yongxiu's expression also became cold, and she took Wang Feng and left. However, this person obviously didn't want the two of them to leave like this, and directly blocked the two of them. Don't worry, as long as you and me, I will give you 200,000 yuan a month, what do you think? The boy spoke again, patted his chest fiercely, but made Bai Yongxiu so angry. Trembling. This obviously wanted to take care of her. Who did she consider Bai Yongxiu? Originally, Wang Feng thought that this person just wanted to come up and take advantage of the oral advantage. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com, but now, when he hears this, his face is instantly cold. This person really doesn't know what is good or what is wrong, or when he was a student, he wanted to support others, and really thought he could do whatever he wanted with a few bad money? The more you talk, the more you go too far. After blocking Bai Yongxiu behind him, Wang Feng also looked ugly, but soon he showed a smile and said, or you can give me 200,000 yuan every month and you can support me. Wang Feng's smile seemed to be very sincere, but when it fell in the ears of this boy, his face immediately became cold. What are you? Don't block me, or don't blame me for being rude to you. When this person opened his mouth, his face was full of disgust. He is willing to pay for the foster daughter, but for a man, he doesn't have such a heavy taste. You're welcome. Hearing his words, Wang Feng smiled coldly, and then suddenly kicked out his right foot. Before the boy had time to react, he kicked him out. With this kick, Wang Feng didn't use his full strength, but even so, the boy immediately howled on the ground in pain, which attracted the attention of many people. Beat him for me. I am responsible for killing him. Kicked off by Wang Feng, the man immediately shouted at his small attendants. The small characters were originally watching the man's head, so they didn't hesitate when they heard his words, and they all gathered around. After a while, among the shocking gazes of many people, Wang Feng easily beat a few of them to the ground, screaming constantly. These are a few sports students, their physique is far stronger than ordinary people, but in front of Wang Feng, they are just like a few young children who are just learning to walk, they are beaten up. At this moment, they also understood that this man's horror was definitely not something they could resist. Before I break your legs, before I change my mind, get out. Looking at a few boys, Wang Feng said without thinking. This is the university. If the blood is not well affected, Wang Feng doesn't want to embarrass them too much. Okay, you wait for me. Hearing Wang Feng's words, the few of them knew it would be extremely embarrassing to stay here, so after a ruthless word, they fled here in despair. Sister Shui, these people are just bastards. You don't need to take what they say to your heart. Wang Feng turned and said to Bai Yongxiu at this time. No, they are just a group of children in my eyes. Bai Yongxiu shook his head, and then said, I want to sit by the lake and stay with me. It is good. By the lake, the night breeze was blowing slightly, accompanied by the light reflections brought by the ripples on the lake. It was really very beautiful, sitting here, as if it could make people's hearts completely quiet. However, this calm did not last a few minutes before it was disrupted by the sound of messy footsteps. Brother Hua, it's that kid who did my good deeds, you helped me teach him. Not far away, a vicious voice sounded, but the male student who had been beaten by Wang Feng came back. And this time he also brought more than 20 people, who looked like gangsters and other hooligans. Brother Hua. Hearing their voices, Wang Feng had slowly got up from the ground. He wanted to have a good rest, but he was even disturbed by others. It was really uncomfortable. Is it okay? Bai Yongxiu also saw the opponent's battle at this time, more than 20 people. If they really want to rush, Wang Feng must be beaten. Don't worry, it's absolutely fine. Wang Feng gently patted Bai Yongxiu's hand, and then walked towards more than 20 of them. More people doesn't mean anything. Now Wang Feng is getting stronger day by day. If he shoots with all his strength, he might be able to beat people to death with one punch. Brother Hua, as long as you help me teach him severely, all the promises I made before will be honored for you. The boy who had been beaten by Wang Feng came over and said immediately. In order to deal with Wang Feng, he promised to give them 100,000 yuan in activity funds, which was a big hemorrhage. In front of so many people, Wang Feng made him lose face. He had to find this place no matter what. Shut up. Originally, this Hua Ji thought that this man came to him to deal with a small person. However, after he saw clearly who the person came, he couldn't wait to shoot the boy to death immediately. A flattering smile appeared on his face, and then he took out a pack of cigarettes, and said respectfully to Wang Feng, Brother Feng, you are here at school, so I won't let me know, I will come to welcome you. What? This is called Hua Ji's opening, and its humble tone is simply shocking. Huazi. Wang Feng was also a little surprised to see the person in front of him who was handing cigarettes to himself respectfully. Back then, when he was at Zhuhai University, he was a well-known gangster and took a lot of younger brothers. It is one of them. It's just that as they graduated from term to term, the little brother from the past has finally become the eldest brother, turning into a serf to sing. Brother Feng, it's me. Seeing that Wang Feng can still recognize himself, this Huazi is also very excited. At the beginning, Wang Feng was an idol in their hearts. He could fight and protect his shortcomings. He had a good reputation. If it weren't the case, he wouldn't be so pitiful now and pass a cigarette to Wang Feng. As for the person who called Huazi to beat Wang Feng, he was already scared and stupid. The person he called, even called him the eldest brother, then he. Thinking of this, cold sweat was already flowing out of his forehead, and he wanted to leave here after groping. However, where did he have this opportunity? He saw Huazi yelled and arrested him. He was immediately framed by two boys and sent to Wang Feng. Brother Feng, this person asked me to hit you, what should you do? Huazi said, disdainful of such a second-generation ancestor. If it weren't for the other party to say 100,000, he wouldn't want to help him. As long as you don't kill it, you can deal with it casually. Wang Feng said flatly without seeing the person. However, as his voice fell, the man immediately yelled, forgive me. This Huazi's method is very clear to him. How can it be fruitful if it falls into his hands? At this moment, he was really scared. But no matter how he screamed, Wang Feng and the others ignored him. He was let go. As for what to do, everyone knew in their hearts. Brother Feng, I didn't think you would come to our school more than a year after graduation. Do you miss us brothers? Huazi said with a smile on his face. I'm going to Nime, I don't want to get involved. Wang Feng scolded with a smile, and said nothing. If it weren't for Bai Yongxiu to come here, he wouldn't come. As for the brothers, he didn't think much about it. Friends of wine and meat are of little use. In his mind, only the three in the dormitory are truly regarded as brothers by him. Now, he has only found his eldest brother. As for the other two, he has lost contact after graduating from university and does not know where to go. Up. Wang Feng, who are these people? At this moment, Bai Yongxiu walked up with a look of confusion. This should be my sister-in-law, right? Looking at Bai Yongxiu, this Huazi couldn't help showing envy on her face. Bai Yongxiu's appearance is so outstanding, even if she is now the school flower of Zhuhai University. There is no way to compare. This eldest brother is really the eldest brother, and he found such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Don't talk nonsense. A blush flashed across Bai Yongxiu's face when she heard Huazi's words, but she didn't blame it. Okay, Huazi, go work on your own. At this moment, Wang Feng said, giving the order to evict the guests. Hearing what Wang Feng said, Huazi naturally understood that it would be bad for others to wait for others to stay here, so he took a group of people away after Wang Feng had a few more conversations. Wang Feng, thank you for being crazy with me for a day. After everyone left, Bei Yongxiu spoke, and then before Wang Feng had time to react, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Wang Feng on the face. Like a dragonfly. The feeling of coldness only stayed in Wang Feng's heart for a moment, and then Bei Yongxiu quickly retracted her head as if she had been stimulated. At this moment, her complexion was crimson, and Wang Feng was stunned when she was so charming in the night. He never thought that Sister Shui would take the initiative to kiss himself, so at this moment, apart from the shock in his heart, all he was left with was a smirk. It seems that the company on this day today is not in vain, he has received more than he imagined. Going home to the villa, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. Opening the door, Tang Ero, a violent policewoman, had already returned. At this moment, she was sitting on the sofa, looking at Wang Feng coldly. It was just her eyes that Wang Feng was already immune, as if he hadn't seen anything. This woman wanted him to go, but he would not agree. Similarly, it was impossible to drive Tang Ero out. After taking a hurried bath, Wang Feng walked to his room. After a crazy day today, he also felt a little tired. After closing the door, Wang Feng didn't bother to think about anything, and jumped directly onto his bed. However, before he jumped down, he suddenly had a warning sign and stopped. The ability to see through slowly unfolded, and then a trace of cold sweat flowed down from his forehead. It's no wonder that Tang Ero, a mad woman, has been looking at him with a sneer since he came back, and now, under his sheets, all the thumbtacks are placed. These thumbtacks are unavoidably as many as 30. If he lay down, his face would be a little ugly when he thought of this. This woman, too vicious, used this method to treat herself. That is, after he practiced the qi gathering technique, the sensitivity of the whole person has increased a lot, otherwise, he might have to lie in the hospital soon. Putting all the thumbtacks away, Wang Feng fell on the bed a little angrily. It seemed that he would have to guard against this witch every moment. Otherwise, maybe someday he will get her way by accident, which is really cruel. In the room, Wang Feng looked ugly, but Tang Ero in the hall had already pricked up her ears, waiting for the screams from Wang Feng's room. www.wuxiaspot.com just waited almost 10 minutes, she didn't hear the slightest sound, which had to make her suspicious. Ai Ro, don't you sleep? At this moment, Bei Yongxiu, who had taken a shower, came over and asked, I'm not sleepy yet. I'll rest and have nothing to do tomorrow, so go to bed first. Tang Ero said, waving his hand. It's up to you, I'm going to sleep first. Bei Yongxiu yawned, and then went upstairs lazily. Seeing the sound of Bei Yongxiu closing the door, Tang Ero slowly got up from the sofa. This Wang Feng is too abnormal. There are so many thumbtacks. Although it may nail his skin to blossom, he can't. There is no sound, right? Although she originally intended to avenge Wang Feng, but now she is a little worried by the quiet movement inside. Could it be that Wang Feng died? Thinking of this, she couldn't watch TV anymore, and crept to the door of Wang Feng's room. Putting her ears on the door of the room and quietly listening to the movement inside, but surprisingly, there was no sound inside, and she could not even hear the sound of breathing. What happened? Thinking of this, her expression couldn't help but change, and then gently pushed open the door of Wang Feng's room. Revenge was her intention, but if Wang Feng was killed, she would be finished. Pushing the door, she moved very carefully, for fear of making a noise. However, when she just pushed the door open a small gap, suddenly, a palm came out of it, and then pulled her in from the door. What? The sudden change shocked her, and she wanted to yell, but at this time, suddenly, a icy cold stuck directly on her thin lips, making her unable to make a sound anymore. Oh oh oh, oh oh oh. Her mouth issued a vague sound. Have understood this up in his mouth what it is. She was kissed by the gangster Wang Feng again. In fact, Wang Feng had been using the fluoroscopy ability to pay attention to the outside situation. This crazy woman almost killed him into the hospital, so of course he was not at all polite, dragged her in and kissed him. Since you want to harm me, then I will kiss you forcibly, as interest. After kissing for almost 2 minutes, Wang Feng just let go of the violent policewoman. Although the policewoman had a vicious heart, she had to say that her lips were very fragrant, which made Wang Feng have endless aftertastes. You bastard! When Wang Feng let go, Tang Ero yelled out at once, unspeakable grievance. In 2 days, she had been kissed by Wang Feng several times, not to mention the first kiss, and it was not her voluntary. Am I a bastard? Wang Feng's voice came, and then he continued, since you all said I am a bastard, then I will show you the bastard. While talking, Tang Ero felt a huge thrust coming. She was pushed directly to the wall by Wang Feng and stuck. Then, Wang Feng kissed her lips again, and her limbs were confined by Wang Feng, unable to move. This kiss lasted more than 5 minutes before Wang Feng let her go. Keep talking, and I will keep kissing. Wang Feng's unscrupulous voice came with a hint of evil intentions. You. Tang Ero trembled with anger when she heard Wang Feng's words, unable to speak. The violent female policeman of the Zhuhai City Criminal Police Squad can do nothing with Wang Feng. Next time, don't engage in these things to harm me, otherwise, I can guarantee that this will happen again. After speaking, Wang Feng let her go, and did not continue to embarrass her. After all, he is under the same roof, and Wang Feng is not too irritable, and he will have to bow his head to see if he looks up. Tang Ero opened her mouth, she couldn't say what she wanted to say, and finally slammed the door angrily and ran out. Originally wanted to pit Wang Feng, but she didn't expect that she would be strongly kissed by Wang Feng again. Thinking of this, she was confused and flushed, and she didn't know if she was angry or ashamed. After forcefully kissing the beautiful woman twice, Wang Feng's previous anger was removed, and only Xu Xian was left. This crazy woman's lips were really comfortable to kiss, he wanted to happen again in the future. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Wang Feng slowly sat cross-legged on the ground, continuing to practice qi gathering technique. He has seen a lot of the benefits of qi gathering, which not only helps him heal his wounds quickly, but also improves his attack power, which has the best of both worlds. Cultivation has no concept of time. When Wang Feng opened his eyes, it was still pitch black outside. The reason he woke up was because he heard some movement. Ruiao's low, painful voice rang in his ears, and it seemed so clear in this quiet environment. After cultivating, his perception ability has improved a lot, so he is not surprised to hear the outside scene, but as he keeps listening, his complexion has changed a bit, because the voice sounds similar to that of Sister Shui. Audio-visual. In Zukan number 1, the distance between each villa is almost 20 to 30 meters, so it is very likely that what happened to Bei Yongxiu. Thinking of this, he couldn't continue practicing, and walked out of his room. Upstairs is the place where Bei Yongxiu and Tang Ero live. Since arriving at the villa, Wang Feng has never been up there, but now, he can't take care of that much anymore. He walked directly on the second floor and came to Bei Yongxiu's outside the door. Standing here, the voice grew louder and louder, and Wang Feng was already convinced that it was indeed Bei Yongxiu who made such a painful voice again. The clairvoyance ability slowly unfolded. Wang Feng immediately saw Bei Yongxiu's room. Bei Yongxiu's face was white and she was holding her stomach in pain. At the beginning, when she first met, she was holding her stomach slightly in pain. Now it seems that she must have a lot of physical problems. Without thinking about it at all, Wang Feng pushed open the door of her room and walked into the room. The decoration of Bei Yongxiu's room is very simple, except for the necessary furniture. There is nothing, and it is not filled with all kinds of dolls like other little girls. This is somewhat imaginative with her capable character. The strong female fragrance rushed into Wang Feng's nose, which smelled very good. But Wang Feng couldn't take care of that much anymore. He went directly to the edge of Bei Yongxiu's bed and took her out of the bedding. Who are you? Suddenly she was picked up by someone, and Bei Yongxiu, who was in pain, also noticed it instantly, and opened her eyes. Sister Shui, it's me? Wang Feng said, before holding her and walking outside the room. I'll take you to the hospital first. No, put me down, it's useless. Bei Yongxiu said, although he was still suffering, but his consciousness was still clear, he said with a wry smile. You are in such pain now, what if you don't go to the hospital? Wang Feng looked surprised, and he didn't expect Bei Yongxiu to say such a thing. It's useless. Even the American experts can't cure my disease. Don't waste your time. Put me down and I will be better after a while. Bei Yongxiu said, his complexion was extremely pale. Watching her look like this, how could Wang Feng feel relieved? Watching her endure great pain, he couldn't do it. However, even American experts can't cure the disease. Could it be a terminal illness? Thinking of this, Wang Feng's expression turned ugly, and he had to put her back on the bed. Soon, he seemed to have thought of something again, and then he held Bei Yongxiu's fragrant shoulders and said, Sister Shui, don't move, I'll show you. The perspective ability can penetrate walls and rough stones, but he has never used perspective ability to observe the flesh and blood in the body. Therefore, he wanted to see what happened to Bei Yongxiu. You can still treat illnesses. Hearing Wang Feng's words, even Bei Yongxiu who was in pain had his eyes widened and his expression was incredible. Even if you can't cure it, let me take a look. When I was a kid, I learned some cures with an expert. Would you mind letting me take a look? Wang Feng started, making up a lie at will. Whatever you want. Bei Yongxiu said, and then frowned fiercely, her body trembling. Then offend. While talking, Wang Feng took off Bei Yongxiu's pajamas all at once. All of this was done in a flashlight room. Even Bei Yongxiu didn't expect that Wang Feng would take off her pajamas directly. She wanted to scream, but the pain that followed immediately caused her to make a low painful voice. Wang Feng's hand has been placed in the wound on her lower abdomen, and the perspective ability has been activated. He didn't mean to be frivolous about Bei Yongxiu, it's just that by taking off his clothes, he could more clearly observe what the problem was with Bei Yongxiu. The gaze fell on Bei Yongxiu's skin. First it was just the skin, but then, blood-red eyes appeared in Wang Feng's line of sight. Of course, this is only a sight that he can see by himself, others can't see clearly. The blood-red color is not the skin, but the flesh and blood of Bei Yongxiu. The perspective ability really lived up to Wang Feng's high hopes and could penetrate human flesh and blood. After a short while, the flesh and blood were completely seen through, and Wang Feng saw the situation hidden under the flesh and blood. Seeing this, even if he was not a doctor, he already understood that Bei Yongxiu would suffer in this way. Under this wound, two tiny nerves were stuck together tightly, which caused her to suffer such pain. Nerves are too important for a person. Any damage to one can lead to disability or paralysis. So, it's no wonder that those experts have no choice but to deal with this problem. The neurological problem is a difficult problem for any scholar to overcome. A small problem at random can cause a big problem. Maybe it's not that they have no choice. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com is just that they dare not touch this problem. The neurological surgery is too risky and can only be seen under a microscope. Now, Wang Feng's eyes are the same as those of a microscope, and he can see even the molecular structure, so he naturally knows what is wrong with Bei Yongxiu. The two nerves squeezed together, causing nerve compression. Wang Feng said, his expression ugly. He is not a doctor, he knows the problem, but there is no solution. However, as his voice fell, Bei Yongxiu's eyes suddenly widened, and she even forgot to blame Wang Feng for taking off her pajamas. Wang Feng is right. This is what the experts once said to her. His wound is not fatal, but the sequelae left behind is that the two nerves are compressed together, which will be brought to her in a short time. Great pain. Before Wang Feng said that she knew how to heal, she still didn't believe it, but now she has to look at Wang Feng with admiration. How did he do it without using any medical equipment? Sister Shui, I can't cure your problem, but I can relieve your pain. While speaking, Wang Feng's hand began to gently press her wound on a large scale. Every time he presses, Wang Feng is very measured. He can only rely on the power of his fingers to control her flesh and blood and try to free up extra space so that she will not be so painful. Wang Feng's hand seemed to possess magical power, and as he pressed it, Bei Yongxiu also felt his belly warm up. It seemed that a wave of energy was constantly being transmitted to her body through Wang Feng's hand, causing her painful nerves to slowly relax. Every episode of pain is a huge torture for her. Now, the pain is slowly dissipating, and she also relaxes. After pressing for almost 10 minutes, Wang Feng stopped his movements. However, when he turned off his perspective ability, he felt that his head was heavy. Minutes, he almost didn't dare to relax at all, focusing on alleviating Bei Yongxiu's pain. But it is precisely because he is too concerned that this has caused him to be in distress now. He understands that he is overdrawn again, and it is a more serious overdraft than a few days ago, and his mind is like a huge crush like a stone, even consciousness has become blurred. Always using perspective to focus on small things at the molecular level requires too much mental power. Looking up at Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng found that she had fallen asleep deeply and did not disturb her, so he covered her with a bedding, and Wang Feng took an extremely heavy step and walked out of the room. However, when he just closed the door of Bei Yongxiu's room, he felt his mind go round, and could no longer bear the heavy meaning, and fell to the ground with a puff. By the time he woke up, he didn't know how long it was. In short, the sky outside was red and it was almost dark. At this moment, he only felt that his head was as heavy as it was filled with lead, and he could feel the sky spinning when he moved it. And there was a faint pain in his face, hot. In the room, it was very quiet, and there was still a burst of fragrance from the nose. After carefully observing the pattern in the room, Wang Feng discovered that he was no longer in his room at all, but lying on Bei Yongxiu's bed. The qi gathering technique was operated silently, and he began to recover his wasted mental power. This time, helping Bei Yongxiu alleviate his pain, causing him to be overdrawn so much that even the perspective ability temporarily disappeared. After practicing for almost an hour, the door of the room was pushed open, but Bei Yongxiu came in from outside with a basin of water. Now, she has completely recovered, but in return Wang Feng doesn't know how long she has been lying here. Ah, you finally woke up. Seeing Wang Feng's opened eyes, Bei Yongxiu also cried out in surprise. After Wang Feng helped her, he fainted in front of her door. They only found out early the next morning. At that time, Wang Feng's condition shocked them. There was no trace of blood on his face, and even his breathing had become inaudible. If Tang Ero hadn't understood some saving techniques, they might have sent Wang Feng to the hospital. Sister Shui, how long have I been in a coma? Wang Feng asked, looking at Bei Yongxiu. It's been almost 2 days, you didn't know you scared me. Bei Yongxiu put down the wash basin in her hand and sat next to Wang Feng with a worried expression on her face. I'm fine. I will be able to recover in 1 or 2 days. I don't know if I have any food. At this moment, Wang Feng said, making Bei Yongxiu pat his head, and suddenly realized, you wait now, I will get you some food back. While she was talking, she hurriedly walked out of the room, but a smile appeared on Wang Feng's face. This feeling of concern was different. After being in a coma for 2 days, he was indeed very hungry. This qi gathering technique is not like the one on TV, which can reach the point where he can't eat fireworks. He still relies on food to draw the energy needed by the body. Not long after, Bei Yongxiu brought up the food, which was very rich, all kinds of high-protein meats, as well as chicken soup, etc., which made people move their index fingers when they looked at it. The food was quickly delivered into his own mouth, and Wang Feng felt a little better now. Sister Shui, did you do all this? Wang Feng suddenly raised his head and asked. Huh. Bei Yongxiu was shocked when he heard Wang Feng's words, and then said with a reddened face, I don't know how to cook, these were all I bought yesterday. I'll just say it smells a bit like the hotel in front of the villa area. Wang Feng smashed his mouth and said slowly, by the way, Sister Shui, why is my face so painful? Show me what's going on. At this time, Wang Feng pointed to his face again and said, this face is indeed a little painful. After using fluoroscopy, is there still a sequelae like face pass? This, you should look in the mirror by yourself. Without answering Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu quickly collected what Wang Feng had finished eating. After Bei Yongxiu had left, Wang Feng mumbled a word and slowly got up from the bed. When he came to the mirror and looked at the red face reflected in it, Wang Feng almost tilted his nose. Dare to feel that his face is so painful, it is all palm prints and pinched lumps. Needless to say, this is absolutely man-made. The entire villa contains 3 people. It is impossible for Wang Feng to beat himself, and Bai Yongxiu cannot beat him. The only thing left is Tang Ero, a crazy woman. Could it be that she took advantage of this period of time when she was in a coma to ruin herself severely? Thinking of this, Wang Feng was a little bit eager to cry without tears. This is really Lan Zhishol being played by a shrimp, Hu Luo Pingyang being bullied by a dog. His face is about to swell into a pig's head. This mad woman, she is so damned. Walking out of Bai Yongxiu's room, Wang Feng didn't see Tang Ero. This crazy woman hasn't come back yet, so she should be working overtime or something. In the kitchen, Bai Yongxiu was still busy, while Wang Feng walked slowly to the bathroom. After not going to the toilet for 2 days, he froze and opened the door of the toilet. Wang Feng was stunned. There were a few underwear hanging on the clothes rail of the toilet. Almost all these underwears were a few pieces of cloth, a little pitiful. Sexy lingerie? Seeing these underwear, Wang Feng really almost missed a mouthful of blood from his nose. Isn't this too seductive? He picked up one of the underwear and put it between his nose and smelled it. He was stunned, because the scent on the underwear was actually on Bai Yongxiu's body. Thinking that this might be the underwear that Sister Shui had changed, Wang Feng's little brother also looked up quickly, almost not breaking his pants. Sister Shui, she even wore underwear, which was beyond his expectations. It is said that women with pure appearance are more slutty in heart. Is it possible that Sister Shui is such a person? What? Suddenly, a scream sounded behind him, but she didn't know when Bai Yongxiu came here. Looking at Wang Feng, who was intoxicated and smelling her underwear, her complexion was already red to the neck. This underwear was changed before she was ready to wash it, but she would never have thought that it would be seen by Wang Feng. Moreover, Wang Feng's current actions are really too wretched. It turned out to be holding her underwear and putting it between her nose. Thinking of this, her face is redder, almost like the ripe red apple. It is really beautiful. Wang Feng was also shocked when he heard Bai Yongxiu's voice. His face was embarrassed. She openly smelled her underwear. She wouldn't regard herself as a pervert, right? Hihi, I didn't see anything. He quickly hid the underwear in his hands behind his back, and Wang Feng also slowly moved out of the bathroom. Return me? Looking at Wang Feng's appearance, although Bai Yongxiu was shy in her heart, she couldn't ask Wang Feng to take away her underwear, so she blushed and stretched out her hand. What are you going to do? Wang Feng said, with an innocent look on his face. Hearing what Wang Feng said, Bai Yongxiu really couldn't wait to find a gap on the ground to let herself get in, which was too shameful. Are you talking about this? Suddenly, Wang Feng took out the underwear behind him and placed it between him and Bai Yongxiu. Although the trivial matter made Bai Yongxiu run into a little embarrassment, it seemed that Bai Yongxiu was even more embarrassed than himself, so Wang Feng calmed down. Looking up and down at Bai Yongxiu's top-quality figure, Wang Feng said in a sensational way, if Sister Shui wears this, she must be very good-looking, right? Go and die. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Bai Yongxiu quickly snatched his underwear from his hand, and then shut herself in the bathroom, afraid to face him. Haha. There was a cheerful laughter. Wang Feng didn't continue to molest her, but slowly walked towards his room. I blame the dead girl Ai Ro. In the bathroom, Bai Yongxiu's face flushed red, and she cursed Tang Ai Ro secretly. Originally, she didn't dare to wear these revealing underwear, but under Tang Airo's constant encouragement, she bought these yesterday. But what she didn't expect was that Wang Feng bumped into her on the first day she wore it. How would she see people after this? Thinking of this www.wuxiaspot.com, her complexion is even redder, and she feels shy. In the room, Wang Feng picked up his mobile phone and looked at it. There were several missed calls on it. One was from his mother, and the others were from Hishan. When his mother was looking for him, Wang Feng didn't need to think about what was going on, so he didn't call it back, because once the call was made, his ears would be calloused again. As for He Tian dialing so many calls to himself one after another, he was a little strange. I called him back and was quickly connected. Brother He, I don't know what you are looking for. Wang Feng asked. You kid, you didn't answer my call for these 2 days. I almost thought you were missing. He Tian laughed and cursed at one end of the phone, which didn't mean to blame. I have something to deal with in the past 2 days, and I didn't bring my mobile phone with me. I don't know what's the matter. Wang Feng asked again. Well, I just want to inform you that our master will receive some important people in a few days, and I want you to come and see the world. The location is in our building, and then you will come directly. He Tian said. It made Wang Feng a little stunned. His master is undoubtedly the terrifying old man he once saw. Although this old man looks very old, his skill is really terrifying, and Wang Feng asked himself that he was far from his opponent. Moreover, Wang Feng didn't figure out what his identity was. Apart from knowing that he was great, Wang Feng could be said to know nothing about him. So almost without thinking, Wang Feng agreed, don't worry, I will be there by then. An important person, I don't know who it is, but since it is to show him to the world, it should be a good thing. This is a good opportunity to strengthen his own strength. In this society, it doesn't matter if you have money, so seeing a big person is definitely more pros than cons. Well, if there is nothing to do, you should hurry up and improve your strength. If you can become a true disciple of the master, my senior will have to rely on you for guidance. On the end of the phone, He Tian said solemnly, making Wang Feng's face immediately. Just get up. Practicing qi gathering technique, he has indeed gained great benefits. During this period of time, he found that not only his own strength has become much stronger, but his height has also increased by at least 5 centimeters. However, he can only be regarded as an ordinary person, and it is useless to become a master of external power. Wang Feng didn't know the conditions for becoming a master of external power, but he knew that he should still be far from this realm. I'll work this, brother he, can I dare to ask, old, what is the status of our master? Originally, Wang Feng was going to be called the old man, but after thinking about it, he immediately changed his mind. He had seen the old man's greatness before. Therefore, if there is such a master, it is equivalent to having a great backer, so he is not stupid, and naturally knows how to speak. Don't ask too much about this. You will understand everything after you come in a few days. He Tian hung up the phone after he said it. Listening to the blind tone coming from the microphone, Wang Feng gave a wry smile, but began to guess what the old man was. But after thinking for a while, he didn't have any clues. In the past, he was just an ordinary person. Wherever he could come into contact with such a person, it was normal for him not to know him. He Tian obviously knew the identity of the old man, but he didn't want to tell himself. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Ji Ping began to practice qi gathering. The next day, Wang Feng woke up early and touched his face. He found that the redness and swelling had disappeared a lot. I believe he will be able to do so in one day. Recovered. And his perspective ability can already be used, and he has some mental power. However, with the previous 2 experiences, he no longer dared to use perspective. These 2 times, it was just that he was lucky. If he continues to overdraft like this next time, whether he can save his life is still a matter of 2 things. Breakfast is still on the table, and Bei Yongxiu wakes up earlier every time, which makes him ashamed. Upstairs, there was the sound of footsteps, but Bei Yongxiu walked down from above. Looking at Wang Feng, Bei Yongxiu's face flushed almost like a burning cloud, and looked a little flustered. It seems that yesterday's events still had some influence on her, and Wang Feng had seen such shameful underwear, and he had done such trivial things. Thinking of this, Bei Yongxiu really turned around and wanted to return to the house, which was too shameful. Sister Shui, come down and have breakfast together. Seeing Bei Yongxiu's appearance, Wang Feng looked calm and did not continue to molest. Because he knows that if he plays with him again, the gain may not be worth the loss. If this is not easy to get along with in the future, it will be a big trouble. Originally, Bei Yongxiu wanted to escape back to her room, but seeing Wang Feng's calm face, she walked down suspiciously. Sister Shui, are you okay? Wang Feng asked with concern, why is your face so red? I'm fine. Bei Yongxiu's body shook slightly when she heard Wang Feng's words, and she quickly staggered Wang Feng's gaze and said slurredly, then have breakfast quickly. After breakfast, let's go to the jewelry shop. Without seeing Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng began to eat breakfast by himself. Seeing that Wang Feng no longer seemed to pay attention to yesterday's events, Bei Yongxiu quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and then had breakfast with Wang Feng. That night, Tang Errou's crazy woman did not come back, like her kind of detective, who often performed various tasks, and didn't come back for a few days. It was commonplace. This woman actually raped herself severely while she was asleep, so Wang Feng had to repay her hatred. Otherwise, I might still be bullied by her in the future. In the jewelry industry, the rough jadeite that Wang Feng and the others bought has already been cut, and it is a great fortune. With these jadeites, the new store has a full supply of goods, and the new store location has been determined. It is on a prime location in Zhuhai City. As for the annual rent, the scary high reaches 30 million. Such a sum of money is completely unimaginable to many people, but the area there is several times that of the current jewelry store, and the price is considered reasonable. The new store needs to be renovated, so it will take some time to open, so Wang Feng will become a little idle during the next period of time. So after going back to the villa, he didn't walk around anymore, but locked himself in the room and practiced qi gathering art hard. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, the time agreed with He Tian arrived. He got up early and washed a lot. Wang Feng didn't even eat breakfast, so he hurried to Xinjiang building. Because Wang Feng had been here last time, the guard of the building did not stop him. Xinjiang building, took the elevator. Wang Feng went straight to the top floor. Brother Wang, I didn't think you were so early. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Wang Feng saw He Tian with a smile on his face. How did you know that I'm here? Wang Feng said in surprise. You just came. Naturally someone notified me. Let's not talk nonsense. I will take you to see the master first. While speaking, he led the way, and Wang Feng quickly followed. This time, the place he took Wang Feng to was not in that quaint room, but in a huge living room. This living room is more than 100 square meters, more like a meeting room. At this moment, the scary old man Wang Feng had seen before was eating breakfast with a calm expression on his face. Have you had breakfast? At this moment, He Tian asked Wang Feng with his hand. No. Wang Feng shook his head. It was too early to leave, and Bei Yongxiu hadn't gotten up yet, so naturally he didn't eat. That's right, just eat here. While talking, He Tian respectfully said to the old man, Master, I have brought people. Since it's here, just sit down. The old man said without lifting his head. Wang Feng was a little upset about his superb appearance, but he didn't say much about the horror of the other party, but sat down slowly. Not long after, a servant brought breakfast. However, looking at the things in front of him, Wang Feng was really speechless. Is this still human food? I saw everything in the bowl was dark and mushy, and faintly, I could smell a mushy smell. Could it be that Xinjiang building didn't even have a chef? Brother what is this? Looking at the bowl, Wang Feng really didn't have any appetite, and asked. Haha. He Tian knew that he would ask when he heard Wang Feng's words, and said, you should be content. It is impossible for ordinary people to eat these things. This is a special offering within us. Do you know what is in this bowl? I really don't know. When he said this, Wang Feng cursed in his heart, this dark thing, the ghost knows what it is. To tell you the truth, the bowl in front of you is conservatively estimated to be worth more than 10,000. The main ingredient is wild ginseng that is more than 10 years old, and there are some rare medicinal materials that can provide us with sufficient strength, speed up the cultivation speed. He Tian said, causing Wang Feng to take a deep breath. This bowl of things is worth more than 10,000 yuan. Isn't this a tyrant? Although it doesn't look very good, it tastes really good, you will know by tasting it. After that, He Tian stopped talking, but silently ate the same thing. Seeing how he was eating with relish, Wang Feng was a little suspicious, but he still picked up the spoon. After taking a bite, the unpalatable sensation as expected was not there. On the contrary, this dark paste-like thing was put in the mouth, and there was a strange fragrance, which was endless aftertaste. This is the same as stinky tofu. Although it smells bad, it tastes good. For breakfast of more than 10,000 yuan, this was the first time that Wang Feng had eaten something like such a local tyrant, so when he was hungry, he quickly ate the bowl of things. After a comfortable hiccup, Wang Feng found that his body was a little hot, as if it had become a stove. This discovery made him a little surprised, and then cast his doubting eyes on He Tian. Don't look at me, now you need to use the qi gathering technique to digest the power. It was the same way when I ate it for the first time. He Tian said with a smile on his face. Hearing what he said, Wang Feng nodded, then just sat on the chair like this, closed his eyes, and began to practice slowly using qi gathering technique. About 2 hours later, Wang Feng opened his eyes, and what caught the eye was He Tian's shocked expression and the old man with a trace of doubt. Both of them stared at themselves blankly, but it made Wang Feng a little uncomfortable. Being watched by the two men made him feel fuzzy. Why look at me like this? Is it possible that there are flowers on my face? Wang Feng touched his face, reading www.uukangshu.com confused. Brother Wang, are you absorbing power too fast? He Tian said, his face couldn't help being shocked. Once, when he ate this thing for the first time, it took a full day to dissolve all the power, but now, it only took Wang Feng 2 hours to integrate all his power into his body, far surpassing him. This is simply a cultivation genius. Hurry. Wang Feng was speechless. He felt that this was just an ordinary practice, no different from meditation practice. That's not so fast. He Tian looked helpless, a little envious. In his entire life, he will not be able to become an official disciple of the master, because he has limited aptitude and is over 30 years old. His future achievements will not be too great, but Wang Feng is different. Wang Feng is still young, and his aptitude is obviously much scarier than him. Therefore, if you have a good relationship with Wang Feng now, the benefits will be endless in the future. Since I have completed my training, I will go to bathe and change clothes, and greet the guests with me later. At this moment, the old man spoke, his face calm. Do you want to take a bath and change clothes? Wang Feng's eyes widened, his expression unbelievable. Yes, this is our rule, so don't ask more. At this moment, He Tian spoke, and then pushed Wang Feng out. After taking a shower, when Wang Feng came out, he was a little bit dumbfounded when he looked at his shape. Now, He Tian made him wear an ancient robe, as if he had traveled through time and space, but it was similar to the scholars before, with an elegant style. He Tian had already changed into the same service as Wang Feng at this time, but because his skin was a bit dark, the service he wore today was really nondescript. Wang Feng was a little speechless. Brother Wang, don't you think this suit fits you well? Looking at Wang Feng, He Tian also felt his eyes shine. If Wang Feng is from a scholarly family now, some people may believe that the temperament is too appropriate. You are not bad too. Wang Feng said very contrary to his heart. He Tian laughed, and then said, let's go, master and his old man are already waiting for us. By the way, you haven't told me what his identity is. At this moment, Wang Feng asked. This doubt has been in his heart for a long time, so why should he ask clearly? Since you want to know so much, then I will tell you. Seeing Wang Feng's look on his face, He Tian didn't rush to take him away, but explained it slightly. He didn't say what the old man's name was, but his nickname was very loud. The living Huichuo is recognized throughout the Huaxia region. It is called the ghost sees sorrow, which means that the ghost will be sorrowful when they see him. What does Huatuo represent? Wang Feng knows the meaning even if his academic performance is poor. Huatuo in history is a holy doctor who has saved countless lives and has a reputation inside and outside China. With such a recognized title, one can imagine how terrifying this old man is. It's just because Wang Feng's previous experience was too shallow, but he hadn't heard of it. The level of difference is too far. Seeing the shocked expression on Wang Feng's face, He Tian was obviously very satisfied, thinking that when he heard about the master's reputation, he was shocked. Wang Feng's performance was fairly calm. So, junior brother, you have to work hard, I am optimistic about you, He Tian said with a smile on his face. Let's talk about this later. Thinking that he might have to wear these clothes every day after apprenticeship, he really couldn't accept it. Soon they saw the current living Huatuo. At this moment, he has also put on a classical robe, which looks quite like a fairy style. It's just that his gaze is really sharp, and it makes people afraid to laugh at all. It's very majestic, and a wave of coercion faintly spread from his body. Even Wang Feng and the others dare not breathe too much. Big. Standing with him is too stressful. Let's go, the guests have arrived, come with me to meet them. Gui Jianshao said indifferently, and then walked out towards the elevator entrance. At the entrance of Xiniang building, a lot of people are now surrounded. All are pointing to one of the cars, obviously very curious, and cast their eyes frequently. It's just that although they were wondering who was among them, they didn't dare to get too close, because around the car, there were a row of special police officers with live ammunition, their expressions indifferent, and an icy atmosphere. When Wang Feng and the others came to the door of Xiniang building, he was also taken aback by seeing the battle in front of him. Who is this? There are even special police officers on the trip. You should know that the mayor does not have such a big battle on the trip, right? Haha, I can't think of not seeing the genius doctor for several years, and the style is even better. The door of the car surrounded by the special police suddenly opened, and a laugh came from it. What came out of the car was an old man, full of energy, a typical Chinese character face, not angry and prettier. Looking at him, Wang Feng was stunned. Not only him, but the people who were originally onlookers were also dumbfounded, revealing incredulous colors. No wonder this person will be accompanied by a special police officer, because his identity is really terrifying. He turned out to be the central leader who often appears on TV. Brother Hua was joking. There are many people here. If you have any words, let's go in and talk. Gui Jianshao said. His face was plain, not as excited as Wang Feng and others. The leader of the country came here in person, and ordinary people like Wang Feng were naturally a little excited. After all, this is the same as seeing the emperor in ancient times. How could they not be excited? It is good. The old man nodded, and then walked into the Xiniang building under the embrace of a group of special police. After he entered the building, some people came out of the cars behind him. These people have very high identities. They are the leaders of Zhuhai City, and they often appear on TV on weekdays. This time, the news about the leader's trip was very secretive, but the above concerned about his safety issue, and he explained it. After receiving this news, of course they dare not slack in the slightest and give everything in their hands. Stopped. These people, without the slightest pretensions of leadership, followed Wang Feng and they hurriedly entered the Xiniang building. If you dare to put on airs in front of the country's leaders, it is simply a death court. On the top floor of the Xiniang building, Gui Jianshao and the state leaders took their seats one after another, but Wang Feng and all of them could only stand. There were so many people here, and only 2 of them were qualified to sit down. Wang Feng hadn't heard of the reputation of ghosts and sorrows before, but these people present should know him, and his eyes were full of respect. This shocked Wang Feng's heart. He didn't expect this old man to have so much energy. Brother Genius Doctor, this time I have limited time to come out, so please help me take a look at my problem, Chief Hua said, and then there was a slight pain on his face. Your rheumatism is deeply ingrained, and it is very difficult to treat it. If you live with me for a month, I will be able to heal it, but... Said this, Gui Jianshao did not continue down, but the meaning was already very serious. The obvious. Needless to say, let alone a month, it is impossible for me to stay here for a day, so Brother Hua only needs to help me relieve my pain, Chief Hua said with a wry smile. His own body, he knows best, rheumatism is not a serious disease, but it is almost impossible to cure it. This disease has been with him for a lifetime, and he does not expect to be cured. Then I can only try my best. Gui Jianshao nodded and didn't say much. He is capable of curing, but if the other party does not cooperate, he has nothing to do. Xiao Tian, go get my medicine box, Gui Jianshao said. Then He Tian silently turned around and took the medical equipment. Sorrowful by ghosts, he is famous in China, but he is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He is highly admired by countless doctors. Countless patients want him to see a doctor, but they can't find the way. They are sad, and they have superb medical skills, but they have a very strange temper. He treats the disease completely as he pleases. Sometimes he can't be invited to heal with money. However, he is willing to treat those poor people who have nothing, and even pay nothing after he is optimistic about the disease. Perhaps it is precisely because of his character that he is admired in the entire Huaxia region, and he is a veritable medical master. On the side, Wang Feng had already begun to use the perspective ability to observe this long body. Through observation, he could see a large amount of black energy accumulated in the opponent's body. If it hadn't been for practicing qi gathering technique, he really couldn't see it. Rheumatism, to put it bluntly, is that there is a problem with the immune function of the human body. This is an extremely complicated system recovery process. If you want to cure it, there is no way in the current hospital. This should be the cause of these black qi, but although he can see it, but there is no way, because he can't heal people. Soon, He Tian came here with a simple medicine box, and everything in the medicine box was something related to Chinese medicine. Taking out a few silver needles, Guijian's sad complexion also became solemn, and said, Brother Hua, please take off your coat, I will get the needle for you. Okay. Knowing that this was a method of Chinese medicine, Chief Hua didn't hesitate, so he took off his Chinese tunic. Under the clothes, hidden is a body full of scars. It looks extremely strong and has distinct muscles, but the dozens of scars on it destroy the perfect image. It is hard to imagine that this will be the body of an old man, as strong as a young man. The wounds, almost all gunshot wounds, were left from his previous marching and fighting, and his rheumatism was also suffered at that time, and has not been cured for decades. Seeing these injuries on the head, the officials of Zhuhai City behind them all took a breath, revealing an unbelievable look. In this era, there are no more wars, so most of these people present are in a state of pampering, and no one would have thought that the chief had so many injuries. Everyone, please avoid it. Looking at the injuries on the other side, Guijian's expression did not change, but he said coldly to everyone. In his eyes, there is no identity or identity. At this moment, in his eyes, Chief Hua is just one of his patients. You two stay. Seeing that Wang Feng and He Tian are going out too, Guijian Shao suddenly said. We. Wang Feng pointed to himself, somewhat strange. Well, I will show you a set of acupuncture methods dedicated to curing diseases in a while. You only need to watch it. Guijian Shao said, and then stopped talking. But since he opened his mouth to let the two of them stay, Wang Feng didn't say much, and stood aside with He Tian, ready to watch how he saved people. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Wang Feng can be said to be ignorant of medical skills, so he didn't feel anything, but He Tianqi around him was different. He Tian had obviously already become a disciple of ghosts and sorrows. In the past, Guijian Shao would never allow him to come into contact with medical techniques or the like. Today, he can stand here, and I believe it is also covered by Wang Feng's light, so at this moment, he appears slightly excited. Are these two? Looking at the two Wang Feng who stayed behind, Chief Hua was also a little confused. These are my two disciples, don't come here soon to see Lord Chief. Guijian Shao said, but his voice was cold. As if he never laughed, he looked cold. Junior Wang Feng, I have seen the leader. Wang Feng said, knowing that this is to reveal the identities of the two of them again. This is a good opportunity to build a relationship. Junior He Tian, I have seen the chief. Wang Feng and He Tian spoke almost simultaneously. Haha, how are you guys? Chief Hua was taken aback for a moment, and then he laughed, without any leader's airs. What kind of person Guijian Shao is, he is very clear, not only a master of medicine, but also a terrifying master. His skill, I am afraid it is difficult for the entire Huaxia region to find a few existences that can compete with him. Therefore, are there ordinary people who can be regarded as apprentices by him? This is also the reason why he didn't show up to Wang Feng at all. His gaze stayed on Wang Feng for about 2 breaths, which seemed a bit strange. After all, Wang Feng's temperament was too attractive, like a scholar. Okay, maybe the process of treatment is a bit painful, you have to hold on. Guijian Shao said calmly, causing Chief Hua to quickly withdraw his gaze, and then faintly said, I have experienced both life and death, you just come on. You two have a close look. What is being used for the teacher today is the Qi locking needle. It can control the vitality of the person, and it can not only save the patient's life, but also be used to treat various chronic diseases. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in his hand, and then, as if an afterimage passed by, a silver needle was directly inserted into the head of Hua's back with lightning speed. The needle must be quick and accurate, or it will cause pain to the patient. This is a big taboo, Guijian Shao said. His face also showed a solemn expression. At this moment, he is no longer majestic, but the real incarnation has become a healer. His spirit is extremely focused, and then, a few gloomy ones fall onto the key points one after another. After doing all this in a smooth flow, he breathed a long sigh of relief. At this moment, the Qi locking needle had been deployed, and he could begin to move on to the next step. Behind, watching Guijian Shao completed the Qi locking needle, Wang Feng was also shocked, because he had been using his perspective to observe the situation in Chief Hua's body just now. He didn't understand exactly what acupuncture point the Qi locking needle was inserted into, but he could see that the moment when the Qi locking needle was used, all the black Qi in Chief Hua's body stopped. As if infused with a tranquilizer, all those black auras really stopped still. Very strange. Huh. Suddenly, the ghost yelled with sorrow, and slapped the head of Hua's back with one palm. This palm was very terrifying. Even Wang Feng and He Tian both browse, thinking that the ghost sees worry. It was thought of murder. What a joke, the one in front of him, that is a very noble person, kill him. I am afraid that they will be killed if they escape to the end of the world. Fortunately, although the power of the palm of Guijian Shao is amazing, it has no intention of killing. I saw one after another white mist gushing out of his arm, and when the palm fell on the back of the head of Hua, it was already very soft. Power poured into Chief Hua's body through the hands of ghosts and sorrows, and mists continued to rise from the two of them, watching like a martial arts movie on TV. Of course, only people like Wang Feng and He Tian can see all this. As for others, they can't see anything. With the ability to see through, Wang Feng could see the black energy in the head of Hua's body constantly being forced out of his body. This process lasted for almost 10 minutes before ending the curtain. Okay, I'll prescribe some Chinese herbal medicine prescriptions for you in a while. You can just go back and take them on time. Withdrawing his palm, Gui Jianshao said calmly, "The genius doctor is really a good method. I feel more comfortable now. It seems that our Chinese medicine doctor is reliable." Chief Hua laughed, looking in a good mood. "I'm just helping you treat the symptoms. As for the root cause, don't think about it in a month. When you have time, please let me know," Gui Jianshao said, still showing no smile at all. However, for his expression like this, it is obvious that Chief Hua has already taken offense and said, "I don't know what kind of remuneration the genius doctor needs." When he said this, his expression also became solemn, because he knew that the price of wanting to make ghosts feel bad was not ordinary. That is to say, he is so painful that he can't help it, otherwise, he won't find here. "Without any remuneration, I only need one of your promises," Gui Jianshao said, but it made the expression of Chief Hua slightly changed. "Don't worry, the promise I want will not violate any laws, nor will it be harmful to you at all, and you don't even need to promise me," Gui Jianshao said. "Hehe," the genius doctor laughed, "what kind of promise is it, can you tell me?" Chief Hua smiled slightly, as if he was relieved. "As long as you don't violate the law, there won't be a big problem." "Huaxia," what he said, "I believe few people dare not listen. By then, you only need to help me accomplish one thing. As for what it is, I haven't figured it out yet, let's talk about it later," Gui Jian said sorrowfully. "Okay." Head Hua nodded, and then solemnly said, "If there is anything to ask me for help, I will definitely not refuse." After saying this, he put on his clothes and said, "I have been traveling for a short time, so it is inconvenient to stay for a long time, so I left. Wait a moment, I will prescribe your prescription for you." While talking, he took out the paper and pen, brushed something, and wrote something. With the prescription, Chief Hua thanked him again, and then pushed the door. As a national leader, he was full of trivial matters, so he didn't meet the government officials outside, and left here directly through the special passage. After he left, Gui Jianshao brought Wang Feng and He Tian to the outside hall. In the hall, everyone was talking to each other, but when they saw Wang Feng and the others came out, they immediately cast their gazes here, but they didn't see Chief Hua, but many people showed regretful gazes. As the leader of the country, if Chief Hua has a good relationship with others, they will be able to make progress in the future. It's just obvious that they have no chance. It's rare for everyone to visit here today, why not just have lunch here? Seeing everyone, the ghost said flatly, "Then I would like to thank the genius doctor for his kindness." Hell and Sorrow sent an invitation, and the people present stayed wherever they were willing to leave. Almost all the upper-class society in the entire Huaxia region knew how famous Huatuo was in the world, so these people would naturally not be willing to his invitation. Because none of them can guarantee that they won't have any serious illnesses and begging each other in the future. After all, even people like Chief Hua come to him for treatment and make a good relationship. There is absolutely nothing wrong. Not to mention his superb medical skills, just to say that his own energy is beyond the reach of everyone present, and even just a word from the other party, they will be finished. Therefore, the rest of the reception was very lively. The people present were all human beings, and they were all looking for ghosts and sorrows. It's just that Gui Jianshao's temper is too cold, and they all touched their noses and were embarrassed. In the end, they had to look at Wang Feng and He Tian, because they all understood that these two people must be disciples of ghosts. Needless to say, He Tian, they all know each other, because He Tian is the underground emperor of Zhuhai City, and he has had a lot of dealings with them. He Tian Yugui sees Sorrow, this master, they don't dare to move. Fortunately, Hishan has been doing things a lot in these years, and even helping the public order of Zhuhai City, it makes them feel good. If not, he would have been arrested long ago. Some people look for He Tian, and naturally others look for Wang Feng. Wang Feng is just a little-known person who has never seen him before. However, since Wang Feng can wear He Tian to serve him, it goes without saying that they also know what it represents. This person may also be a big man in the future. Taking advantage of the good relationship now, he may have a big role in the future. Surrounded by a group of people, Wang Feng was a little uncomfortable, because these people opened up and closed their mouths because they were not an adjutant, and they sounded uncomfortable and a bit hypocritical. So after staying here for almost 10 minutes, he couldn't bear to leave Xinjiang building. However, before he left, Gui Jianshao threw him a painting and told him to take it back and look at it. As for what it was, he didn't elaborate. When he returned home, Wang Feng did not see Bai Yongxiu, but saw Tang Ero, a mad woman, returning. Seeing Tang Ero, Wang Feng felt out of anger. This crazy woman took advantage of the time she was in a coma and severely tortured herself. Her face was swollen, so he had to take revenge for this hatred. Wang Feng saw Tang Ero sitting on the sofa, and Tang Ero naturally saw him. Tang Ero couldn't help being a little excited when she thought of bullying Wang Feng a few days ago. After all, she bullied Wang Feng miserably and finally seized the opportunity to retaliate. Now, it is naturally happy in my heart. However, now looking at Wang Feng's cannibalistic gaze, she felt a little scared instinctively. Moving her body, she also looked at Wang Feng cautiously, touching her back with her hand, ready to pull out the pistol at any time. "What do you want to do?" Tang Ero said. Her face turned pale, because she found that Wang Feng's eyes turned red, like a devil. "What do you say I want to do?" Wang Feng smiled evilly, then put down the portrait in his hand and slowly walked towards Tang Ero. "I warn you, don't come over, or I can shoot." Aware of Wang Feng's horror, Tang Ero immediately took out his pistol and pointed it at Wang Feng. However, looking at the gun in her hand, Wang Feng showed no fear at all. Instead, he directly slapped the pistol in her hand to the ground and threw himself on her body. The way of revenge was the same as in the past. Wang Feng directly pointed his mouth to her lips rudely and kissed it down. Oh! Tang Ero wanted to yell, but she couldn't make a sound. Wang Feng pressed her hands on the sofa severely. www.wuxiaspot.com. She couldn't move. They kissed for almost 5 minutes, and didn't stop until Wang Feng felt suffocated. Seeing this woman who was pressed by himself on the sofa, he couldn't help but swallow, because Tang Ero was too alluring now. A tight-fitting police uniform outlines the perfect figure, and now she is lying down, and the two groups of soft flesh in front of her almost didn't break her clothes. All Wang Feng is watching is bloody, and now she was firmly controlled by herself, with the appearance of being picked by the king, and Wang Feng immediately supported her. But he did not dare to mess around, because QJ had this crazy woman, he could become a dead soul under the gun at any time, so he didn't dare to mess around if he gave him 10 courage. Don't use a gun at me anymore, because I don't like it. After saying that, Wang Feng slowly let go of the crimson Tang Ero, picked up the portrait and walked to his room. Wiping a mouthful of saliva, Tang Ero was trembling with anger. She could become that violent policewoman in the face of others, but in the face of Wang Feng, she was really helpless. At this moment, she wanted to cry. She was really full of grievances. She had been bullied by Wang Feng many times. The first kiss that has been preserved for more than 20 years, even if it is gone, now she is bullied by Wang Feng again. You bastard! Tang Ero cursed, tears streaming down. If this scene were to be seen by her colleagues, the cliff would be shocked. The violent woman from the criminal police team would cry, boom. What responded to her was the sound of Wang Feng closing the door, and she could no longer see Wang Feng's back. Oh! Holding her head, she just sat on the sofa and started crying, very wronged. Do not cry. About 2 minutes later, a white handkerchief was handed to her, and when he looked up, it was Wang Feng with an apologetic face. Before, Wang Feng didn't see her crying, until he heard the sound. He used perspective to see that this little girl was crying on the sofa. It was said that what Wang Feng was most afraid of was the woman crying. In any case, Tang Ero cried because of it, and he naturally felt a little apologetic in his heart. Maybe he did it too much. I don't need to be sorry for you. Looking up at Wang Feng, Tang Ero buried her head between her legs again, indescribably sad. Her eyes were red from crying, and Wang Feng was full of affection and love when she was watching. This was the first woman to cry for herself since he was born, although she was bullied. Wipe your tears, be careful of crying. Wang Feng said, patted Tang Ero on the shoulder. You get out of the way, I don't need you to worry about it. Tang Ero raised her head and opened Wang Feng's hand with an indescribable grievance in her eyes. I really don't care about it. Seeing her look like this, Wang Feng asked again. Go away, I don't need you to pity me. Tang Ero yelled, no longer the strong appearance before, she was a tearful person, arousing love. Don't care about it, I want to care about it. Suddenly, Wang Feng picked Tang Ero up, and finally he sat on the sofa and let Tang Ero sit on her lap. Ah, what are you doing? Tang Ero was taken up by Wang Feng and was shocked, and immediately wanted to struggle to escape. Such a posture was too shameful. Don't move. Wang Feng hugged her waist, but his right hand gently wiped away tears for Tang Ero with a handkerchief. Feeling Wang Feng's movements, and looking at his gentle look, Tang Ero really didn't move after struggling for a while. Looking at Wang Feng's face, Tang Ero also showed a confused look. Since her graduation from the police academy, it seems that Wang Feng is the first man to be so intimate with her and treat her so tenderly. There are a lot of men who like her, and it can be said that there are many, but after seeing her tigress character again, those people are so scared that they dare not see her again. So at this moment, seeing the gentle look of Wang Feng's face, she actually slowly became relieved, and quietly let Wang Feng help her wipe away the tears. After wiping the tears for Tang Ero, Wang Feng realized that she was not moving. He was strange in his heart. After looking back, he found that Tang Ero was staring straight at herself. What are you looking at? Wang Feng touched his face and asked strangely. Tang Ero was shocked when she heard Wang Feng's words. She pushed Wang Feng away quickly, and said in a panic, it's nothing. After speaking, she ran upstairs with a blushing face, as if she had fled. It was too shameful. She let Wang Feng hug herself for so long, and she hadn't resisted herself. When she thought of this, she felt shameless. Strange. After muttering, Wang Feng didn't think much about it. Throwing the handkerchief into the trash can, he walked to his room. Tang Ero, a mad woman, although her appearance was strong, she couldn't think that her heart was so fragile. It seemed that she couldn't continue to treat her like that. If you make her cry again, Wang Feng will feel that he is not a man anymore. It's a big deal, just let her order in the future. Thinking of this, he no longer thought about it, but went back to his room and opened the portrait that Gui Jianshao gave him. Originally, Wang Feng thought that the ghost would give him some antique portrait, but when he opened the portrait, he was a little speechless. What kind of antique is this? It turned out to be a portrait of a human body structure with some important acupuncture points marked on it. It seems that he wants to let himself study medicine. If he studied medicine before Wang Feng, he would definitely not be interested, because he was not here, but now, when he has seen the extraordinary and saintly medical skills like Gui Jianshao, he is a little obsessed. To study medicine, if you have achieved medical skills, you can still become a master, so that countless people are respectful, like a ghost sees sorrow, and is well known throughout China, and even the chiefs come to him for treatment. Therefore, seeing that the portrait is a human body structure, Wang Feng didn't mean to disgust, but looked at it with intoxication. Time flies quickly, and when Wang Feng wrote down the entire picture, he found that it was getting dark outside. The structure of the human body is very complicated, and various acupuncture points are distributed throughout the body, so it is really torture to see this picture through. Once when Wang Feng was studying, he didn't like complicated things, but now, he only took half a day to write down all the things on the image, and his memory is surprisingly good. This should be the benefit of his cultivation. His memory is greatly improved, although it is not yet memorable, but it is not comparable to ordinary people. After touching his shriveled belly, Wang Feng found that he was hungry. At the cocktail party today, he didn't eat anything at all. Now it's been a long time, and his 5 internal organs temple has begun to rebel. Putting the portrait away, he went into the living room and looked at it. It was dark. Tang Ero, a mad woman, didn't know where she had gone. She was not in the room, and Bei Yongxiu hadn't returned yet. So after thinking it over, Wang Feng finally decided to go to the jewelry store, give Bei Yongxiu a surprise, and have dinner with the beautiful sister Shui. Thinking of this, he took a quick wash and walked out of the villa quickly. However, when he walked out, he was a little helpless, because all the surrounding areas were villas. Almost all the people who lived here came and went in private cars, and taxis generally didn't run here. The streets were empty, and there were no taxis. He used to go out with Sister Shui. He didn't think there was anything, but now, he is in trouble. It seems that you have to buy a car. In other words, he is also a successful person. It is time to choose a good car for himself. With a wry smile, he didn't hesitate, and walked outside. After walking for almost 5 blocks, he saw a taxi. He stopped the car and explained where he was going. He began to close his eyes and recall the human body structure. I have to say that his memory is really enhanced now. With his memories, he can remember all of them without missing the slightest. Opening his eyes and exhaling a long sigh, Wang Feng slowly became calm. He could even possess the ability to see through, and to enhance his memory ability. It seemed to be reasonable and normal. After driving for almost 20 minutes, the car suddenly stopped. When I looked at the front, there were already several long streets blocked. Master, what's the matter? Wang Feng asked, looking at the situation ahead. On weekdays, although these prime locations will be traffic jams, they won't be so long, right? How do I know? Wait a minute. The driver said, also wondering what happened. Forget it, I'll give you the money, and I will walk over by myself. Wang Feng took out 100 yuan and handed it to the driver. Without even asking for change, Wang Feng got out of the car. It's not far from the Beth jewelry store, only 3 or 4 streets, so it won't take long to walk there. Along the way, Wang Feng saw that the cars on the street were full, and many drivers had stepped out of the car, seeming to be watching what happened before. Here, Wang Feng could see that many people seemed to be running forward. I wonder what happened. Could it be a car accident? Thinking of this, Wang Feng stopped a middle-aged uncle in confusion and asked, Uncle, I don't know what happened before. I heard that there was a robbery, and the hostages were taken. Don't drag me, it's up to you to go too. Seeing that Wang Feng was still holding on to him, the middle-aged uncle broke free of Wang Feng impatiently and ran forward. It is said that the Chinese people love to be noisy. This is really true. It is not their business. One by one runs faster than the rabbit. Thinking of this, Wang Feng was also walking forward with the crowd, but his expression suddenly changed after just walking a few steps. Robbery? At this time, the bank had already closed, and the place of the robbery was in the direction of Bei's jewelry shop. Thinking of this, Wang Feng's back was already wet with cold sweat. At this time before, Bei Yongxiu had already gone home, but now, thinking of this, Wang Feng also felt an unpleasant feeling in his heart. He directly pulled away the person in front of him, and ran out like a whirlwind. Originally, the people he pulled away wanted to scold who was so immoral, but when they saw Wang Feng's wind-like running speed, they opened their eyes and were dumbfounded. Such a fast speed? It's even more terrifying than the national players. Originally, it was estimated that it would take 10 minutes to walk from Wang Feng to the Bei's jewelry shop, but Wang Feng, who was impatient, reached a place not far from the Bei's jewelry shop in just 1 minute. You reading www.youcansha.com. However, when he came here, he could no longer get in, because it was already surrounded by people on the inner and outer floors. In the center, there was the sound of a police car honking. With a gloomy complexion, Wang Feng didn't even think about it, but rudely pulled the person in front of him away and squeezed into the crowd abruptly. The unpleasant feeling was full of Wang Feng's mind. At this moment, his body was trembling slightly, because if a robbery happened, it would definitely be Bei's jewelry business. Because in this street, only this jewelry shop will attract the attention of interested people. Sister Shui, don't have an accident. With silent prayers in his heart, Wang Feng quickly squeezed to the front. In front of him, there was already a police cordon with his body, and he couldn't get in. However, Wang Feng almost fainted when he saw the broken glass door of Bei's jewelry store, and something happened. At the door lay a convulsive security guard, Zhang Dekhan, who had been talking about Wang Feng's care a few days ago. There was a large pool of blood flowing out of him, which was obviously injured. In the jewelry shop, there were a few people in black clothes standing with black hoods on their heads and live ammunition. They were undoubtedly the robbers. Up. In front of them was a group of young men and women holding their heads squatting. Among them, Wang Feng saw Bei Yongxiu. At this moment, they have been taken hostage, and the robber's gun is directly on their foreheads, and they may be shot at any time. Listen to the people inside, you are already surrounded. Put down your guns and we can still fight for mercy. Outside, a fat middle-aged policeman yelled with a loudspeaker profusely, and his voice spread far and wide. This is the second-in-command and deputy chief of the Zhuhai police station. He is in charge of this operation. Zhang Qinkei is also miserable enough. He is the deputy director who has just been appointed. As the saying goes, the new officer took office with 3 fires. Before the 3 fires were burned, he encountered a robbery here. What's more sad is that he was appointed here to be the person in charge. As a high-ranking official in Zhuhai City, he certainly knows what Beth's jewelry store represents. If he doesn't handle it well today, he will not protect him. So at this moment, he is even more nervous than the hostages inside. Whether he can continue to serve as the deputy director depends on this action. Remove your snipers, or I will kill a hostage right away. Inside, a robber said loudly and shook his gun. As his gun shook, the kidnapped inside immediately let out a panic cry. Okay, don't mess around, I will immediately remove the sniper. Seeing that the robber was crazy, Zhang Qinkei didn't dare to mess around, but ordered the sniper to retreat. Now, the most important thing is not money, but human life. How about the car you asked you to prepare? If it's half a minute late, just wait to collect the bodies of these people. Inside, the robber's voice came, very rampant. Don't worry, the car is already on the road. It will be there within 5 minutes at most. Don't hurt the hostages. Zhang Qinkei yelled into the horn, soaked with sweat. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng in the crowd couldn't bear it anymore and pushed the policeman in front of him a bit, and said, let me in. No, it's too dangerous here, please don't disturb our law enforcement. The policeman said, without any intention of giving way. Nima? He cursed in his heart. Wang Feng looked around, but he saw Tang Arrow in the police team. Before, he thought about how this crazy woman would run outside when it was dark, but he didn't want to come here. Seeing her at this moment, Wang Feng immediately beckoned to her and shouted Tang Arrow's voice. His voice is not too small, so Tang Arrow cast a glance at him. Coming closer, Tang Arrow swept the 2 policemen who were blocking Wang Feng, and said, let him come in. At this time, she could no longer care about hating Wang Feng, because Bei Yongxiu was kidnapped inside. What's the matter? Wang Feng asked immediately after crossing the cordon. What else is going on? It's very dangerous here now, you just follow me, don't walk around. Tang Arrow continued to return to her post after exhorting. Now, her heart is also very worried, because this time the kidnapped person is Bei Yongxiu. Her relationship with Bei Yongxiu has been a bestie for more than 10 years, so at this moment, she sees her in the trap. Dangerous situation, she also wished to kill those gangsters inside immediately. It's just that she understands that she can't mess around, because if she messes up, she may lose several lives. Wang Feng's arrival did not attract many people's attention, because everyone's eyes were on the jewelry store. The huge jewelry store is now devastated. The glass at the door has been smashed, and the glass where the jewelry is placed in the store has also been broken. Many jewelry are even scattered randomly on the ground. Seeing that Zhang Dehan, whose vitality was getting weaker and weaker, and the weak figure inside, Wang Feng's fists were tightly clenched. He didn't worry about the loss of the jewelry store. Now, he only worried about whether Bei Yongxiu would be harmed. Time passed by every minute and every second, and none of the people present dared to make a statement, because everyone was very nervous. Depressed and full of the audience, Wang Feng's clothes were similar to those of Zhang Qinkei, and they were already wet with sweat. At this moment, he was glad that he was here. If he didn't come here today, he still didn't know what happened. 5 minutes later, the car promised by the police did not arrive, and in the jewelry shop, the robbers stood up while grabbing a hostage. One of them is Bei Yongxiu. At this moment, she has long lost the mature temperament of the past. She is now like a frightened bird, and the people who watch it are loving. Looking at Bei Yongxiu, Wang Feng only felt the twitching pain in his chest, really wishing that the kidnapped person was him. Don't know where to start. He is already willing to give his life for Bei Yongxiu. Don't hurt the hostages, I can assure you to leave here safe and sound. Seeing that the hostages seemed to be killing them, Zhang Qinkei also shouted immediately. Stop talking nonsense, I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't come to the car, I will execute 1 hostage. After that, I will kill 1 in a minute. The robber said, making countless people nervous. The scenes that only exist in the movie appeared before them, and they were very worried. Let go of the hostages, I can be your hostage. Suddenly, Wang Feng spoke and walked out of the police team. Come back. Seeing that Wang Feng was about to enter the jewelry store, Tang Arrow yelled, but it was too late, because Wang Feng had already crossed the internal cordon they had set. Little brother, don't mess around. Zhang Qinkei was also shocked when he saw Wang Feng walking in, and shouted. There was an uproar around him. Obviously they didn't expect that someone would walk inside at this time. Isn't he afraid of death? Who are you? Seeing Wang Feng, the robber inside immediately pointed his gun at him. Don't hurt the hostages, I am the boss of this jewelry store. You can hijack me and let the others go. Wang Feng said, his expression calm. Go. Hearing Wang Feng's words, one of the robbers winked at the person next to him. Suddenly, another robber walked towards Wang Feng with a gun, and finally pointed the gun to his chest. Putting his hands honestly on the top of his head, Wang Feng finally succeeded in becoming a hostage. However, after these robbers hijacked him, they did not release him, but chose to continue to confront the police. This fool. Seeing Wang Feng walked into the jewelry shop without fear of death, Tang Ero also sweated her palms anxiously, but now that Wang Feng has become a hostage, it is too difficult to rescue him. Being hijacked and entering the jewelry shop, Wang Feng didn't even think about it, and stood directly beside Bai Yongxiu. Looking at Wang Feng, Bai Yongxiu only felt desperate in her heart. Even though there were 1,000 words in her heart, she couldn't say anything. Because she could see it, Wang Feng came in because of her. Wang Feng's eyes were filled with too much tenderness, and her heart was broken when she looked at it. This man is too stupid. Relax, even if I die, I won't let you have anything to do, Wang Feng said, his tone unspeakably firm. Be honest. Seeing the two people talking, the robber behind them stabbed Wang Feng with a gun in a threatening tone. Hearing what he said, Wang Feng stopped talking, because this lunatic ghost knew if they would shoot himself. In the shop, there are 5 robbers, all with live ammunition, and the clerk and the security guard together with him make a total of 9. If all 9 of them resist at the same time, they may be able to subdue the robbers. Just looking at the desperate expression on their faces, Wang Feng understood that it was absolutely impossible for them to subdue the robbers. When people are in fear, where can they have such clear thinking, because they only have the desire to survive. However, when Wang Feng saw that 2 of the security guards were also scared, he was very upset. As a security guard in the jewelry shop, he is also a bee-like person. They are simply ate for nothing, and they are all paid for nothing. 5 robbers. Wang Feng couldn't see their expressions clearly, but he wanted to escape under the hands of the 5 robbers, and hope was too slim. He can fight well, and his recovery ability is extremely abnormal, but if he is shot and killed by a robber, even if it is a ghost, he can only do nothing. And there is Bai Yongxiu beside him, he will not mess around, he is afraid of hurting Bai Yongxiu. The car is coming, the car is coming. Outside, Zhang Qinkei's voice sounded with a hint of anxiety. These robbers are very clever. What they need is a bulletproof car, and it takes time for the police station to mobilize a bulletproof car. Fortunately, he rushed here, or if he dies a hostage, his official career may be over. Sir, there is a traffic jam on the road. A policeman came down from the bulletproof car and said to Zhang Qinkei, Nima? Hearing what he said, Zhang Qinkei really had the urge to scold his mother, traffic jam, and Nima. It's best not to play tricks. The robber said in the jewelry shop. Absolutely don't dare to play tricks, you can leave safely. Zhang Qinkei said quickly, as long as the hostages can be saved, someone will naturally do the arrest of the robbers. The only thing that changed his color was that these robbers didn't mean to take hostages. They saw one of them grabbing a hostage and went to the bulletproof car. 5 robbers, 5 hostages, 2 of them were Wang Feng and Bai Yongxiu. Aren't you talking about taking hostages? Zhang Cheng shouted anxiously when he watched such a scene. When we are safe, we will naturally release the hostages. If you yell again, I will kill one person immediately. A robber opened his mouth, scaring everyone around him back. Big circle. In front of the robbers, Wang Feng slowly moved his pace. Behind him, there was a robber who was hiding. He was the last hostage, and finally came out and lined up in a line. Looking at this scene, he also knew that if he didn't get out, he would be difficult to get out. After all, he got in the car and the ghost knew whether these robbers would kill them frantically. A wink was given to Tang Ero in the crowd. Wang Feng was not hesitating, and he hooked his back and kicked the robber behind him. His movements were very fast, and it could even be said that everyone present did not respond. His kick was very ruthless, and it directly kicked into the crotch of the robber. What? There was a scream. Wang Feng didn't even look at the robber behind him, but hit the robber in front of him with a punch. The robber in front of him was the one who hijacked Bai Yongxiu. Therefore, the power of his punch, without reservation, reached the greatest power he has ever had. Boom! Like a sandbag, the robber didn't even understand what happened. He felt a sharp pain in his back, and then he lost all consciousness. He is familiar with the structure of the human body, so Wang Feng's punch is the most deadly point of attacking this robber, and he does not need to think about it. Before he could think about it, Wang Feng directly pressed Bai Yongxiu's body to the ground, and he himself kicked the robber in front of Bai Yongxiu. Boom! This robber was the same as the previous one. He had no power to resist under Wang Feng's terror. He was kicked out almost 10 meters away, only to see him spew out a big mouthful of blood, and then he passed out. Everything happened so quickly that no one responded. In the blink of an eye, Wang Feng had already solved the 3 robbers, and the speed was extremely fast. However, this robber was obviously not an ordinary person. After experiencing a brief shock, he immediately shot Wang Feng. Suddenly, the sound of shooting was extremely harsh in the dark night sky, but at the moment they shot, Wang Feng's leg slammed into the ground, and he jumped almost 3 meters high, escaped those stray bullets. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Once they jumped so high, is this still something normal people can do? Even the 2 robbers now have their eyes widened, as if they had seen a ghost. Click! With the help of the flying power, Wang Feng avoided all the stray bullets, and at the moment he fell, before the robbers had not reacted, his palm was directly erected like a knife, and it was severely slashed. on the neck of the second robber. The power of this hand of sword, Wang Feng's power is very strong, directly staggered the neck and neck bones of the robber. This person was killed on the spot, without scorning his eyes. Suddenly, the sound of the shooting sounded, and the first robber had already responded at this time and shot suddenly. With these shots, Wang Feng didn't have the ability to continue to hide, so he could only turn his body sideways, avoid the deadly place, and let the bullet penetrate into his shoulder. The bullet entered the body, and severe pain swept his mind, but at this time, he smiled grimly, and unexpectedly reached out to hold the robber's gun and staggered the position of the muzzle. I hate people pointing a gun at me. While talking, Wang Feng's arm suddenly squeezed, and an iron submachine gun was actually twisted with one hand. What? Seeing this scene, the robber's complexion changed drastically, and the look in Wang Feng's eyes was full of fear. Is this still the power that humans can possess? The robbers were originally desperados, but now, facing Wang Feng, he is afraid. Fear occupied his mind. He wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy, but Wang Feng would not give him this opportunity. With a fierce kick, he kicked directly on the chest of the robber, and then heard the sound of broken bones. A man weighing more than 100 caddies was kicked and flew out almost 20 meters away. This is life and death. I didn't know it, lying on the ground, motionless. Do it. It wasn't until this time that Zhang Chang recovered from a state of extreme shock, and immediately ordered. The policemen with guns and live ammunition rushed up in a swarm, and instantly caught several robbers, surrounded and protected Wang Feng and the others. Are you okay? Tang Ero rushed up, holding on to the pale Wang Feng, fearing that he would suddenly fall to the ground. She knew that Wang Feng was better than her, but she couldn't imagine that Wang Feng would choose to take action when life and death were threatened. Moreover, his power is too strong. Is this still a human? I'm okay. Wang Feng gritted his teeth, but bursts of dizziness came from his head. Before, he had been shot 3 times and almost shot through his shoulders. Therefore, he can still stand now, which is already extremely difficult. He could feel blood rushing out of his shoulders desperately, and his bones were punched through. Wang Feng. At this moment, a loud cry sounded, but Bei Yongxiu with a flustered expression ran over. Looking at Wang Feng who was seriously injured, Bei Yongxiu only felt the darkness in front of her eyes, and almost fainted. Her heart seemed to be stabbed severely by a knife at this moment, and she was in pain. Sister Shui. Seeing that Bei Yongxiu is fine, Wang Feng's face also showed a smile, but when his voice just fell, he felt that he had lost all the strength to support him standing, and suddenly she fell softly into Tang Ero's warm embrace. Call an ambulance. Tang Ero also yelled immediately when Wang Feng fainted. The ambulance was already in the dojo, so Wang Feng was quickly sent away, and after he left, the surrounding crowd slowly recovered. It took less than 1 minute from Wang Feng's shot until he was sent away. Therefore, in 1 minute, too many things happened. One person beat 5 robbers with guns on the ground. As soon as they jumped to a height of more than 3 meters, they pinched the gun into twists with their bare hands, and they were not dead yet. Such people appeared in front of them alive. They might not forget what they saw today. This scene was too shocking. The crowd didn't disperse for a long time. They didn't leave here slowly until the middle of the night. After all, Wang Feng had already been sent away, and they couldn't see it anymore. Undoubtedly, the next day, Wang Feng made the headlines of the newspapers, and even someone who wanted to record the whole video, and finally put it on the internet, causing an uproar. A robbery triggered a tsunami-like comment. In just 1 day, Wang Feng's name had resounded across the country, and some people even gave Wang Feng a resounding title. Urban Superman? Realistic version of Superman. It's so fierce, it's not like a human being, so for a while, there are jealous and caring citizens who go to the hospital where he is to visit him. It's just that Bei Yongxiu and Tang Ero were there, and everyone, including the media, was stopped outside the hospital. Now, with Wang Feng so badly injured, how could it be possible to let these people in? 3 shots in the body. If an ordinary person, he might have died long ago, but not only did Wang Feng not die, but he woke up during the operation, talking and laughing with the doctor. Now, he was lying in a VIP ward eating an apple that Bei Yongxiu had cut for him. His left hand is now unable to move, so he enjoys a good thing now, and Bei Yongxiu personally feeds him the apple. Through his sight, he could thoroughly see the white flowers and soft flesh on Bei Yongxiu's chest and the deep gully, swallowing fiercely. Wang Feng's little brother also immediately propped up the tent. What are you looking at? Suddenly, Wang Feng felt a pain in his head, but Bei Yongxiu noticed his strangeness and immediately gave him a fierce look. However, Bei Yongxiu didn't stop him. Instead, he continued to feed Wang Feng to eat apples, which made Wang Feng strange. After eating an apple, suddenly Bei Yongxiu's phone rang, and when he answered the phone, Bei Yongxiu's expression immediately changed. Wang Feng, take a good rest on your own, and I'll go out. After that, before Wang Feng even had time to ask what was going on, Bei Yongxiu had already opened the door and went out in a hurry. Of course, Wang Feng did not chase it out, because he is still a sick person. This injury is different from ordinary injuries. If he exercises vigorously, his arm may be useless. Using fluoroscopy, he could see that the bones of his arm had been pierced by bullets. Therefore, it would be impossible to recover in a short time. It hasn't been half a month since he came to Zhuhai City. He has already been in the hospital 3 times, so Wang Feng's heart is very speechless. Lying on the bed, Wang Feng was about to rest, but before closing his eyes, the door of the ward was opened. It was not Bei Yongxiu who came in, but Tang Ero, who had always hated Wang Feng. At this moment, she was wearing a tight police uniform and outlined her perfect figure. It was very tempting. However, facing her, Wang Feng really didn't dare to think about it anymore. After all, he made people cry not long ago. Unexpectedly, yours really dead. Tang Ero sneered as soon as he entered, suppressing the shock in his eyes. Yesterday she saw Wang Feng showing his power with her own eyes, and one person restrained all 5 robbers. Even when their people went to catch those robbers, she found the person who was kicked by Wang Feng in the first place. The egg in the lower body has been kicked and exploded, losing the function of a man. Of the other 4 people, 3 were killed. Obviously, they died on the spot. Only one had half his life left. However, this morning, the hospital had already sent a message of death. Although this person was still alive, his internal organs had already bleeds heavily. It was too difficult to save him. The hospital couldn't help it. Even after a busy night, he still didn't save him. So 4 of the 5 robbers actually died in Wang Feng's hands. Wang Feng's background, their police station had been inquiring about it overnight, but they were extremely shocked by the results. This Wang Feng turned out to be an ordinary person. I live in a small county in Xiang City, and my parents are also honest people who rely on opening a grocery store to supply the whole family. Wang Feng's life experience is very simple. He went to school in the county seat since he was a child, and was admitted to Zhuhai University as a special admission for sports during the college entrance examination. In college, he was an unlearned little hooligan who often fought with people, even his parents called out more than once. He was almost expelled from school many times, but fortunately he slowly converged later, and only then safely finished college. As for why his power is so terrifying, no one can explain, because the police department almost found out the information of his ancestors for the 3 generations, but did not find the least. He came from an ordinary family and did not perform surprisingly in school. Even after graduating from university, www.wuxiaspot.com, I was fooling around in a small company. He has been a gangster, but can the gangster leap up to 3 meters? Can the pistol be twisted with the power of the palm? So the little information they collected has no effect at all, and nothing can be discovered. You can't see it wrong, but how can this explain why he is so powerful? I'm afraid that the special forces in the army can't achieve such a skill, right? Therefore, at this moment, Tang Ero looked at Wang Feng's complexion, very strange, her eyes turning back and forth. She didn't know what she was thinking. I don't know what police officer Tang came to do with me. Didn't you miss me? Looking at Tang Ero, Wang Feng said without a heartbeat, his expression of molesting. Go away. Tang Ero cursed, then took out a notebook and said, this time, you killed 4 robbers on the spot, so I'm going to take you to the police station to make a transcript, but look at you. Just record it here. Tang Ero opened her mouth, acting like a businessman. 4 dead. Hearing Tang Ero's words, Wang Feng was shocked. He knew that he might kill people with all his strength, but he didn't expect to die 4 at once. These people couldn't help beating too much, right? Could it be paperless? Otherwise, what do you think? Seeing Wang Feng's bewildered look, Tang Ero really wanted to choke him to death. Don't fudge, what's your name? Where do you live? Tell me what you know, Tang Ero said, her face cold. But when he heard what she said, Wang Feng chuckled and said, I said Officer Tang, I think you've got the news already, so you come to ask me what to do. After speaking, Wang Feng looked at Tang Ero narrowly. He didn't believe that the police station in Zhuhai City hadn't found his background. If they don't even have this ability, then it's better to close the door early. Stop talking nonsense, tell me everything you know, or don't blame me for taking you back today. Tang Ero looked at Wang Feng viciously with a threatening tone. Hearing what she said, Wang Feng was also a little upset. How could this be like interrogating a prisoner? Killing the robber, even if he didn't get the award, she had to be questioned in such a tone. Catch if you want, I have nothing to say anyway. After saying that, Wang Feng closed his eyes and made Tang Ero half angry. But she didn't dare to let her arrest someone. Wang Feng's brave fight against the robbers has already attracted a lot of praise, and even the bureau decided to award him a medal for justification and bravery. If she arrests Wang Feng today, it may how else would others come to see her. And when she came, the bureau also ordered her to have a good communication, but when she saw Wang Feng's stubborn face, she suddenly changed her attitude. How can this rascal bully her so many times? Okay, you have a kind. Don't let me catch the opportunity. Tang Ero stomped her feet with anger, and then slammed the door and walked out of the ward. After she left, Wang Feng opened his eyes with a wry smile. This time, under his anger, he must have exploded with stunned abilities, and he didn't know how many people would pay attention. However, there is no other way. If he is asked to choose again, he will still make a move. If he doesn't make a move, who can guarantee that Bei Yongxiu will not have an accident? If Bei Yongxiu had an accident, Wang Feng really couldn't guarantee that he would go mad. It's just that this time he obviously offended Tang Ero, a mad woman, and it seemed that he would wear small shoes in the future. They all say that women are troublesome, but this Tang Ero is simply a super troublesome. It seems that she can't let her hold any handle in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Feng no longer thought about it, but closed his eyes, preparing to use the qi gathering technique to slowly recover from his injury. It is said that the muscles and bones have been injured for 100 days. If he is really allowed to hang his left hand for 100 days, it will be more uncomfortable than killing him. Therefore, it is better to recover earlier. However, before Wang Feng could actually start the qi gathering technique, suddenly, the door of the ward was opened again. The one who came in was Xia Xiaomei, a beautiful nurse who had just met Wang Feng not long ago. Seeing that the person lying in this VIP ward was really Wang Feng, and Xia Xiaomei also had a slightly different color in her eye sockets, but she had seen the hero of the Pei's jewelry robbery on TV and in the newspaper. What she didn't expect was that this person turned out to be Wang Feng. Although she didn't believe this was true at all in her heart, she had to believe it if it appeared on the newspaper and TV. Especially now looking at Wang Feng with her left hand hanging, she has determined that the hero on the newspaper is really him. Unexpectedly, your life is really big. Looking at Wang Feng, Xia Xiaomei put the card aside and came to the bed. This time, she came here secretly. In her capacity, she was not qualified to come to this kind of advanced ward, so she was a bit guilty. What is my life? Hearing Xia Xiaomei's words, Wang Feng was a little bit dumbfounded. How did this feel similar to Tang Erou's words, as if he hoped that something happened to him? Isn't it? Xia Xiaomei glared at Wang Feng, and said, the robber shot you 3 times, and you didn't die. Isn't this a fate? That's good for me. Wang Feng responded. Cut, you don't know, you pretend to be B this time, and you already have a large number of fans. It is estimated that the entrance of the hospital is still blocked by countless people, which prevents others from seeing the doctor. Xia Xiaomei opened her mouth, seemingly contemptuous. What is pretending to be B? Hearing this, Wang Feng almost fainted. If it were not in a hurry, he would not risk his life. What a good heroic deed, how could it become a pretend B in her mouth? Is he so unbearable in her eyes? But then again, you were too gorgeous when you shot. Xia Xiaomei danced her arms excitedly, with little stars in her eyes, and looked at Wang Feng eagerly, and said, can you teach me both hands? Huh. Hearing this, Wang Feng suspected that there was a problem with his ears, and asked himself to teach her. This is simply nonsense. He understands that the reason why he has such a terrifying skill stems from the qi gathering technique, if it is not for the practice of qi gathering technique to deal with robbers? Unless he thinks his life is too long. Teach qi gathering technique to Xia Xiaomei? That is obviously impossible. Therefore, Wang Feng directly refused without even thinking, you are a girl, what tricks to learn, you should learn how to teach each other. After saying that, Wang Feng turned away and didn't go to see Xia Xiaomei. However, Xia Xiaomei didn't make a sound when she heard Wang Feng's words, but it made Wang Feng strange, thinking she had hit her. When Wang Feng turned around, he was stunned, because Xia Xiaomei's face was flushed, and she was holding her hem with her head down, looking twisted. Seeing this scene, his eyes almost fell to the ground. Isn't this Nazai taking the wrong medicine? You said, would I be a good wife? Xia Xiaomei suddenly said, her face flushed and she seemed very shy. Hehe. Hearing what she said, Wang Feng laughed dryly, but didn't know how to answer, so he said, don't ask me this question, go to your future husband. Aren't you my husband? Xia Xiaomei said, tilting her head, with a very confused look, causing Wang Feng to stagger and almost fell off the bed. He likes beautiful women pretty well, but what he likes more is Bei Yongxiu, this Xia Xiaomei, isn't she crazy? She even said she was her husband. When did I become your husband? Wang Feng said bitterly. Last time you asked me to call your husband, don't you want to eat it and wipe it off? Xia Xiaomei's eyes widened, seeming to be very angry. Huh? Eat it and wipe it clean? Wang Feng's eyes widened when he heard Xia Xiaomei's words. He really almost fell off the bed. She really dares to say anything. I didn't do anything to her, how could she be completely wiped out? If something really happened, he would still admit it, but if he didn't do anything, he would be put on such a hat, and Wang Feng was really speechless. Humph, you don't want to go wrong, you will be my one from now on. Xia Xiaomei smiled triumphantly, and said very manly. Yes, this Xia Xiaomei is really like that crazy woman from Tang Erou. They play cards out of common sense, and to be reasonable with them is no different from playing the piano to a cow. Originally Xia Xiaomei wanted to say something, but she was awakened by the sound of opening the door. Looking back, she immediately shrank her neck because the person who came in was the dean. You go out first. The dean glanced at Xia Xiaomei, but didn't recognize it. Yes. Xia Xiaomei nodded, her face crimson, and then quickly left here. Today, she had the courage to say this. If she was asked to come back and say the same thing again, she really couldn't open the mouth. The last time Wang Feng played her boyfriend as a guest, money couldn't touch him. This touched her very much. Moreover, this time she saw Wang Feng showing off on TV again, which was naturally extremely worrying. It is said that beautiful women love heroes. This is certainly true. She had a good impression of Wang Feng the last time. This time, after Wang Feng said something about the husband and the son, she immediately said what she had in the subconscious mind. Come out. Therefore, after she walked out of the ward, she only felt like a deer was bumping into her chest, which was difficult to calm down. Are you confessing this? However, thinking of the bold move she had just made, her face suddenly showed a smug smile. Don't worry, you can't escape from my palm. There was a voice that only she could hear, and she was pushing the car and leaving here quickly. In the ward, the dean asked about some trivial matters before he came out. This time, Wang Feng made the headlines and was also known as the urban Superman, so the dean just wanted to tell him what he came here. All the medical expenses he treated were paid by the hospital, which made Wang Feng feel relieved. The treatment fee is estimated to be tens of thousands, so Wang Feng accepted it. After all, it can save a lot of money, which is better than taking it out as a gift. Soon there was only Wang Feng left in the ward. Almost all the people he knew had arrived. So when Wang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, he quickly began to use qi concentration technique to recover his injuries. However, before 10 minutes of cultivation, the door was opened again. Originally, Wang Feng wanted to curse, but when she saw the incoming person clearly, she immediately swallowed the words back. Because the person here is Bei Yungsu www.wuxiaspot.com, he can't scold someone, but what makes him sore is that this just stopped, and someone came again. Doesn't he let him rest? Sister Shui. Looking at Bei Yungsu, Wang Feng called out, but didn't blame it. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Bei Yungsu did not respond, but gave him a slightly worried look. It was strange to be seen by Bei Yungsu's gaze, but Wang Feng soon understood, because this time Bei Yungsu was not alone, but there was a person behind her. This is a middle-aged man, dressed in a brand-name suit, with the aura of a superior. At first glance, he is a high-ranking person. Because Bei Yungsu blocked it before, Wang Feng didn't see it. Looking at this middle-aged man strangely, Wang Feng didn't speak because he didn't even know this man. You are Wang Feng. At this moment, the middle-aged man came to the bed and asked. His voice was very calm, and he could not hear any emotions. I don't know who you are. Because it was the person brought by Bei Yungsu, Wang Feng also responded very politely. I am Bei Yungsu's second uncle, and I came to see you on behalf of the Bei's group. The middle-aged man said, making Wang Feng stunned. The tone of this middle-aged man's speech really didn't look like he came to visit the patient at all. What he said surprised Wang Feng slightly. He was not stunned. He had also participated in work. The Bei's group is really terrifying. It is more like a business empire. Almost all industries have it. Dabble. It was not that he had never thought that Bei Yungsu was a member of the Bei's group, but he felt that it was a bit fanciful. But now, this middle-aged person has clearly confirmed it. It's no wonder that Bei Yungsu said at the beginning that her family could dispose of the rough jadeite stone, and that the Bei's group had this ability. I'm okay, it's just skin wounds. Wang Feng said, without showing the compliment of ordinary people. After taking a deep look at Wang Feng, the middle-aged talent slowly said, this time, you stand up for Beth Jewelry. The group has decided to let you work in the headquarters. I don't know what you want. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, looking high above him, as if he was reading an imperial edict. If ordinary people hear such things, they will definitely go crazy. After all, entering a business empire is something that many people dream of, and even their status can be improved by this. It's just that Wang Feng didn't have such thoughts at all, and he couldn't stand this person's attitude. It seemed to be a reward for him. So he almost said without thinking, sorry, I think I have a good job now, thank you for your kindness. After speaking, Wang Feng also showed an apologetic expression, and then turned his gaze on Bei Yungsu. Before coming, Bei Yungsu's worried expression was obviously also afraid that he could not stand the temptation to enter the Bei's group headquarters. But she underestimated herself. You don't accept. Hearing Wang Feng's words, the middle-aged man was obviously taken aback. How many people dreamed of being able to enter the headquarters of the Bei's group? This person refused so resolutely. Doesn't he understand the benefits of joining the Bei's group? Do you want to think clearly? Even the worst person who enters the Bei's group headquarters will start with an annual salary of 200,000. It seems that the middle-aged man said again because he was afraid that Wang Feng would not understand the situation. This is a beautiful job. He does not believe that Wang Summit refused. Wang Feng almost laughed when he heard the price he quoted. 200,000? Shouldn't this be a beggar? Compared with my current annual salary of 10 million, 200,000 is just a fraction of a fraction. How can it be compared? Sorry, I said. I feel good now and don't want to leave. Wang Feng still refused. Then how much do you want? The middle-aged man's complexion suddenly became gloomy, as if he was a little dissatisfied with Wang Feng's appetite. How much do you want? Wang Feng asked in a daze. If you are not satisfied with 200,000, I can now take the initiative to increase your annual salary to 500,000. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said. This time, he was ordered to come here to recruit Wang Feng. If he can't take him away, he may go back and decide how the old guys will laugh at him, so this is the limit he can give Wang Feng. Sorry, I'm not interested. This middle-aged man has a bad attitude, and Wang Feng's attitude has changed a little. He didn't even want to go to the headquarters of the Bei's group, but this person was really annoying and seemed to force him to go, not to mention 500,000, even if it was 5 million or 50 million, he would not to go. His goal is to fulfill the ultimate dream of all men. How could he be attracted by this little petty profit? Young people don't have enough minds. Greed is a good thing, but don't go too far. The middle-aged man sneered and his attitude became cold. A small ordinary person actually refused his request. Does he really think he is a person? Hehe. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Wang Feng also sneered, and said, Uncle, it is my freedom to go or not. Do you still want to restrict my stay? Do you think I dare not call the police? You. Hearing Wang Feng's words, this middle-aged man was half dead in popularity. Since childhood, no one dared to talk to him like this. I respect your courage, so I can recruit you with good words and words. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant of good and bad. If so, then I won't say much. As he spoke, he turned to Bei Yongxiu and said, as the CEO of the Bei's group, I announce that this person has been fired. The middle-aged man spoke and Bei Yongxiu's expression changed drastically. She understood that her second uncle had been completely irritated. Speaking of her second uncle, in fact, her impression is not very good, and it can even be said to be bad. In the family, her second uncle often fights against her father, and she even suspects that this happened to her injury. The second uncle's plan. So, when she heard him say to fire Wang Feng, she was shocked for a while and then said coldly, Second uncle, the Beth Jewelry Store is my personal property. You have no right to make any decisions, and I will not listen. Your. Bei Yongxiu's voice was very calm, but the middle-aged man's complexion immediately changed. In his eyes, Bei Yongxiu was a typical good girl, but what he didn't expect was that now Bei Yongxiu blatantly defied his orders and prevented him from getting off the stage. Are you really willing to disobey my orders for him? The middle-aged man said, his expression sullen. You are not my father, why should I listen to you? And the Beth Jewelry Store is a personal property gifted to me by my father, and it is not yours. If you have any questions, talk to my father. Bei Yun opened her mouth and burst into a strong sigh. Okay. 3 consecutive calls of hello, the middle-aged person's complexion was distorted. I hope you won't regret it. Throwing a harsh word, the middle-aged man slammed the door and left the ward. It can be seen that this person is almost mad. Sister Shui, is it worth it for me? After the middle-aged man left, Wang Feng said with a wry smile. It's worth it. Bei Yongxiu said. In the end, it seemed that something was wrong and his complexion turned red. By the way, does your wound still hurt? Suddenly, Bei Yongxiu walked up with a gentle expression and asked. It's okay. I guess I can go back after I live in a few days. Wang Feng said, his voice gradually calmed down. This time, you seem to have offended your second uncle. Be careful with him in the future. At this time, Wang Feng spoke, his face also showing solemnity. I don't know why. Before Wang Feng looked at the look of this middle-aged man, he always felt that he was hiding something, but he couldn't tell what it was. In short, he felt extremely bad. If you really want to say it, it's like seeing a desperado, it's murderous. But the other party is obviously a relative and shouldn't do anything like that. So, shook his head, Wang Feng stopped thinking about it. Now, he should hurry up to recover from his injury. Wang Feng said that she wanted to rest, so Bei Yongxiu left after staying here for more than 10 minutes. The jewelry store has been destroyed and it will take a long time to recover, so she is a bit busy. Before the new store opened, the old store was robbed. Fortunately, Wang Feng's sudden attack finally stopped the robbers. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. After that, no one came to disturb Wang Feng, so Wang Feng practiced for a few hours. After several hours of cultivation, he felt that his left hand had regained some consciousness. Although he could not exert any force yet, he could do it with this simple movement. It seems that it won't take long for him to recover completely. That night, Wang Feng's ward ushered in 2 more people. These 2 people were not women, but He Tian and Gui Jianjian. The 2 people didn't know that such a big thing happened to Wang Feng. They also learned from the newspaper. Did Wang Feng almost die in someone else's hands? So after finishing everything, the 2 of them rushed over immediately. Junior brother, are you okay? He Tian asked with a caring expression looking at Wang Feng who was lying on the hospital bed. He had already seen the video of Wang Feng's great power before, and he jumped more than 3 meters high, although he could do such a thing. However, don't forget how long he has cultivated, which is more than 10 years longer than Wang Feng. Therefore, Wang Feng can make such progress, which has surprised them. I'm afraid that it won't take long for him to be Wang Feng's subordinate. I'm fine. Wang Feng shook his head, already feeling the other side's care. Get up, I'll treat you. At this moment, Gui Jianxiao spoke, and came over with a cold face. Looking at him with an indifferent expression, Wang Feng didn't feel uncomfortable at all, because he had this expression on everyone, he had already adapted. Moreover, he had already seen the other party's medical skills, so if he could be treated by him, it would naturally be a better thing. At the moment, Wang Feng did not hesitate, and immediately took off his coat, letting the ghost see the sorrow to heal himself. It's just that he didn't wait to take it off, but the ghost said, no need to take it off. While speaking, his palm fell on Wang Feng's injured left shoulder. A warm breath poured into Wang Feng's body. He only felt his left shoulder warm, and then he used perspective to observe the extremely terrifying aura in the master's body. Compared with him, his own is too far behind. At this moment, a steady stream of power is pouring from the ghostly sad body. However, Wang Feng saw that this power seemed to treat him. There is no impact at all. It's no wonder that his skills can be so terrifying, just because of these qi. I am afraid I don't know how long it will take to cultivate. If Wang Feng can reach this level, I'm afraid that this time he can solve the robber without blood. Well, move your arm to see if there are any problems. When Wang Feng was thinking about it, Gui Jianxiao had already retracted his palm and said lightly, oh. Wang Feng replied, and then moved his hand. Sure enough, he found that his arm could move freely. Although there was still a faint pain from the wound, he had recovered most of his injury. For a week or the like, don't perform vigorous activities with your left hand, eat more high-nutrient things, and you can slowly recover. Gui Jianxiao said. There was no smile on his face. Even Wang Feng suspected that he was born with only this face, which is the same for everyone, it is simply a wooden face. He Tian smiled bitterly behind him, because he knew that although his master looked cold, but he was very concerned about Wang Feng's injury. His typical face was cold and warm. Moreover, the master is extremely short-sighted, otherwise, he would have been in the underworld for so many years, and he would not stand here well. It can be seen from his willingness to use his strength to help Wang Feng heal his injuries. Recently, it's best not to leave Zhuhai City, Gui Jianshao said, but Wang Feng was taken aback. What happened? That's it. There is power behind the few people you killed. They are preparing to deal with you. Therefore, you have to worry that their movements have been controlled by us. You only need to protect yourself. See, with Wang Feng's puzzled face, He Tian quickly explained. Then when you catch them, you must call me. Wang Feng said, but his heart was a little cold. This time, these people wanted to hurt Bei Yongxiu and had already touched his bottom line. So no matter what, he will avenge this grudge. Don't worry, I will definitely notify you then. He Tian said, naturally knowing that Wang Feng wants revenge. How did you look at the things I showed you? At this moment, Gui Jianshao spoke, and brought Wang Feng's mind back. Wang Feng naturally knew what he said, so he replied, I have already memorized it by heart. Huh. Hearing Wang Feng's words, Gui Jianshao's face showed a strange color. He pointed to a point above his chest and said, what acupuncture point is this? Sunji point. Wang Feng glanced around and immediately replied, what about here? As he spoke, Gui Jian's sorrowful hand moved up again. Tian to point. Wang Feng answered calmly. At this moment, not only He Tian was surprised, but even the expression of the ghost's sad expression changed slightly. You know, he gave the human body structure map to him only yesterday. Could it be that he remembered it so quickly? Or maybe he knew a little bit. Later, Gui Jianshao pointed to a few acupuncture points one after another, and Wang Feng was fluent, and even some acupuncture points could be answered by Wang Feng even if He Tian didn't know it. At this moment, Gui Jianshao was already convinced that Wang Feng had truly memorized all the acupoints of the human body. Such memory was really terrifying. When your injury recovers, you come to me and I will teach you some other things. After speaking, Gui Jianshao didn't stay there, and left with He Tian. This is coming and going fast, and the total may not add up to 5 minutes. However, as he left, Wang Feng immediately used his fluoroscopy ability to see his wounds. His wounds were already crusted, and the bones pierced by the bullet had now completely recovered. In other words, besides a little skin injury, he has no major problems now. Lying in the hospital bed for one night, early the next morning, when Bei Yongxiu came here, Wang Feng was discharged from the hospital with her. Now, his injury is no longer serious, and he only needs to slowly heal the wound up. As for the prescription, Wang Feng didn't even think about it. He didn't take any medicine as fast as he cultivated. Bei Yongxiu was originally worried about Wang Feng's injury, but under Wang Feng's insistence, she had no choice but to obey. Anyway, she doesn't like the smell of the hospital. It's better to let Wang Feng go home to heal his injuries, at least at home, without being disturbed. Because Wang Feng's deeds were so amazing, even if one day had passed, there were still a lot of people around the hospital who wanted to see Wang Feng. Especially those media reporters, who fully developed the spirit of the paparazzi, were awake all night, thinking about the opportunity to rush in to obtain first-hand information. In order to avoid trouble, Bei Yongxiu and Wang Feng had to leave through the back door of the hospital. What kind of thing is this? They had to go through the back door after leaving the hospital. Therefore, both Bei Yongxiu and Wang Feng were very speechless. They drove home and smelled the familiar smell. Wang Feng also relaxed. It was better to be at home, so there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, the security of Zukan No. 1 is very well in place, and there is no fear of people coming in. The bones are no longer a problem, just the wound is a little painful, but this is irrelevant. Back in his room, Wang Feng didn't sleep, but spent the whole night practicing qi gathering. He was worried about the ghost and sorrow preaching about other things. Early the next morning, when Wang Feng regained consciousness, he found that the blood yolk from his wound had begun to fall off, and the pain had disappeared completely. Seeing that he was able to recover so quickly, he couldn't help being a little surprised. This qi gathering technique was really not a joke. It was so powerful, it seemed that he would have to practice harder in the future. Opening the door, Wang Feng smelled the scent from a distance, and it was Bei Yongxiu who bought the breakfast. Today's breakfast is much richer than before. It is all high-nutrient things, which seems to have been specially prepared by Bei Yongxiu. Seeing the sweat bead on Bei Yongxiu's face that has not yet dried, Wang Feng's heart is also very moved, thinking that she bought it from a long distance away. Sister Shui, thank you. While speaking, Wang Feng gently wiped away tears for her with his hands. Oh, you rascal, quickly let go. Just then, a voice came, and then Tang Ero stared at a pair of high heels and walked down the stairs. Zioxiu, don't be deceived by this guy's beast appearance. He is simply a human face and beast heart. As soon as she pulled Bei Yongxiu down beside her, Tang Ero also looked at Wang Feng vigilantly, with great hostility. You are everywhere. Looking at Tang Ero, Wang Feng's original mood suddenly disappeared. Huh, don't want to play Zioxiu cheap, otherwise, don't blame me for putting you in the game. Tang Ero said, without any fear. Don't fall into my hands. Wang Feng said calmly, then sat down slowly and enjoyed breakfast. As for Tang Ero who heard his words, she suddenly shrank her neck and naturally understood what Wang Feng was going to do. However, when she thought of Bae Yongsu next to her, her courage grew a lot, and she saw that she stood up to her proud twin peaks, snorted coldly, and said, don't think Miss Ben is afraid of you, the big deal is that we two will die together. Oh, you too. Looking at the two people who are like enemies, Bae Yongsu only felt that his head was about to explode. Zioxu, thank you for preparing so many breakfasts for me. Suddenly, Tang Ero laughed, and sat down opposite Wang Feng, taking most of the things in front of him, staring at him triumphantly. Eat, it's better to swell you to death. Seeing that the other party snatched something, Wang Feng didn't try to it back. He was shameless and would not something from a woman. Although he now needs to take in high-energy things, even if he doesn't eat, his wounds can still heal. You. Tang Ero, who had just drunk a glass of milk, was so angry at Wang Feng's words that she spouted something in her mouth. Moreover, she and Wang Feng were sitting face to face, and suddenly everything was sprayed on Wang Feng's body and face. Amount? At this moment, not only was Bae Yongsu stunned, even Tang Ero couldn't help covering her small mouth with her hand, as if she had expected Wang Feng to be furious. Speaking of it, Tang Ero is really a little afraid of Wang Feng now, and he dared to do anything in exchange for injury. This is simply not afraid of death. However, contrary to the expectations of the two of them, Wang Feng not only did not get angry, but calmly wiped the milk from his face with his hands and continued to eat his own breakfast. I even kissed Tang Ero's mouth more than once, so why would he care about this? Are you all right? Seeing Wang Feng's calm face, Tang Ero was a little scared instead. Do you want me to have something? Wang Feng looked at Tang Ero with a smile, causing her to feel hairy. It's all right. After speaking, Tang Ero hurriedly lowered her head to eat her own food. She didn't even think of the trivial things in Wang Feng's heart. After breakfast, Wang Feng changed his clothes and went out with Bae Yongsu. Now that his injury has almost recovered, he will naturally go to the jewelry store. This time, if such a big thing happened in the jewelry store, if Bae Yongsu were to deal with it alone, he would obviously be disappointed, and he didn't know whether the business of the jewelry store would be affected after experiencing this time. Thinking of this in his heart, Wang Feng's face couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. Originally, he wanted to expand his jewelry store, but he didn't expect such a thing to happen. It was just a passing year. Well, why are you with me? Suddenly, Bae Yongsu looked at Wang Feng suspiciously and asked, I'll go take a look with you. Wang Feng was taken aback and responded, No. Suddenly, Bae Yongsu pushed Wang Feng a bit, and said, Your injury is still not healed, so you can take care of me at home first, and I will be responsible for the jewelry business. Are you worried about my injury? Suddenly, Wang Feng smiled, raised his left hand, and said, My injury is all right. Really? Seeing Wang Feng who was moving freely, Bae Yongsu was also very puzzled. She saw Wang Feng's previous injuries, and her left shoulder was pierced. How could it be possible in just 2 days? Of course it is true. The old gentleman who once saved the two of us helped me. You don't know. That old man is the genius doctor of our China region. It is said that he has the ability to bring back the dead. Wang Feng grinned and said, All right. Seeing that Wang Feng was really fine, Bae Yongsu was also relieved, but soon, she seemed to think of something again, and said, Wait for me first. After finishing, Bae Yongsu took a small step back and ran back home. 5 minutes later, when Wang Feng looked at his current face in the mirror, he smiled bitterly. Now I saw him wearing a black hat, and Bae Yongsu forced him to put on a mask again, as if he was recognized. In the words of Bae Yongsu, Yu reading www.uukangsha.com is really afraid that Wang Feng will be recognized by others. The incident a few days ago caused a lot of noise, so many people wanted to see Wang Feng, so, just to be on the safe side, she had to wear such a outfit for Wang Feng, just like traveling with a star. Okay, let's set off. With a light clap, Bae Yongsu seemed very satisfied with Wang Feng's outfit. Sitting in the car, Wang Feng smiled bitterly, but he didn't blame Bae Yongsu. After all, it was for his good. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. After becoming famous, it doesn't seem like a good thing. When he came to the jewelry shop, Wang Feng found that the original broken jewelry shop had now completed most of the decoration, and the broken glass door was completely renewed. Several workers were busy nervously inside. This must not make Wang Feng sigh, this is easy to do with money. Around the jewelry shop, there were a lot of people who seemed to be watching and pointing. A few days ago, such a big thing happened here, and almost everyone in Zhuhai City knew about it. So many people came to take a look with curiosity, and even Wang Feng saw several reporters hiding their cameras among the crowd. These people are really too dedicated. Wang Feng shook his head with a wry smile. This is all forced by life. But soon his complexion changed a little, because the reporters he saw seemed to have discovered something, and they came toward the car they were in. In just that moment, their car had already been surrounded by reporters. Although these reporters have not seen Wang Feng in the past 2 days, they have already been familiar with Bae Yongsu. This is the boss behind the jewelry store. So if they can get some news from her, they will be able to get a lot of rewards after they go back. The car door was knocked constantly, and Bae Yongsu was speechless. If she had known this, she would not have brought Wang Feng. But it seemed too late to leave now. Changing her face into a smile, she slowly rolled down the car window. Suddenly a dazzling flashlight flashed, and Bae Yongsu hadn't even had time to speak. The reporters outside seemed to have spotted Wang Feng sitting on the co-pilot. With sharp eyesight, he even recognized Wang Feng at once. Who would be so boring to make this outfit? Mr. Wang Feng, what do you think about this time? A reporter's question sounded outside, and then another dazzling flashlight flashed. Hearing what he said, the other people also reacted instantly, and the cameras all focused on Wang Feng. Excuse me, Mr. Wang, why are your skills so terrifying? This time you were injured by the robbers. I wonder if there are any sequelae. You are called Urban Superman, what do you think? Excuse me, Mr. Wang. All kinds of questions have never been poor, just a few breaths, these reporters have asked at least dozens of questions, and they still can't stop. At this moment, Wang Feng really understood the difficulties of those stars, and he couldn't be annoyed by them every day. There was no way, Wang Feng had to remove his disguise in the end, he was already recognized anyway, and there was nothing to be afraid of. Opening the car door, Wang Feng was immediately surrounded by a group of reporters, and another question struck. There is no way, Wang Feng had to speak, if you continue to surround me like this, I am afraid I will not be able to answer any of your questions. His voice was very loud, but after hearing him, the reporters were as if they were beating blood one by one, and took a few steps back in the blink of an eye without squeezing upward. Because everyone could see it, Wang Feng seemed willing to accept their interview. If you have any questions, just ask. Seeing them pushing away with interest, Wang Feng said helplessly. After that, it was naturally a big question. Wang Feng didn't know who to answer first. These people simply wanted to ask all his ancestors. What even made Wang Feng speechless was that one of the freckled female reporters asked him if he had a girlfriend. Is this a normal interview? Well, you can stop for a while. Seeing that they seemed to be chattering, Wang Feng said quickly. I have summarized the questions you asked briefly, so after I have answered, you should not refuse to pester me. Otherwise, I will only call the police and tell you that my normal life has been disturbed. Wang Feng said, talking. And talk. Then Mr. Wang, please speak. A reporter said, and then a microphone was directly delivered to him, acting like an interview with a star. Well, first, my skill is not great. It is only the power that bursts out when my life is threatened. If you are in a dangerous state, you can also burst out power that exceeds your limit. Wang Feng said. But it shocked these reporters. Let them experience something like that, let alone resist, and even if they don't pee their pants, they will burn a lot of fragrance. Secondly, my arm has been treated well, and it has now healed without any sequelae. Thirdly, I am not an urban Superman, the kind of person who only exists in movies, obviously not me, I am an ordinary citizen, so in the future, your media should not dig out my news because I don't like it. After speaking, Wang Feng turned and walked into the Audi TT, leaving only a back view of a group of reporters. How many people dream of wanting to be celebrities, but this Wang Feng is kind of good, even in front of such a multimedia face that he does not want to be disturbed. Sister Shui, hurry up and drive away. Seeing the group of reporters still in a daze, Wang Feng quickly said to Bei Yongxiu who was also in a daze. Just now, when Wang Feng faced many media outlets without even changing her face, she talked eloquently, but she showed Bei Yongxiu in a daze, so when she heard Wang Feng's words at the moment, she just responded. Starting the car, the two of them left here all at once. As for the reporters behind who wanted to catch up with their teeth and claws, that was not what Wang Feng needed to care about. Originally I wanted to take a look at the store, but I didn't expect to encounter such things, so this time, Wang Feng deeply understood how troublesome it was after becoming famous. The car was very fast, and soon took Wang Feng and two of them away from Bei's jewelry shop. Aren't they chasing me? Bei Yongxiu asked, with a frightened tone. These reporters are really too dedicated and more professional than the paparazzi. No, Wang Feng said, but Bei Yongxiu let out a long sigh of relief. Where are we going now? Wang Feng asked casually. I don't know. Bei Yongxiu shook her head, but soon, she seemed to think of something again, and said, by the way, didn't you help me relieve the pain last time? I just mentioned it with Brother Yao the other day. After a while, he said that his father has some old problems, so I recommend you to him. Bei Yongxiu spoke, his face turned red, obviously thinking of the last time Wang Feng rudely tore his pajamas. Although the body was seen by Wang Feng, but now she recalled again, she still felt the sweetness in her heart. Then let's go over and take a look. Wang Feng said, but he didn't refuse. It is better to face anyone than to face a group of reporters. Moreover, Yao Cheng had a good impression on him. When he first met, he even let him choose rough jadeite for free, so he should help with this point. It's just that he is a half-hearted doctor, although he is familiar with the main meridians and acupuncture points of the human body, but he has not learned any medical skills, but he is not sure. If it is a ghost, it must be a matter of grasping it. It seems that he has to step up his practice, and then get his medical skills to his hands, Wang Feng secretly thought in his heart. Yao Kang's home is located in another high-end villa area in Zhuhai City. All the people living here are high-ranking government officials, and ordinary people cannot enter here at all. However, Wang Feng had already greeted Yao Cheng when they came, so when they came to the door of the villa, Yao Cheng had been waiting here for a long time. Big brother Yao. When she got out of the car, Bei Yongxiu called out. Let's go, I'll take you in first. Yao Cheng said, and then said to the guard, then let Wang Feng and the others go. Brother, this time you are really fierce. That's a robber with a gun and live ammunition. If you dare to go, just for this courage, my brother admires you. On the way, Yao Cheng whispered in Wang Feng's ear and raised a big thumb. As a member of the government, he naturally knows the heroic things Wang Feng has done. Originally, he thought that the person who appeared on the TV was not Wang Feng, but just the same appearance. After all, Huaxia is so big and the same appearance is too common. But after inquiring, the Superman on the TV was really Wang Feng, so he had to stop him from admiring Wang Feng. I remember that when I first saw Wang Feng, the other party was still a shy young man, but what he had never thought was that Wang Feng was hidden so deeply. Big brother Yao joked, how can I have such a good skill? This is the ultimate power that burst out when life and death is threatened, at least if I do it now, I definitely can't do it. Wang Feng laughed and fooled casually. One sentence. Okay, you kid, just pretend for me. With such a good skill, I will leave my brother's safety to you in the future. Yao Cheng patted Wang Feng on the shoulder, hooking his shoulders, making Bei Yongxiu a little bit speechless. Yao Kang's home is a 3-story villa. Although it is not as luxurious as Sukan No. 1, it is not common for people to have such a villa in Zhuhai City, which is rich in land. It can be done. Moreover, Yao Cheng's father seemed to be the secretary of the Zhuhai Municipal Party Committee. The last time he met with He Tian and the others, he didn't know if he was among them. Thinking of this, his expression was a little weird. Opening the door of the room, it was not modern furniture that caught Wang Feng's eyes. On the contrary, Yao Cheng's home was filled with a quaint taste, decorated according to the retro style. It seems that here, there is a power to calm down, but it is a good place to relax. You two do whatever you want first, I'll go tell my dad to come down, Yao Cheng said, and then ran upstairs. At this moment, the kitchen door opened, and a middle-aged woman poked her head out of it. Seeing Bei Yongxiu, the middle-aged woman's face suddenly showed a smile, and she quickly walked out of it. Although this woman is close to 50 years old, there is no trace of age on her face. She is well maintained, just like a woman in her 20s. Girl Shui, it's been a long time since you've been a guest with me, have you forgotten Aunt Gu? The middle-aged woman said, seeming to blame. Aunt Gu, how could it happen? I've been too busy for this period of time, otherwise I would have come to see you. Bei Yongxiu grabbed the middle-aged woman with one hand, a little bit coquettish. You little girl is sweet-mouthed. www.wuxiaspot.com. There was a doting smile on the face of the middle-aged woman, and then she looked at Wang Feng's body. Is this your boyfriend? Gu, he asked, his expression somewhat ambiguous. Where is? Hearing Aunt Gu's words, Bei Yongxiu's complexion turned red to her neck, but she did not admit it, but she did not deny it. He just kept shaking Gu He's arm. I understand. Seeing the attitude of Bei Yongxiu's little daughter, Gu He immediately understood everything. With an ambiguous smile, she also said, little brother, don't mind, come here, just treat this as like my own home, you can take whatever you want. Hee, thank you auntie for your kindness. Wang Feng responded with some slanderous opening. However, just when his words fell, footsteps came from the stairs, but Yao Cheng led a middle-aged man with a majestic face down. Looking at the middle-aged man, Wang Feng suddenly showed a wry smile. Although he didn't know the secretary of the municipal party committee, he had seen it at the reception not long ago. Wang Feng saw the other party, and the other party also saw Wang Feng at the same time, but the shock in Yao Yuan's eyes was crushed by him in the blink of an eye, without showing the slightest. Wang Feng, this is my father, Yao Cheng introduced. Hello, uncle. Wang Feng said politely. You too. Seeing Wang Feng's politeness, Yao Yuan was a little flattered. Although he is the leader of Zhuhai City, he doesn't know how far he is compared with Wang Feng. If a ghost sees sorrow, he can step down in minutes, and as an apprentice of Ghost Sees Sorrow, Wang Feng's future energy is obviously obvious, so don't look at Wang Feng's current status, but I'm afraid it won't take long before he will grow up. A height beyond his reach. Seeing that his father seemed to be a little gaff, Yao Cheng was also a little surprised. You must know that his father has been in officialdom for a long time and has already formed a trend. Even if he sees an official position larger than him, he will not appear like this. Happening. However, this question was pressed in the bottom of his heart, and he did not ask it because the occasion was not suitable. By the way, father, this is the Wang Feng brother I called to treat you. I don't know if you have any comments? I heard that Wang Feng brothers have good medical skills. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little dull, Yao Cheng said quickly. Oh. Hearing what his son said, Yao Yuan's eyes flashed with a strange color, and then he became relieved. He has been to many hospitals and there is no way to treat his illness, because it is an old problem, and the prescription of medicine in the hospital can only relieve the pain, but cannot cure it. Originally, he had no hope of the doctor his son called. After all, in this society, quack doctors cheat too many money. However, now looking at Wang Feng in front of him, he feels that his son has finally done a beautiful thing. He can't ask Gui Jianshao to treat him, but as a disciple of Gui Jianshao, how can his medical skills be so bad? Therefore, he almost didn't even think about it, and he said, then there will be little brother Lao Wang Feng. His words were very polite. Moreover, when he was speaking, he shed half of his pajamas, revealing his strong muscles. It can be seen that he is not like ordinary officials who only know how to eat, drink and have fun. At least ordinary officials have absolutely no such figure. There was a bullet mark on his arm. Although he was cured, everyone could see that it was a mark from a bullet hit. I don't know what the problem is, uncle. Wang Feng asked. It's like this. My father participated in the battle in his early years and was hit by a stray bullet in his arm. Although the bullet was finally taken off, he felt that his arm was sore from time to time. Knowing brother, do you have any ideas? Before Yao Yuan spoke, Yao Cheng had already told his question. I understand. Wang Feng nodded, then stretched out his hand and said, Uncle, please show me your arm. Okay. Yao Yuan put his arm directly on Wang Feng's hand without hesitation. Without getting the pulse like a normal person, the moment Wang Feng caught his arm, he was already using his perspective to look inside his arm. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, the reason why this happens to your uncle's arm is because your blood vessels were blocked and the blood supply was insufficient, which caused your arm to be sore. It's just a small problem. Wang Feng spoke, but it made everyone present except Bei Yongxiu surprised. You know, Wang Feng didn't get the pulse. How did he see it? Originally, Yao Cheng had some doubts about Wang Feng's medical skills, but at this moment, he didn't dare to doubt it anymore. He could see the problem without any medical equipment. Wang Feng was the first one. How long will it take to cure? Seeing Wang Feng's determined face, Yao Yuan's mood couldn't help but fluctuate. This ghost sorrowful apprentice is so extraordinary, no wonder that even the chief has to ask him to see a doctor, and the medical skills of wanting to come to Ghost Sorrow are even more terrifying. It's just a small problem, it only takes a minute, but there may be a little pain, you have to bear it. Wang Feng said, making Yao Yuan nod immediately and said, don't worry, I can endure any pain. Then I'm welcome. Seeing that Yao Yuan seemed to be ready, suddenly Wang Feng raised his right palm and hit him directly with the bullet mark. All this happened so fast, even if Yao Cheng wanted to stop it, it was too late. I imagined that the sound of broken bones did not sound. Instead, Wang Feng slowly put down Yao Yuan's arm and said, Uncle, your problem has been cured. From then on, there will be no more arm weakness. Huh. Hearing Wang Feng's words, almost everyone in the room almost fell to the ground with a single blow. The problem is just fine? Is this too nonsense? Of course, they naturally wouldn't know that. In fact, the palm of Wang Feng just now used his own power to smash the clogged blood vessel, and used his own qi to precisely control the strength. If it weren't, Yao Yuan's arm would have to be broken with just one of his palms. There are no problems anymore. If you don't believe me, you can use X-rays to understand whether what I said is true or false. Wang Feng said, his voice still calm. Whether it is cured or not, he can see through it at a glance with his perspective ability, and of course he will not speak big words. Wait a minute, there is a hospital in our community that is responsible for our safety. Let's go and take a look. If Wang Feng was really not convinced, Yao Cheng said at this time, pulling his father and walking outside. It didn't take 10 minutes, the two of them came back with a surprised look, and the look in Wang Feng's eyes was also very shocked. Wang Feng's words are not wrong. The problems that have plagued Yao Yuan for decades are now really solved by his palm, and this is not a relief of pain, but a real cure. Wang Feng's medical skills were simply superb, and they had to be surprised. Brother, I have to serve you again. Yao Cheng gave a thumbs up, really serving. Haha, it's just a trivial matter. Wang Feng smiled indifferently, but didn't care. Yao Cheng and the others wanted to give Wang Feng money as a reward, but they were rejected. He came here today completely for the sake of Yao Cheng's face, so naturally he won't receive any rewards, otherwise Wang Feng would really become that ungrateful villain. No money was collected, which naturally made Yao Cheng's favor with Wang Feng rise in a straight line. In the end, Wang Feng and Bei Yongxiu were left here for dinner. At the dinner table, seeing Wang Feng didn't want to be as difficult to speak as ghosts and sorrows, so Yao Yuan slowly let go. Wang Feng, this time you are the hero of our Zhuhai city. Don't even say you are an urban superman. Yao Yuan said, without any pretensions, with a smile on his face. I only know some three-legged cat skills, where is a superman? Wang Feng shook his head, not accepting this title. Rest assured, if you have any problems that you can't solve in Zhuhai city in the future, you can find me. As long as you are within my power, I will never refuse. Yao Yuan opened the mouth, took a glass of wine and poured it into himself in the mouth. Then I would like to thank my uncle for his kindness. After saying that, Wang Feng poured a glass of white wine directly into his mouth without any hesitation. He is the leader of Zhuhai city. Maybe something will really trouble him in the future, so Wang Feng didn't refuse his kind intentions. Haha, it is really refreshing. Seeing Wang Feng drank the liquor in one sip, Yao Yuan also smiled knowingly, and his liking for Wang Feng also rose a lot. After a meal, the atmosphere was very harmonious. Yao Yuan said a lot about his past struggle history, but Wang Feng and Bei Yongxiu sighed. Finally, when Wang Feng left, he was helped by Bei Yongxiu, because he had drunk a lot of wine today, and his mind was already groggy. Dad, I think your expression was a little unnatural when you first saw Wang Feng. Do you have something on your mind? Seeing that Wang Feng and the others had already left, Yao Cheng did not hesitate and spoke out the doubts in his heart. Son, have a good relationship with Wang Feng. In the future, if you can get on this big ship of his, why can't you worry about flying? Yao Yuan patted Yao Cheng on the shoulder and said something that puzzled Yao Cheng. However, before he could ask a question, he saw that his father fell drunk on the sofa, unconscious. Today, both he and Wang Feng drank a lot. Yao Cheng had never seen his father so happy. He was even more excited than he was when he was elected as the secretary of the municipal party committee. However, his father is already drunk, he has no chance to ask anything. Returning to Zukan number 1, seeing Wang Feng lying on the co-pilot like a dead pig, Bei Yongxiu was really in trouble. Wang Feng was already drunk like this, and he obviously couldn't even walk around. Glancing at the dark villa, Tang Ero's girl obviously didn't come back. This made her a weak woman move an adult man, so she was really powerless. However, she couldn't just forgive Wang Feng in the car, so in the end she had to get Wang Feng back into the house by herself. After all the power of the two tigers was gone, she finally put Wang Feng on the bed. At this moment, she was already covered in sweat, and she was about to stand unstable. This Wang Feng was really too heavy. However, before she got up from Wang Feng's body, she felt a pair of powerful hands directly from under her arms to her back www.wuxiaspot.com and finally hugged her tightly. Wang Feng, you quickly let go. Seeing Wang Feng hugging herself tightly, Bei Yongxiu was also a little panicked. She thought of some men's messy things after drinking, but how powerful is her? How could she break free? Wang Feng's hands were almost like pliers. She hugged her tightly, and it was impossible for her to move. The body was pressed firmly on Wang Feng's body. She only felt that her face was feverish, and her heart was a little gloomy. Shouldn't she? However, after waiting for a long time, she didn't see any movement from Wang Feng, and could only hear the other person's breathing. Looking up, she found that although Wang Feng's hand was tightly hugging herself, it seemed that he was already asleep. She breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She wanted to break free of Wang Feng's hand, but, no matter how hard she tried, she found that she was still hugged and couldn't break free. The strong alcohol scent continued to pass into her nose, causing her brows to wrinkle slightly, but when he saw Wang Feng's ordinary face, he felt that his heart suddenly changed. It's very peaceful. It was this young man who, in order to protect herself, even risked her life to subdue the robbers. Without Wang Feng, she could not imagine what the consequences would be. She has seen many men, handsome, excellent, talented, young and golden, but never any man can give her such a sense of peace of mind. She understands that she can't let Wang Feng go anymore, or in other words, she has fallen in love with Wang Feng. Although Wang Feng had no money and no status, she just couldn't let go of Wang Feng. Is this love? There was a voice in her mouth, which lasted for a long time in this quiet room. Can't break free of Wang Feng's embrace, so slowly, Bei Yongxiu also gave up the struggle, but instead put his head tightly on Wang Feng's chest, quietly listening to Wang Feng's heart. The beating sound. This sound was very melodic, as if it had become a lullaby. Therefore, when she was tired, Bei Yongxiu suddenly forgot the unpleasant smell of alcohol on Wang Feng's body, and she was lying on Wang Feng's chest like this. Fell into a deep sleep. When Wang Feng woke up the next day, he only felt that his head was very uncomfortable, as if he was filled with lead. Moreover, there was a huge pressure coming from his chest, which made him feel a little overwhelmed. However, when he saw Bei Yongxiu lying on his chest clearly, he was stunned. He never thought that he would sleep with Sister Shui all night, and he was still so ambiguous. Posture. He could feel the two soft sensations coming from his lower abdomen, and he could also feel the heat coming from Bei Yongxiu's breath. Recalling the scene last night, he found that he couldn't remember anything. He had no memory at all, but seeing Bei Yongxiu's beautiful face, he couldn't bear to wake her up. Gently pulling his hand away, Wang Feng frowned immediately, because he smelled this unpleasant smell on his body, and didn't know how Sister Shui endured it all night. Gently put Bei Yongxiu on the bed and covered her with a cup before Wang Feng climbed out of the bed gently. After taking a cold shower in the bathroom, Wang Feng suddenly became sober. Although he didn't know why Sister Shui would be held by himself and slept all night, it must be his own reason. She was so drunk yesterday that she must have dragged herself to the bed. Before this time period, Bei Yongxiu should have been up a long time ago, and maybe even breakfast can be bought back. The exception for today might be that she was too tired last night to continue sleeping. Thinking of this, Wang Feng couldn't help but feel ashamed. After a hurried wash, Wang Feng put on clean clothes and walked out of the villa area. Before, Bei Yongxiu bought breakfast for him. Today she did not get up, so Wang Feng came to buy breakfast. However, before he could go far, Wang Feng was embarrassed to discover that although he had lived in Zukan 1 for some time, he had never bought breakfast before, and he didn't know where the place was. In the end, the security elder brother had a good heart and showed him the direction, which allowed him to successfully buy breakfast. On the way back, Wang Feng was in a good mood. He came back with a whistle. It is rare for him to buy breakfast today. She would be extremely happy to come to Miss Shui. Opening the door, Wang Feng only heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom. It must be Sister Shui who got up. Arranged the breakfast, Wang Feng propped his chin and looked at the direction of the bathroom quietly. After the bath, Sister Shui was not generally beautiful, she was just a fairy walking out of the painting. It didn't take long before the sound of water in the bathroom stopped, and a minute later, the beautiful Bei Yongxiu walked out of the bathroom. The woman who goes out of the bath is the most beautiful. There is nothing wrong with these words, and when these words are put on Bei Yongxiu's body, it is more than a step up. Bei Yongxiu was wearing silk pajamas, and Wang Feng could even see the two bumps on her chest, which were obviously vacuumed. It was so tempting, he almost squirted a nosebleed. Because she had just washed her hair, there were still water droplets on Bei Yongxiu's hair, and Wang Feng looked like a cat scratching, and immediately reacted below. He secretly cursed his own hooligan in his heart, and Wang Feng immediately retracted his gaze. He saw that other women could be unscrupulous, but he could not do anything to Bae Yongsu. He didn't know why he didn't dare, he just knew that he shouldn't do it, as if Bae Yongsu was not only a person he liked, but also a person he respected. In short, this is an extremely contradictory idea, and Wang Feng doesn't know how to explain it. After being scanned by Wang Feng's unbridled gaze, Bae Yongsu's face flushed to her neck. She thought of the thing that she had been hugged to sleep by Wang Feng last night. Although nothing happened during this period, she really slept for one night. Bae Yongsu, who had never had much contact with adult men, slept absurdly with Wang Feng all night, and she felt incredible. So, at this moment, she really couldn't wait for a hole in the ground for herself to get in, which was too shameful. When she ran upstairs in a panic, Bae Yongsu still felt her heart beating wildly, a bit of a guilty conscience. She had to go downstairs after changing into the clothes she usually wore. After all, she couldn't stay upstairs all the time. Sooner or later she would have to face this matter. However, her face was so red, it looked like a ripe red apple. Wang Feng wanted to rush to take a bite. Sister Shui, hurry up and have breakfast. Wang Feng said calmly without daring to continue molesting Bae Yongsu. It's just that no matter how calm his face is, his heart is fiery. Sister Shui is really tempting. Her face was flushed, she was stubborn, and she looked like she was picking her up. Didn't she know that the more frail she was, the more it aroused the desire for crime in others? Yeah. Bae Yongsu's voice was almost negligible, and then she slowly sat down opposite Wang Feng. Today's breakfast was specially prepared by Wang Feng, so it was very rich. After all, it was the first time I bought breakfast for Sister Shui, so I couldn't be sloppy. However, before the two of them moved, an uninvited guest greeted at the door. Oh, I didn't expect Zioxu to be so nice. Even the breakfast was prepared for me. I was so hungry. The one who walked in was naturally Tang Ero. She was exhausted enough to perform the task last night and she didn't even have time to eat. So as soon as she went home and smelled the scent of the food, she ran up immediately, and she began to ventilate the clouds without saying a word, unceremoniously, as if there was no one else. Tang Ero, Wang Feng said with a cold face, and he was really angry. He finally bought a loving breakfast for Sister Shui, but Tang Ero was disturbed by this crazy woman. She and Sister Shui haven't eaten them yet. What are you doing? Tang Ero didn't lift her head when she heard Wang Feng's words, and Yushao stuffed a piece of bread into her mouth. It's nothing, you can continue to eat. Seeing Tang Ero was really hungry, Wang Feng couldn't steal her. Anyway, it's a woman who has skin relatives. Why can't you watch her starve? Then I'm not welcome. Tang Ero, who had no time to quarrel with Wang Feng, had been hungry all night and almost wiped out 2/3 of the food on the table at his fastest speed. What are you doing looking at me like this? Tang Ero raised her head, and suddenly saw Wang Feng and Bae Yongsu staring at her with big eyes and small eyes, which made her feel embarrassed for a while. It seems that the way he eats just now is a bit scary. But her best friend looked at herself. She had nothing to say, but when she saw Wang Feng staring at herself, Tang Ero gave Wang Feng a cold look, and said viciously, if you look at me again, I will put your eyeballs. Dig it out. Are you digging and trying? Wang Feng gave Tang Ero amused, then leaned back on the chair. Do you think I didn't dare? Tang Ero's eyes widened, and she didn't expect Wang Summit to say such a thing. Oh, don't do this, you two. Seeing that the two people seemed to be fighting again, Bae Yongsu said quickly. I didn't provoke her. Wang Feng shrugged, but did not move. Because of Zioxu's face, I won't be embarrassing you today. Tang Ero's tone changed suddenly, and then she hugged Bae Yongsu's shoulders and said, go, talk to me and ignore this. Rogue. With a wry smile, Bae Yongsu was dragged into the living room by Tang Ero. Without eavesdropping on what they were saying, Wang Feng began to eat the food on the table slowly, and it was not worth it to stop gasping with Tang Ero, a mad woman, so he had to eat after he was full. But before Wang Feng was full, he heard Bae Yongsu's exclamation from the room, no, there is a murderous monster in Zhuhai City. Yes, 6 girls have already been murdered. We are investigating the case overnight. Tang Ero's voice came with a trace of discouragement. This time, the perpetrators were very smart and left no evidence, so even if their criminal police team was busy all night yesterday, they still had no clue. Then you won't be in danger. Bae Yongsu asked worriedly. Don't worry, I have been following the criminal police team. What can be dangerous, but you, don't go out recently. This murderous mad demon specializes in beautiful girls to start. Tang Ero said this, suddenly no sound. However, Wang Feng still heard what Tang Ero said with his strong hearing. This murderous mad demon really deserves to be a metamorphosis. After killing a girl, he turned his corpse back. With such a metamorphosis, Wang Feng had no appetite. Such a person, he had only heard of it on TV, and he could not imagine that this reality actually appeared. So scary. After listening to Tang Ero's words, Bae Yongsu was obviously terrified, and his face turned pale. You reading www.uukangsha.com. It's okay, as long as you don't go to those dark corners, this person will definitely not be so blatant. Seeing that Bae Yongsu was really scared by herself, Tang Ero quickly comforted. Sister Shui, don't worry, as long as I'm here, I promise you won't let anything hurt you. At this moment, Wang Feng came to the living room and said solemnly. Bae Yongsu's face turned red when she heard Wang Feng's words, and she quickly lowered her head. You rascal, just play without you. Seeing Wang Feng, Tang Ero said impatiently. Worry about others, it is better to worry about yourself. While talking, Wang Feng looked at Tang Erou's two big white rabbits, and Tang Erou was flustered. Forget it, regardless of you, I am going to rest. Unable to bear Wang Feng's fiery gaze, Tang Erou hurried upstairs. Sister Shui, hurry up and have breakfast, Wang Feng said, causing Bei Yongxiu to let out a low n. Because after listening to Tang Erou's words, the appetites of the two of them were not high, and they couldn't eat a little bit. After breakfast, Wang Feng did not go out, because now he has to hurry up to practice, and Bei Yongxiu seems to be going out to buy clothes. Wang Feng did not accompany her. In addition, Wang Feng was not afraid of any danger to her during the broad day, so he returned to his room with peace of mind. In one day, nothing happened in the villa. The mad woman Tang Erou went back to her room and fell asleep without coming to talk to Wang Feng. When it was getting dark, Bei Yongxiu came back. Now, she has a large bag full of things, including the clothes she wears, and Tang Erou's, and she also made a special trip to select a few clothes for Wang Feng. The clothes made Tang Erou complain for a while. But now she was rushing to solve the case, so she glared at Wang Feng and hurried out the door. Sister Shui, haven't you eaten yet? Seeing Bei Yongxiu's profuse sweat, Wang Feng unloaded things for her and asked. No, Bei Yongxiu shook her head. On this day, she almost ran in various counters, wherever she had time to eat. That's just right, in order to reward you, I will cook for you by myself today, Wang Feng said, leaving Bei Yongxiu in a daze. Do you still cook? Bei Yongxiu glanced at Wang Feng strangely, seemingly suspicious. Of course, a year after graduation, I have always been alone, but I have learned some good dishes. Is it possible that Sister Shui, you still don't believe me? Wang Feng said with a smile. No. Bei Yongxiu shook his head, then his face flushed a little and said, but we don't have any food at home. Indeed, since Wang Feng came here, he did not see Bei Yongxiu enter the kitchen several times. Most of the time he came back after eating outside. It's okay, we can go out and buy it now. In short, this meal is wrapped in my body. Wang Feng patted his chest and smiled very proudly. Then wait for me to take a bath. After saying that, Bei Yongxiu ran upstairs staring. Taking a bath for a woman is undoubtedly the most troublesome thing, but this time Bei Yongxiu didn't let Wang Feng wait too much. In just 10 minutes, she had already bathed. The current Bei Yongxiu's shape is undoubtedly very beautiful. A pair of crystal high heels, long slender legs are wrapped in a pure white dress, absolutely white and rich. Seeing her dangling slender thighs, Wang Feng almost sprayed a nosebleed. Rao is that Wang Feng is already familiar with Bei Yongxiu, and at this moment he can't help but look a little bit stunned. For a superb beauty like Bei Yongxiu, no matter what she wears, she is setting off the clothes. Sister Shui, let's just go out to buy food once, don't you need to be so grand, right? Wang Feng said dryly. What do you know, let's go quickly. Bei Yongxiu glared at Wang Feng, and then rushed to take Wang Feng's arm cordially. Suddenly held by her, Wang Feng only felt that his head seemed to be unable to turn around, but only after a moment of stun did he smile and accept Bei Yongxiu's intimate movements. If you don't take advantage of this kind of advantage, you would be a fool. Bei Yongxiu's dress today is very youthful, and she looks like an angel, and Wang Feng also understood why Bei Yongxiu would go to take a bath and change clothes. Down the road, the combination of the two of them led to a return rate of almost 100%. Even when they first walked out of Zukan number 1, the security guard at the door almost put a cigarette in his mouth. Bei Yongxiu bounced around along the way, looking very happy, but Wang Feng accepted many murderous glances. However, he didn't care about these gazes, because he knew that such a situation would happen sooner or later when going out with Bei Yongxiu. Anyway, these people can only envy, and jealousy has no effect, full of eyes, starving brothers. Soon, the two came to the vegetable market intimately holding hands. This is different from a small place. Even if it is dark, the vegetable market is still very lively. Auntie, how did you sell this? Bei Yongxiu asked Wang Feng's hand in one hand and a handful of celery in the other. Seeing that it was a pretty little girl who was buying vegetables, this lady also showed a kind smile on her face, and said, even if you are worth 4 yuan and a caddy. Ah, don't you think 3 yuan and 5 elements will work? Bei Yongxiu said, making this ant for a moment. It seemed a bit strange that this person didn't look like someone without money. But seeing that Bei Yongxiu's mouth is so sweet, she still smiled and said, okay, then 3 yuan and $5. After purchasing celery, Bei Yongxiu happily carried the bag in her hand. In the back, most of them were Bei Yongxiu bargaining with these vendors. Wang Feng who watched was a little speechless. Bei Yongxiu had money, so why would he care about that? But seeing that Bei Yongxiu was so happy, he didn't say anything. Instead, he felt heartbroken. Sister Shui would definitely be a good woman doing housework in the future. Such a good woman would never be abducted by others. Thinking of this, Wang Feng also smiled, and followed Bei Yongxiu to bargain with these vendors, happily bargaining. After wandering around this vegetable market for about half an hour, Wang Feng and the others finally bought all the ingredients and were ready to go back. Sister Shui, I don't think you are still a good bargaining hand, Wang Feng said, making Bei Yongxiu a red face. It's you, I'm not afraid that the money you brought is not enough, Bei Yongxiu said. There seemed to be some ambiguity behind her, and she blushed and bowed her head quickly. On the way back, they naturally received the baptism of many people's eyes again, and they were alive like a military parade by the chief. And now that the two of them are carrying some dishes, the appearance of a lively young couple makes many people feel uncomfortable. It's really good food to let the pig go. When he came to the door of the villa area, Wang Feng, who had originally wanted to enter, suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from a distance. Turning his head, he only felt a flower in front of him, as if a dark shadow rushed past. But when he rubbed his eyes again, he didn't see anything. What's the matter? Seeing Wang Feng suddenly stop to leave, Bei Yongxiu also asked a little strangely. It's okay. Wang Feng shook his head, but once again glanced in the direction just now, but there was nothing and nothing in the place. Shaking his head, Wang Feng only thought that his eyes were dazzling. After all, the security of Zukan No. 1 was very well in place, and it was almost impossible for outsiders to get in. People who can live here are either rich or expensive, so the security guards are patrolling day and night and rarely find outsiders coming in. Let's go back. Ignoring the security's enviable gaze, Wang Feng returned home with Bei Yongxiu's soft arm. Wang Shenfeng's cooking skills are quite good, so when he finally brought out the most dish from the kitchen, Bei Yongxiu's little mouth was already shocked into an O shape. You did all this? Bei Yongxiu asked, looking at Wang Feng in disbelief. Haha, you can taste it first. Wang Feng laughed and then sat down. Then I'll try it. Bei Yongxiu became interested, then picked up a piece of celery and put it in his mouth. However, before she could chew, she immediately spit out the celery in her mouth, and kept fanning her protruding tongue, which was very cute. What's wrong, isn't it delicious? Seeing Bei Yongxiu's appearance, Wang Feng also picked up a piece of celery strangely. The dishes are not lacking in condiments, just a bit spicy. Your dish is too spicy, Bei Yongxiu said. His face was already red. It may be that my personal taste is a bit spicy. I don't know if you don't like spicy food. Should I fry another one? Wang Feng said, apologetic on his face. No, my family didn't let me eat spicy food since I was young, so I have always been longing for spicy food. Wait a moment. After speaking, Bei Yongxiu ran to her room and quickly took a bottle. The red wine comes out. The lid of the red wine was opened, and even Wang Feng, who rarely drank red wine, smelled a strange fragrance. This wine is probably a good thing. After taking a sip, Wang Feng nodded. This red wine really tastes good, much better than white wine, with endless aftertaste. Of course, that is, he doesn't know the price of this wine. If he knew that this bottle of wine needs hundreds of thousands of dollars, I am afraid that such an idea would not appear. Red wine, beauties have all, nowadays, candles. But Wang Feng didn't dare to say this idea, so he could only swallow it back into his stomach. The light was dim, and the beautiful lady's face was reddening, and Wang Feng was a little demented when she looked at it. Bei Yongxiu is so pretty. No matter how she looks at it, Wang Feng never felt disgusted. He even wanted to look at Bei Yongxiu for a lifetime. This meal ended in a charming atmosphere. When he returned to his room, Wang Feng only felt his head heavier. He knew that the dark energy of red wine had come. Without cultivation, he just fell on the bed and fell asleep faintly. The next day, he still woke up early. Although his head was still heavy, he still woke up. This is his biological clock, which has not changed. Looking at Bei Yongxiu's room through perspective, Bei Yongxiu had already left the house, but when he looked at the living room through perspective, he found that Bei Yongxiu had not come back, nor had he bought breakfast. According to previous practice, Bei Yongxiu should have returned long ago at this time. Shaking his head strangely, Wang Feng walked out of his room, but before he entered the bathroom, he glanced at the note on the coffee table in the living room. Take a good night's sleep and wait until I come back from buying breakfast. On the note, there are several beautiful fonts written in it, and the signature is Bei Yongxiu's signature, followed by a cute smiling face. This feeling of being pampered is good. Thinking of this, Wang Feng's face couldn't help but show a smile. Yu reading www.yuukayangshu.com. However, he hadn't waited until his smile fell, and suddenly, his face changed. According to previous practice, Bei Yongxiu had already returned, and he also left a note for himself, which should have been out long ago. If she doesn't come back for something, she will call herself. Thinking of this, Wang Feng didn't smile anymore, and quickly took out his own phone and dialed Bei Yongxiu. The ringing on the phone rang again and again, but no one answered. Every time it rang, Wang Feng's heart became gloomy. After making 2 consecutive calls, no one answered him. Thinking of this, he didn't even care about washing, so he opened the door and rushed out. He thought of the dangerous aura he felt when he came back last night. After practicing the chi gathering technique, he felt very sensitive. The sense of danger would definitely not be aimless. Thinking of this, Wang Feng really wanted to slap himself. It was because he had let happiness go to his head yesterday, so he didn't use his clairvoyance ability to see what it was that disappeared in the darkness. Thinking of this, Wang Feng only felt that his heart was suddenly pulled. Sister Shui, you must be fine. In Wang Feng's heart, the same voices continued to be heard, and then he came to the security room at the door. Brother, have you seen the girl who came back with me last night? The person on duty happened to be the person Wang Feng and the others met yesterday. I saw it. Although the security guard was a little strange, he told the truth about the anxiety on Wang Feng's face. How long has she been away from the villa? Wang Feng said, his expression extremely ugly. It's about half an hour. The security guard was even more strange, but he didn't ask what happened. Thank you. After saying this, Wang Feng ran out of the door. In the security room, the security guard shook his head, thinking it might be the young couple having some conflict. However, when he looked up to see the direction Wang Feng was leaving, he was shocked that the cigarette in his hand fell on his pants. Nima, what I saw is definitely not true. He made a sound of horror in his mouth. He didn't even notice that a cigarette burned a big hole in his pants. Wang Feng was very anxious now, so he didn't care about anything at all, exploding his fastest running speed. Before practicing the qi gathering technique, he was a scumbag and had good physical fitness. After practicing the qi gathering technique, his body became even more terrifying. Therefore, when he ran with all his strength, his whole person almost turned into a whirlwind. No wonder the security guard saw he was so startled that his cigarette butts fell from his hands. The perspective ability was exploded by Wang Feng's full strength. He could see through almost hundreds of meters in a radius, and he could not hide. This was the first time that he fully used the perspective ability. Even if he used the perspective ability in this way, he would be overdrawn again, but he really did not hesitate at all costs. Constantly running, Wang Feng's speed was astonishingly fast. Fortunately, there were no people here this morning. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to scare those people away. Suddenly, Wang Feng's pace stopped suddenly, and the whole person was struck by lightning, because he saw the breakfast scattered on the road. Seeing this, his eyes were completely red. Sister Shui, you must have nothing to do. If you have something to do, I must kill his family. Wang Feng made a roaring sound, and then his perspective ability was used again. This time, Wang Feng was really angry, so his perspective ability suddenly increased to 150 meters away at this moment, which was already the limit he could bear. By the way, Bei Yongxiu, when she wakes up in the morning, she still goes to the breakfast shop to buy breakfast early. This has almost become a habit of her, although she used to go directly to the jewelry shop after breakfast in the shop. However, since Wang Feng came to the villa, her habit has become to buy breakfast and take it home to eat. It's just that in the future, she bought breakfast and on the way back, she was thrown over by one person, and then she was forcibly dragged into an empty alley. Early in the morning, there were no people at all, no one noticed that she was taken away, and she did not dare to make any calls for help, because a shimmering knife was against her neck. Her mobile phone had been called twice in a row, but she was afraid to pick it up because she was afraid that if she made any movement, she would die. Hey, I didn't expect it to be such a superb beauty. It seems that I don't need a corpse this time. In the black-clothed man's mouth, there was an unpleasant and evil voice, making Bei Yongxiu pale. Because she had already thought about who this person was, Tang Ero only told her about the murderous mad demon yesterday, but she would bump into it today. Thinking of this, there was all fear in her heart, and Wang Feng's figure appeared in her mind for a moment. Are you going to be insulted today? Thinking of this, a line of tears fell directly from the corner of her eye. If she is really insulted, all she can think of is to end her life, because she has no face to continue living. Hey, beauties, don't cry, wait for my brother to love you well. The black-clothed man shot two lustful lights in his eyes, and laughed constantly. Go away. Suddenly, Bei Yongxiu gave the man in black a hard push. Unprepared, the man in black was pushed into a stagger, and fell to the ground. With this opportunity, Bei Yongxiu got up and started to run. However, the man in black moved faster than her. Before Bei Yongxiu could run, a knife reached her throat. If you don't know anything anymore, don't blame me for killing first and then Jian. The black-clothed man's voice was already a little irritated, and he immediately subdued Bei Yongxiu. Then you kill me. Bei Yongxiu closed her eyes, despairing in her heart. She knew that she couldn't escape the fate of being insulted today, and it would be better to die than that. Hey, you are a beautiful and charming beauty, how am I willing to kill you? I still want to play with you. The man in black kept laughing lustfully, and then his face became cold and said, take your clothes, take it off. His voice was very cold, as if Bei Yongxiu would cut it off with a knife if he didn't listen to orders. With a miserable smile, Bei Yongxiu's tone was also extremely sad, and said, kill me. Wang Feng, I'm sorry. Such words flashed through Bei Yongxiu's heart, and then she closed her eyes in despair. She thought of the time she spent with Wang Feng. Although the time was short, it made her feel an unprecedented warm feeling. She knew that she had fallen in love with Wang Feng. It's just that it is impossible for her to be with Wang Feng anymore, if possible, in the next life. At this moment, she was already determined to die. Hey, since you don't take it off, I will help you, brother. The man in black gave a lewd smile, and then pushed Bei Yongxiu to the ground all at once. After that, Bei Yongxiu only felt a knife hit her chest. Hiss! Her clothes were cut with a big cut by the man in black. Sure enough, it's the best, haha. Seeing the spring light in the mouth, the man in black only felt bloodshot all over. He has played with many women, but there has never been a woman who has made him feel such an excitement. At this moment, even if it makes him live less than 10 years, he is willing. Little beauty, you belong to the older brother today. The man in black smiled lasciviously, and then stretched out his hand to grab it. Wang Feng, goodbye. Seeing this scene, there were tears in Bei Yongxiu's eyes. She understood that she was over. At this moment, there is only one thought in her heart, that is to bite her tongue and commit suicide. It's a pity that my relationship has not been revealed to Wang Feng, and my body has not been given to him. Thinking of this, there is already a bleak smile on the corner of her mouth. Perhaps this is also fate. Grass mud horse, let me die. At this very moment, suddenly, a violent shout rang at the end of the alley, and then Bei Yongxiu only felt her body loose, and the man in black who was pressing on her flew out like a cannonball. Sister Shui, are you doing anything? What appeared in front of Bei Yongxiu was the man she thought about day and night, and also the flustered Wang Feng. At this moment, Wang Feng's complexion was extremely pale, and all the calmness, all determination, and completeness were transformed into panic. He had never shown such panic. Looking at Bei Yongxiu with a desperate look, Wang Feng felt that his whole person's heart was grabbed, as if countless knives were poking fiercely. Sister Shui, I'm sorry, I'm late. Wang Feng said, all blaming himself. Lifting Bei Yongxiu from the ground, Wang Feng took off his clothes and put them on her body. Watching Bei Yongxiu's physical condition through perspective, Wang Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the worst thing did not happen, but at this moment, he was all self-blaming, because he was afraid that if he came one step later, he might see Bei Yongxiu's body. Thinking of this, endless killing intent surged in his heart and looked at the man in black who was kicked out by himself. At this moment, the man in black also grabbed his chest and got up from the ground. The kick of Wang Feng just now almost kicked him off his back. Fortunately, his physique is good, otherwise, maybe he can't get up now. Boy, wisely hand over the woman in your hand. Otherwise, I will tell you to come in vertically and go out horizontally today. While talking, he also shook the knife in his hand, threatening. Haha, let's see who will go out sideways. Wang Feng sneered, then put Bei Yongxiu down against the wall and said, Sister Shui, wait for me, I'll take revenge for you, don't go. Upon hearing Wang Feng's words, Bei Yongxiu's pale and desperate face finally had a trace of worry, and she grabbed Wang Feng's arm. Don't worry, I said I won't let you suffer any more harm, and I'll be fine. Wang Feng showed a smile that was even worse than crying, and slowly pulled Bei Yongxiu away. Huh, brat, don't think that you want a hero to save the beauty if you are a three-legged cat. You are still too tender. The man in black said, and then thought that Wang Feng was scared by himself. However, when he heard what he said, Wang Feng grinned, showing his white teeth, and said, Today, I am going to walk the road for the sky. You are looking for death. Hearing Wang Feng's words, the man in black waved the knife in his hand and stabbed Wang Feng with a single knife. His speed is very fast, and his skill is not comparable to that of a gangster. However, compared with Wang Feng, he was still too slow. Before his knife hit Wang Feng's body www.wuxiaspot.com, he felt a pain in his arm, and then lost all consciousness. Want to kill me? Wang Feng smiled sullenly, then glanced at the knife that appeared in his hand. You. Seeing the knife in Wang Feng's hand, the man in black finally understood that he had kicked the iron plate today. He is very confident in his skill. If it were not like this, he would not commit the crime many times without letting people discover it, but he found that the young man in front of him seemed even more terrifying. His arm had already been beaten at this moment. Suddenly, I don't feel anything. A scum like you living in this world is a waste of air. Today, I will abolish your hands first. Suddenly, Wang Feng violently. After that, the man in black had not yet reacted, and he felt his other after a cold arm, a very long wound was cut. You. Brush. At this moment, Wang Feng was like a ghost, and the speed was extremely fast. With one knife after another, Wang Feng was merciless and hurt Bei Yongxiu, which was tantamount to touching his negative scales, so at this moment he seemed to be crazy. The blood ran all over the man in black. At this moment, his clothes were already in tatters, almost into strips, more miserable than the beggars. Wang Feng kicked out with a fierce kick. This kick broke the ribs of the man in black, causing him to groan in pain immediately on the ground. At this moment, he has completely lost the ability to resist. After committing crimes so many times, he finally capsized in the gutter. Hey, brother he, come to me to deal with someone. Taking out the phone, Wang Feng informed He Tian that this man in black wanted to insult Bei Yongxiu, so how could Wang Feng let him go so easily? Such a scum, let him die like this, it is too cheap for him. Embracing Bei Yongxiu tenderly into his arms, Wang Feng could feel her fear, and her bewilderment. No girl would come down easily if something like this happened, but, seeing the desperate look on Bei Yongxiu's pale face that had never disappeared, Wang Feng understood that today's events were too much for her. With a sigh in his heart, Wang Feng didn't say anything to comfort him, because he understood that a warm embrace might be more effective than anything else. What he can do is to severely punish this pervert and avenge Sister Shui. He Tian and the others were very fast. It didn't take 20 minutes. It was still the Bentley parked outside the alley. He Tian walked over with an ugly face in the car. Before, he could hear Wang Feng's voice as if he was about to kill people from Wang Feng's tone, so this time he came with a lot of younger brothers. It's just that when he saw Wang Feng and the person lying in that corner, he immediately understood what had happened, dare it to make him wipe his again. Senior brother he, take this person away to me, try not to let him die, because I will make him worse than dead. Wang Feng said, his tone was extremely cold, making He Tian's face straight, and then facing him. A kid next to him winked. The little brother knew, and quickly stepped up to frame the man in black. Don't worry, I won't let him die. After speaking, He Tian turned around and left without even asking what happened. All this has been fully understood, and he does not want to expose others' wounds. Go, Sister Shui, I'll take you home first. After saying that, Wang Feng didn't care about Bei Yongxiu, and immediately hugged her up. At the door of the villa area, the security guard saw Wang Feng holding Bai Yongxiu coming back, and he suddenly jumped out of the security room. He also wanted to ask why Wang Feng ran so fast before. It was almost like a photo shoot. Movies are the same. It's just that when he saw Wang Feng's gaze that seemed to be killing someone, he immediately shrank his neck in fright, and swallowed what he was planning to say. Always pay attention to the safety of villa number 11, if something happens, you don't need to do it. With this sentence left, Wang Feng walked home holding Bai Yongxiu. What a terrible look. After Wang Feng hugged Bai Yongxiu and left, the security guard mumbled, his expression lingering in fear. Sister Shui, you don't want to go anywhere today, just rest at home. If there is something urgent, call me and I will rush back immediately. In Bai Yongxiu's room, Wang Feng spoke, and behind Lu indifferently exited Bai Yongxiu's room. He Tian's phone was dialed, and he was quickly connected. Where is it? In Xiniang building. Someone will lead you when you come. He Tian's voice came through the phone, and there was not much emotional fluctuation. I see. After speaking, Wang Feng hung up the phone and walked out of the villa. At the door, the security guard saw Wang Feng coming out again with a gloomy expression. He was shocked, but he didn't have the courage to continue to ask anything, but closed his eyes and let him go. This person is definitely not an ordinary person, because when facing Wang Feng, he always feels nervous, as if he might go to at any time. When I arrived at the door of Xiniang building by car, a young man dressed up soon came to Wang Feng and said, Mr. Wang, the boss asked me to wait for you here. Lead the way. Wang Feng said, his voice calm. In the end, Wang Feng came to the basement of Xiniang building under the attention of many younger brothers. There are many rooms and many idlers living here, all of them exuding a sturdy atmosphere. Even a lot of shameful things are done here, which can be regarded as a secret stronghold. Even, no one else would have thought that such a place would be hidden under the glamorous surface of Xiniang building. Brought to a dark secret room by this little brother, Wang Feng saw the man in black tied to a chair at a glance. At this moment, the man in black was covered with blood, his whole body was with rope, just like a zongzi, it was impossible to move. You are here. Seeing Wang Feng coming, He Tian also hurriedly jumped off the table and threw away his cigarette butt. Is he dead? Wang Feng asked slowly when he glanced at the man in black with his head down without any movement. No, with me here, how could I let him die so easily? Come and bring me the water. He Tian yelled, and suddenly, a little brother brought a basin of cold water. There are floating ice cubes. Push him on. He Tian said, his expression unchanged. His expression was very calm. Yes. Hearing He Tian's instructions, the little brother didn't hesitate at all. The icy cold water fell on the man in black. The man in black was already in the stage of fainting. He couldn't stop dying, and couldn't wake up even if he wanted to wake up. However, after this fierce stimulation at this moment, he suddenly woke up and saw Wang Feng and the others. What should I do with him? He Tian said with a bad look in his eyes. Don't worry about it, I will let him pay the price he deserves. Wang Feng said, his whole body calm and terrible. However, He Tian could see that Wang Feng was really angry now, and gave the man in black a glowed expression. He didn't know where he brought a pot of melon seeds, and just started to slurp. It seems to be preparing to watch a play. Hehe, I've got it in your hands, I'll admit it. Seeing that the man in black was Wang Feng, the man in black was also a bachelor, and immediately demanded death. Only when he heard what he said, Wang Feng laughed, I want to ask for mercy now, don't you think it's too late? Having said this, Wang Feng's face suddenly became cold, and a knife appeared in his hand, which he had snatched from this person not long ago. This person wanted to threaten Bai Yongxiu with a knife, and now Wang Feng would use this knife to torture him with a single knife, so that he could not survive and die. It is undeniable that he might be extremely cruel, but when he thinks that Sister Shui is almost insulted or even committed suicide, he has an unstoppable killing intent in his heart. Without any words, even the man in black didn't respond yet. He felt a flash of white light in front of him. After that, he only felt a cold in his chest, and he was cut out with a long narrow hole, and his flesh and blood turned out. Wang Feng's movements were very fast. It was almost that the man in black didn't even notice that a big cut was made in his chest. Just a moment later, he grinned, and huge pain swept through his mouth. His mind made him almost roar. It's just that he didn't call out, because he knew that once he called out, it would only make Wang Feng more excited. This is typical of building happiness on the suffering of others. Okay. Wang Feng was also taken aback when he saw the man in black without making a single sound. However, at this moment, in his anger, he didn't want to pay attention to this change at all. He went down again. This time, Wang Feng was even more ruthless. After the flesh is opened, the bones below can be seen. Behind Wang Feng, He Tian, who was eating melon seeds, quickly threw away the melon seeds in his hand, nauseous in his heart. Looking at Wang Feng, he only felt a chill in his body. Wang Feng seemed to have an elegant style on the surface, but he was so cruel in his heart. It was too cruel. Although he also killed people, even more than one, but let him cut a living person like Wang Feng with a single knife. It is painful but will not die immediately. He still has not done it. After all, to torture others like this is really hurtful. He wanted to stop Wang Feng and simply gave him a good time, but when he felt Wang Feng's icy look, he swallowed his words alive. He could see that this time the man in black really offended Wang Feng, and the woman who wanted to QJ him would be furious if she was a normal man. No longer trying to stop Wang Feng, He simply turned around and stopped watching the oozing scene. If you have the ability, kill me. The man in black growled, his voice unstoppable in pain. Hihi, from the moment you hurt her, I won't let you die easily, I will make you better than death, I will do what I say. While talking, He Tian behind Wang Feng's scalp numbed with only a few knives cut through the blood and flesh. Don't even think about it, he must know that Wang Feng must have done it again. Vomit? The extremely cruel scene, even He Tian, the underworld boss, couldn't bear to watch it, and He Tian's little brothers were even more embarrassed at this moment, all holding their stomachs and vomiting. It's not that these people have never seen blood, and even have human lives, but seeing Wang Feng's cruel methods, they are cold, like falling into an ice cellar. This Wang Feng, almost like of death, calmly slashed at someone else's body without even blinking his brow. Such a horrible figure, as members of the underworld, are all scared. Is this still a human? Wang Feng, don't kill people. It's unlucky to die here. He Tian said, feeling a little unbearable in his heart. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Wang Feng said. Then, the corner of his mouth suddenly cracked in a strange arc. After that, He Tian saw a scene that made him sick. He only saw Wang Feng as if he was crazy at the moment. The knife was constantly falling on the man in black, and in just a blink of an eye, Wang Feng directly drew dozens of lines www.wuxiaspot.com so fast, He Tian couldn't react. Senior brother He, please give him some strength to save the dog's life. Wang Feng said casually after dropping the knife on the ground. Do you want to torture him? He Tian's eyes widened, as if he had met Wang Feng for the first time. Don't torture. Wang Feng shook his head, then glanced at the man in black who had more air intake and less air, and said, I want to hand him over to the police. I will not only make him better than dead, but also ruin him. Wang Feng's words were very calm, but He Tian as a listener secretly smacked his tongue. This junior, his junior, does not seem to be an easy person to provoke. He is so cruel, even more than when he was young. Fierce. However, he glanced at the man in black who was obviously dying, and finally he shot. After all, since the completion of Xinjiang building, no one has ever died. It is really bad luck to let him die here. He had long been Wang Feng's disciple, so even though he hadn't learned real medical skills, he would be so good at it. Soon under his treatment, the man in black's injury was stabilized, at least not for a short time. Taking out the phone, Wang Feng directly dialed the crazy woman Tang Ero. This woman has been tracking down the whereabouts of the man in black, and now Wang Feng has given her this pervert as a gift. Tang Ero's weak voice came after the call was connected. Who? Tang Ero's voice sounded on the phone, obviously a little tired. It's me, Wang Feng said, knowing that this mad woman must not know his phone number. The number he dialed now was from Bei Yongxiu's mobile phone when he left the house before. Bei Yongxiu was hurt so much now, maybe Tang Ero could comfort her. It's boring, I'm hanging up. Tang Ero didn't bother to talk nonsense when seeing an unfamiliar number, and she would hang up if she looked ugly. It was just that she hadn't waited to hang up, and suddenly she heard the voice on the phone, I am Wang Feng. The voice was very calm, and it was still the kind of calm that she was shocked when she heard it, but when she thought that it was Wang Feng, a hooligan, she suddenly became unhappy. Even if Wang Feng usually goes against herself, he still makes the phone call. She's here, she really thinks this girl has nothing to do? Thinking of this, Tang Ero was also very angry, almost shouting in a roaring voice, You rascal, my old lady has no time to take care of you now. Now, she was so worried about the murder case that her hair was almost white, so naturally she didn't have a good attitude towards Wang Feng. All around, after hearing Tang Ero's roar, the detectives who had been gathering in twos and threes had their expressions slightly changed, and fled here one after another like the of plague. Tang Ero is undoubtedly a beauty, and she is also a top beauty. There are not a few people who covet her beauty. However, since someone who pursued her had his ribs broken and lay in the hospital for a month, no man would dare her anymore. Note. This beauty was compared with their own fate, they undoubtedly chose the latter, this female Tyrannosaurus, who would dare to provoke it. Moreover, Tang Ero's background is very big, and no one dares to be tough on her. Since you don't have the time to take care of me, forget it. I originally wanted to give you a gift. Wang Feng's voice came through the phone, and he was about to hang up. This mad woman still has such an attitude to benefit her. If this is the case, Wang Feng might as well call the police directly. Anyway, whoever catches this perversion will have the credit. Tang Ero doesn't want it. There are still a lot of people waiting in line. Gift. Tang Ero also hurriedly called out when he heard the voice on the phone, Wait a minute. What else is there for you crazy woman? On the phone, Wang Feng's voice had become a little impatient. What is the gift you are talking about? Tang Ero said suspiciously, looking around, as if a little guilty in conscience. The murderer is now in my hands. If you want to arrest him and bring him to justice, come to me. If you don't come, I will have to notify others. Wang Feng's voice rang on the phone, making Tang Ero instantly stunned on the spot. Really? Tang Ero yelled after a full 5 seconds, and Wang Feng on the other side of the phone had to take the phone away from her ear. This mad woman was shocked, it was horrible. Do you think it is necessary for me to lie to you? Give you 20 minutes. If you don't come, I just want to make others cheaper. Wang Feng calmly said, and Tang Ero immediately asked, Where is the place? Come right away. Her voice was already eager. In the Xinjiang building, someone will lead you in when you come. After that, Wang Feng hung up the phone, Too lazy to talk nonsense with this crazy woman. You guys hurry up and get out of the police. After hanging up the phone, Tang Ero shouted at the detectives who had just left, and almost fell to the ground in shock. My aunt, you are going to scare us to death. But they didn't dare to hesitate about Tang Ero's words, because he was afraid that once they hesitated, they might end up lying in the hospital. Tang Ero and the others were very fast. Wang Feng said that they were given 20 minutes. In fact, it only took them 10 minutes to reach the door of Xinjiang building. Along the way, they didn't know how many red lights they ran through, and they almost increased the speed of the car by over 100 miles. Fortunately, they are members of the police station. Otherwise, there would have been traffic policemen chasing after them. Please follow me. At this moment, a person walked towards Tang Ero and the others from the door of Xinjiang building, and said respectfully, "Lead the way." Looking at the man in black, Tang Ero didn't mean to be scared at all. You should know that each of them has a gun and is not afraid of others playing tricks. Boss, I have already brought people. In the basement of Xinjiang building, the little brother spoke and brought Tang Ero and the others here. Okay, you go. He Tian waved his hand, and the little brother immediately retreated. This is the pervert. At this moment, Tang Ero squeezed into the room and coldly looked at the man in black who was tied to the chair. It's just that the man in black is now dejected, and he didn't respond to Tang Ero's words at all. Wang Feng, what is going on? At this moment, Tang Ero put his gaze on Wang Feng's calm face and asked. Taking a deep breath, Wang Feng also stood up from the chair, and said in a deep voice, "This person wants to harm Sister Shui, but I have subdued him." Wang Feng's voice was not loud, but after falling into Tang Ero's second high school, she immediately changed her face. Seeing that she rushed up and grabbed Wang Feng's shoulders, her voice almost trembled. That Xiaoxiu, she is there anything? Tang Ero's heart was very nervous at the moment, because she was afraid that she could not bear the result of Wang Feng's mouth. No. Wang Feng shook his head, and then coldly swept the man in black tied to the chair, and said, "I arrived at the last minute, otherwise, I might only see Sister Shui's dead body." Wang Feng's voice was a bit sad, but also a bit grateful. Fortunately, he had a perspective. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how he would feel when he saw Bai Yongxiu's body. "I killed you." Suddenly, Tang Ero took out the gun from her waist and pointed it directly at the man tied to the chair. "Officer Tang, don't be impulsive." Seeing this scene, the policeman who followed her rushed up to grab Bai Yongxiu. Although they are criminal police, they do not have the right to kill, and they have not been authorized, and there is no evidence. Such killing would be illegal. "This brother, I don't know if there is any evidence for what you said." A criminal policeman opened his mouth and put his gaze on Wang Feng. Under the police's attention, Wang Feng took out a voice recorder from his pocket and threw it directly into the policeman's hands, saying, "There is this perverted criminal act in it. You can understand it after hearing it." Up. Before they came, Wang Feng had already awakened this pervert and forced him to tell his crimes. Because he understood that there was no evidence, the police would definitely not believe it, so there was this is the scene now. Turn on the recorder, and soon the voice of the man in black came out. His voice was painful and even more fearful. But when he heard what he explained, the faces of the policemen at the scene changed, because what this person explained was completely consistent with the case they were investigating, and there was nothing missing. So at this moment, most of them already believe that this man who is the murderous demon they want to catch day and night, and listening to Wang Feng's words, they can be regarded as understanding. It must be this person who wants to commit the crime again, but I don't want to be met by Wang Feng. Looking at him now, there is almost no good place on his body, and even the bones in the flesh and blood can be seen in some places. It was obvious that they had been tortured by inhumans before. They handled the case, not that they had never seen the murder scene, but compared to what they had seen before, the sight before them made them more frightened. This person obviously hasn't died yet, it's just that there is no good part of his injuries, and it is obvious that he was marked out with a sharp weapon while he was still alive. So when they looked at Wang Feng's eyes again, there was already a trace of fear. This person is not so cruel. But now they don't dare to blame Wang Feng, because without Wang Feng, they don't know how long it will take to catch this perverted monster. Not only did Wang Feng never pass, but he still had merit, and seeing Tang Ero's previous actions, they also understood that they were afraid that this young man had a close relationship with Tyrannosaurus. Take this person away to me. After getting this person's confession, there was enough evidence to arrest the person, so a policeman immediately ordered it. Yes. Soon, the man in black, who was heavily wounded, let the two policemen go away, and only then did they let go of Tang Ero who was so angry. "Brother, thank you for helping us catch the criminals, but according to the regulations, you need to go back and record with us." "No need." Hearing this, Wang Feng already understood what he was going to say. He pointed to He Tian and said, "This person is with me. He understands everything, so let him and you can take a trip." Seeing Wang Feng actually pushed himself out, He Tian couldn't help showing a bitter smile. Yu read www.yuukangsha.com but he didn't say much, because he saw that Wang Feng didn't want to talk to these policemen at all. "Go." "Yes, I am also an eyewitness, and I can testify with full authority," He Tian said, making the policeman ponder for a moment, and said, "Well, you and us go back. Receive the team," the policeman said, and then all the policemen who surrounded here retreated. Now that the main offender has been caught, the next step is to torture severely, so they have to go back in a hurry. If this matter becomes clear, I believe they can give an explanation to the person who reported the crime before. Police Officer Tang, you are in a bad state today to deal with the case, you can go back. At this moment, the policeman spoke, and then ignored Tang Ero, and walked out alone. Wang Feng, where is Xiaoxu now? Tang Ero said, grabbing Wang Feng's shoulder, her tone very anxious. She was sent home by me, let's go back now. After saying that, Wang Feng no longer missed himself and walked out the door. When I went back to Wang Feng, I was in Tang Ero's police car. Along the way, he ignored the red lights, and even the traffic police did not dare to stop him. Because they are all systematic people, even if they stop them, they have no effect, and if others are performing important tasks, they have to be charged with a crime of obstructing official duties. Therefore, they will not come to meddling with such thankless things, and they should not see it. It took only 7 or 8 minutes to go back to the villa area. The speed was amazing. The door of the villa area was open, so Bei Yongxiu rushed in without saying anything. Originally, the people in the security room saw that a car had entered and wanted to ask questions, but when he saw that it was a police car, he shrank his neck in fright and went back to his security room angrily.